Imagine a world, right, where even if you're incredibly wealthy, someone with political power could just take it all away. Your money, maybe even your life. It makes you think, could you flip that? Could wealth actually buy you the ultimate power, not just influence through bribes, but, a shot at the very top?
That's exactly the fascinating question we're diving into today. We're looking at someone who, well, seems to have tried precisely that, using immense wealth as maybe the core strategy to gain supreme authority.
Yeah, and that someone is Lu Buwei. He wasn't born into nobility or anything. He started as a merchant, but he navigated the really dangerous politics of the Qin state, aiming right for the top.
And the sources we're drawing on today are primarily textual historical accounts, later analyses of his life, his strategies.
Right. So our mission here is to really unpack Lu Buwei's methods, understand the context based on what these sources tell us, and see how this seemingly impossible rise could even, well, happen.
Okay, so let's set the scene. We're in the state of Qin, late 3rd century BC.
What was going on there?
Well, Qin was facing a pretty significant succession issue. The original crown prince had died. So King Zhaoxiang's second son, Lord Angguo, became the new heir apparent.
Okay, Lord Angguo.
Okay.
And he had sons.
Oh, yes. Lots of them. The sources say over 20. But, and this is crucial, his favorite wife, Lady Huayang, who had a lot of sway, she didn't have any children.
And back then, a son was everything for a noblewoman's security, right? Even if she was the favorite wife.
Exactly. No son meant a potentially very uncertain future for Lady Huayang once Lord Angguo, passed on.
Got it. So into this mixed steps, Yiren.
Yiren, yes, later known as Zichu. He was one of Lord Angguo's many sons, but his mother, Xia Ji, wasn't high in favor, so Yiren himself didn't have much standing.
And wasn't he stuck somewhere else?
Yes. Adding to his problems, he was basically a political hostage over in the state of Zhao. And since Qin and Zhao were constantly fighting, sometimes brutally, Yiren was treated pretty badly in Handan, their capital. He had no money, no respect, not a good situation at all.
So, okay. Future king with tons of sons, powerful but childless favorite wife, and this one son who's basically abandoned as a hostage in enemy territory. Seems like a recipe for intrigue.
Definitely. And this is where Lu Buwei comes in. He's the successful merchant, maybe from Yangdi, maybe Puyang. The accounts differ slightly.
I'm a merchant, not nobility.
Correct. And he apparently had a really sharp eye for opportunity. He's in Handan, sees Yiren, and has this famous realization. He calls Yiren a rare commodity worth hoarding.
A rare commodity, like an investment.
Yeah.
What did he see?
Well, think about it from a merchant's perspective. Lu Buwei has tons of money, but zero social standing, no real political access. Yiren, on the other hand, has the royal bloodline, incredibly valuable, but no influence, no resources, no path up.
Ah, I see. Lu Buwei saw a kind of synergy.
Exactly, a potential resource restructuring, you could say. Lu Buwei's wealth could elevate Yiren, and if Yiren rose high enough, that would totally transform Lu Buwei's own status. It was a huge gamble, really, in such a rigid society.
So did he just walk up to Yiren and say, I want to invest in you?
Well, the sources describe this conversation they had. Lu Buwei lays it all out. King Zhaoxiang's old. Lord Angguo loves Lady Huayang. Lady Huayang has no sons, and Yiren is way down the pecking order, stuck as a hostage.
And Yiren's reaction?
Apparently, Yiren basically said, you should focus on boosting your own status first.
Huh, okay.
But Lu Buwei cleverly replied that his status rising depended on Yiren's success first. He saw their fates were linked.
Smart. So what was the actual plan? How did Lady Huayang fit in?
Lu Buwei pointed out the inheritance rules. A son is honored because of his mother, was the principle. As Lord Angguo's principal wife, if Lady Huayang adopted a son, that son would become the legitimate heir. Period.
Regardless of who the birth mother was.
Correct. And this played right into Lady Huayang's biggest fear, having no son, no security for her future. For Yiren, adoption by her was pretty much his only shot at the throne.
So it helps her, it helps him. A win-win.
That was the pitch. A secure future for her, a kingdom potentially for him.
Okay, the plan's in place. But you said it required serious investment. This wasn't cheap talk.
Not at all. This was described as a huge investment in operation. Lu Buwei knew getting influence, especially back in the Qin court, cost serious money.
How much are we talking?
Well, the accounts say he gave Yiren 500 jin of gold. That's a lot just to build connections and improve his image there in Zhao.
Okay, and for himself?
He took another 500 jin worth of gold to buy, rare and expensive gifts, and then he traveled to Qin himself, to Shanyang.
See Lady Huayang?
Not directly initially. Smart move, he went through her elder sister, someone she trusted.
Ah, leverage the existing network. Clever. What was the message he sent through the sister?
He basically painted this picture of Yuan as incredibly virtuous, really well-respected back in Zhao, probably stretching the truth quite a bit.
I imagine so, given his hostage status.
Right. And he claimed Yuan was constantly thinking about Lord Angguo and especially about Lady Huayang, even saying, Yuan regards Lady Huayang as his heaven.
Wow, laying it on thick.
Definitely. But then he hits her sister with the real point, look, beauty fades. A husband's favor can fade with it. Now, while Lady Huayang still has influence, is the time to secure her future. Adopt this apparently wonderful, filial son, Yiren. He'll be grateful, he'll look after her.
He's playing on her insecurity about getting older and losing favor.
Precisely. It addressed her acute pain point, as the source material puts it. There's another account mentioning he might have also worked through her younger brother, Lord Yangquan, so he was likely covering all his bases.
So it sounds like his strategy worked, convincing her that adopting Yiren was the best way to guarantee her own future status and comfort.
It seems so. The promise of a grateful future king probably didn't hurt either.
Now, there's this weird detail in some records that Lu Buwei became Yiren's tutor. That sounds off for a merchant.
It does seem really unlikely, doesn't it? A tutor's role was prestigious, usually for scholars, people with standing. Having a merchant as a tutor for a potential heir, it might have even hurt Yuren's image with the elite. So yeah, we should probably be skeptical about that particular detail.
Agreed. Feels a bit tacked on. But then we get to something even more dramatic and controversial.
Yeah.
The story about Lu Buwei and a pregnant woman in Handan.
Ah, yes. This is where the narrative gets, as the sources say, thrilling and full of doubts.
It's the sort.
Okay, so the account goes that Lu Buwei had this beautiful concubine in Handan, and she was already pregnant.
Pregnant by Lu Buwei.
That's the implication. So they're having drinks, Lu Buwei and Yuren sees this woman, is totally captivated, and asks Lu Buwei to give her to him.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
How did Lu Buwei react?
Here the accounts differ a bit. One version in the Comprehensive Mirror says Lu Buwei sort of pretended to be angry, but then gave her up. But the earlier records of the Grand Historian says he was genuinely furious. I mean, this was his concubine, possibly carrying his child. But he realized his entire investment in Yuren, everything he'd worked for, depended on keeping Yuren happy. So reluctantly, he agreed. This version really plays up Lu Buwei's sacrifice.
And this woman, she became Yuren's wife.
Yes. And the records mention she was skilled in dancing, which, as our sources note, probably means she was more of an entertainer, not from a prominent family, which makes her becoming the principal wife even more unusual.
Right, and then the baby.
Then, after what's described as a long period, sometimes interpreted as 12 months, she gives birth to a son, Jing, the future Qin Shi Huang.
12 months, that definitely sounds suspicious, like they were hiding the fact she was already pregnant when Yuren took her.
Exactly. That long gestation period, noted by the later historian Sima Guang, is the core of the whole controversy. It strongly suggests the child might actually have been Lu Buwei's.
So Sima Guang, writing later, picked up on this.
Yes, and he seems to have maybe tweaked some details from the earlier records, perhaps trying to smooth out inconsistencies like, how could she be a dancing girl and from a powerful Zhao family, which another part of the story implies helped her escape Handan later.
Or maybe Sima Guang had an agenda. Our sources mention the Han Dynasty really disliked Qin Shi Huang.
That's a strong possibility. After the Han took over, painting Qin Shi Huang as illegitimate, the son of a merchant and a dancing girl, born from a scheme, would be a powerful way to undermine his legacy, right? It feeds into this narrative.
A narrative that Lu Buwei was trying to secretly replace the Qin rulers with his own kid?
Precisely. That idea gained a lot of traction. There's even an anecdote mentioned where someone accuses another official, Wang Shang, of doing something similar, presenting a pregnant woman explicitly comparing him to Lu Buwei. So this story was definitely weaponized politically.
And by the Song Dynasty, Sima Guang thought this version was plausible.
It seems so, and sometimes Qin Shi Huang is even called Lu Zheng, using Lu Buwei's family name in old texts, which adds fuel to the fire.
But how would a secret like that even get out? Or was it just made up?
Good question. Maybe Lu Buwei let it slip when drunk. Or maybe, as some suggest, after Lu Buwei fell from power and died, his disgruntled former followers spread the story to discredit him or the Qin regime, a kind of ancient smear campaign.
But modern historians are more doubtful.
Generally, yes. People like Womaro pointed out issues. There's no definitive proof. The main source, the records, has internal contradictions.
Right, the dancing girl versus noble family thing.
Exactly. And the story is remarkably similar to another one about a figure called Lord Chunshen. It feels a bit like a recurring, possibly fictional trope about sneaky advisors and questionable heirs.
So we can't know for sure if Qin Shi Huang was Lu Buwei's son.
No, we really can't prove it. But the fact that the story was believed for so long tells you a lot about how people viewed Qin Shi Huang later on. It's historically significant, even if it's not factual.
Okay, putting the paternity mystery aside for a moment. Yeren and Lu Buwei were still in Handan when Qin started besieging the city, right? That must have put them in danger.
Oh, absolutely. The Zhao people were furious with Qin, and Yeren, the Qin hostage, was an obvious target for their anger. They wanted to kill him.
How did they get out?
Lu Buwei's money, again. They reportedly bribed the city guards, one source says 600 jin of gold this time, and managed to sneak out of Handan.
Just in time to meet the Qin army.
Exactly. They escaped and made their way back to Qin territory.
And then Yeren finally meets Lady Huayang.
Yes, and this is where he makes that clever move. He starts wearing clothes in the style of Chu, her home state.
A nod to her roots. Did it work?
Apparently, it worked beautifully. She was deeply touched, formally accepted him as her son, and even gave him a new name, Zichu. That adoption basically sealed his position as the heir.
But his wife and son, the future emperor, were still stuck back in Zhao.
That's right. They were left behind in Handan, still in a very precarious situation.
Okay, so while all this personal drama and scheming is going on with Lu Buwei and Zichu, what's happening in the bigger picture? You mentioned the Zhou dynasty ending.
Yes, around this time, the Zhou dynasty, which had ruled in name for centuries, finally flickered out. King Nan of Zhou was the last one.
How'd that happen? Was it Qin again?
Pretty much. King Nan apparently got scared of Qin's power, tried to form an alliance against them, maybe blocked some Qin movements. Qin responded by sending General Jiao to attack western Zhou.
And King Nan just gave up.
Essentially, yes. He surrendered his remaining territory, went back to Zhou, and died soon after in 256 BC. The sources even debate whether it was really King Nan or his relative, the Duke of Western Zhou, who caused the trouble, but the result was the same.
The end of a dynasty. That must have felt huge.
Absolutely. Symbolically massive. It signaled the old order was well and truly gone, intensifying the free-for-all among the warring states. The history books themselves, like the Comprehensive Mirror, even shift focus from Zhou Chronicles to Qin Chronicles right at this point.
Wow, and King Nan's posthumous title, Nan, you said it means something bad.
Yeah, it carries connotations of shame or failure, a pretty harsh final judgment on his reign.
So Zhou is gone, Qin is rising, and Lu Buwei's investment is about to pay off big time.
Exactly. King Zhaoxiang died. Then Lord Anguo, who became king for just a very short time, also died. And suddenly, Zichu, formerly Yeren the hostage, is King Zhuangxiang of Qin. This is 249 BC.
And Lu Buwei.
Lu Buwei gets his reward. Just as planned, King Zhuangxiang appoints him prime minister.
A merchant becomes prime minister. That's incredible. Unprecedented, sure.
Absolutely unprecedented. But you can understand Zichu's gratitude, right? Without Lu Buwei, he'd likely have died unknown in Zhao.
True. Did Zichu do anything else as king?
Yeah, he apparently enacted some popular benevolent policies, maybe trying to win over the people, maybe smooth feathers ruffled by his prime minister's unusual background.
And Lu Buwei, now prime minister, what did he do?
Well, one of his first major acts was commanding the Qin forces to finish off the other Zhou remnant, Eastern Zhou.
Cleaning up loose ends. Did they kill the Duke?
No, they just relocated him. But it politically erased Eastern Zhou. Some sources wonder why the Duke even tried to ally against Qin. Then maybe Lu Buwei just needed an easy military win to establish his own authority. Eastern Zhou was a soft target.
Makes sense. A quick victory to show he's in charge. Did Lu Buwei get rewarded for that?
Oh, yes. He was made Marquis Wengsun, and given this enormous fief, 100,000 households in Henan and Luoyang, that's exceptionally large, showing just how much the king valued him.
But ending Eastern Zhou. That brings up the sacrifice issue again, doesn't it? The Zhou ancestral rites.
It does, and this was a really big deal culturally. Interrupting the sacrifices to the ancestors of the founding dynasty, that was seen as deeply problematic, potentially dangerous, bad karma, essentially.
So did Qin stop the sacrifices immediately?
It's a bit unclear. The Comprehensive Mirror implies they stopped right away. But other texts suggest the Duke was moved to a place called Yanggren first, maybe as a temporary measure to allow the sacrifices to continue for a bit.
Why delay? Just politics.
Probably. Rulers often avoided abruptly shutting down such important rituals. it could cause unrest. Sometimes they'd even restore sacrifices later to look legitimate, like Liu Bang did when he started the Han Dynasty.
Interesting. Was the campaign against Eastern Zhou bloody?
Interestingly, the records don't mention large numbers of beheadings, unlike many Qin campaigns. Maybe it was just that easy, or maybe Lu Buwei was trying to project a softer image for Qin.
While this was happening, Qin was still expanding elsewhere.
Yes, General Meng Ao attacked the state of Han, capturing key cities like Chengao and Xingyang. This set up the Sanchuan Commandery.
Sanchuan Commandery. Where's that? Why was it important?
It was a strategic area, basically put Qin right on the doorstep of the state of Wei, another major rival. Again, not many mentions of mass killings here. Some sources even hint Han might have surrendered those cities. Maybe a different approach under Lu Buwei.
Maybe. And meanwhile, down south, Chu was finishing off the state of Lu.
That's right. But didn't we hear Lu was destroyed earlier?
Ah, good point. The sources clarify this. Apparently, Chu took over Lu about 5 years before this. But they left the Duke King, in place with limited power, and importantly, they let him continue the sacrifices.
Okay, so this time in 249 BC was different, yes. This time, Chu completely finished the job. Duke King was moved, stripped of his title, made a commoner, and the sacrifices to the ancestors of Lu, founded by the super-revered Duke of Zhou, were definitively stopped.
Stopping the sacrifices of the Duke of Zhu's line. That must have been even more significant than stopping the main Zhou line sacrifices.
Culturally, yes, arguably. The Duke of Zhou was hugely important, especially to Confucians. Interrupting his line's sacrifices was a major statement.
Is this related to that theory you mentioned, the 3 successions?
Exactly. The idea was that wise rulers should allow the lineages and rights of previous dynasties to continue. It showed respect, ensured continuity, and maybe even protected you from, well, supernatural payback. Mei Fu argued this strongly.
So stopping sacrifices was seen as dangerous.
Potentially, yes. And later scholars like Wang Yinglin actually connected these events. Lu Buwei ending Eastern Zhu's rights, and Lord Shenshen, the Chu leader, ending losers' rights to the fact that both Lu Buwei and Lord Shenshen eventually met bad ends themselves, like historical karma.
Wow. So just in this 1 year, 249 BC, Si Chu becomes king, Lu Buwei becomes prime minister, the last bits of Zhou are gone, Qin expands, Chu expands, and these incredibly important ancestral sacrifices get extinguished.
It was a hugely transformative year. You see the final collapse of the old order, the ruthless expansion of Qin, and Lu Buwei, the ultimate outsider, right at the center of power, making decisions with massive political and cultural consequences.
It really sets the stage for everything that comes next, doesn't it? The final unification under Qin.
Absolutely. These events paved the way, and Lu Buwei, whatever you think of his methods or the controversy surrounding him, was undeniably a pivotal figure in that process.
So wrapping up this deep dive, it's just an incredible story. Ambition, strategy, the power of wealth, the mystery around Qin Shi Huang's birth, the end of a dynasty, it's all woven together.
It really is. Complex, controversial, and utterly fascinating.
Thinking about all these interconnected events, Lu Buwei's scheming, the succession crisis, the end of Zhou, the cultural impact of stopping sacrifices. If you had to pick one single action or decision from this period that you think echoed the loudest down through Chinese history, what would it be?
That's a tough one. So much happened with such huge consequences.
Something for you, our listeners, to think about as well. There's always more to uncover in this incredible period of history.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Last time, we really got into the incredible story of Lu Buwei's rise, didn't we?
We did. From merchant to effectively regent of Qin.
Yeah.
Quite the journey.
Absolutely. But you know, what goes up? And that's what we're tackling today. His fall. Why did it happen? Especially so suddenly after everything he'd done.
Exactly. It's a dramatic reversal. We're looking at the unraveling of his power.
And our sources for this.
Primarily, we're drawing on Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian, especially Lu Buwei's biography, and also the comprehensive mirror for aid in government.
Okay.
But it's worth remembering, these sources sometimes offer, let's say, different perspectives. Piecing it together isn't always straightforward.
Right. The classic historian's challenge. So our mission today isn't just a timeline.
No, not at all.
We want to dig into the why, the political currents, the ideological battles underneath the surface.
Precisely. Because this story, ancient as it is, tells us so much about power, about transitions, things that are still relevant.
Definitely. Okay, let's get into it. Where do we see the first signs of trouble for Lu Buwei?
Well, the official starting point is 237 BC. That's when the comprehensive mirror records him being removed as prime minister.
Okay.
and he's ordered back to his fiefdom in Luoyang.
But not immediately executed.
No, interestingly, the sources suggest King Ying Zheng, the future Qin Shi Huang, hesitated. He apparently considered Lu Buwei's service to his father, the late king.
A debt of gratitude, maybe?
Perhaps, or political calculation. The sources even draw a parallel, to how King Zhaoxiang had earlier dealt with another powerful minister, Fan Sui. A precedent, maybe.
But it still feels incredibly fast. I mean, he just helped put down the Lao Ai rebellion, right? You'd think that would earn him credit.
You would think so. And that's where the biography of Lu Buwei adds a crucial layer.
Ah, okay. What does it say?
It suggests that during the investigation into the Lao Ai affair, Lu Buwei himself was implicated.
Implicated? How? Wasn't Lao Ai his protege in a way?
Well, yes, that was the connection. The biography states the initial plan was execution.
Really?
Yes. But apparently, due to his past contributions and quite a few people pleading for him, the king spared his life.
But stripped him of his power.
Exactly. Removed as prime minister. That seems to be the immediate trigger.
So the Lao Ai scandal, even though he helped crush the rebellion, ultimately backfired on him.
It appears so. And then there's the matter of the Empress Dowager returning to Xianyang around the same time.
Right, after Mao Jiao's intervention. That must have made things awkward, to say the least.
Awkward is putting it mildly. I mean, having her former lover, Lu Buwei, still hanging around the court. Politically unsustainable, really.
Okay, so a convergence of factors. But you mentioned conflicting accounts.
Yes, this is interesting. The Annals of Qin Shi Huang, also in the records, actually says Lu Buwei led the suppression of Lao Ai's revolt alongside others.
Huh. So one part says he led the charge, another says he was implicated.
Precisely. And Sima Guang, writing the comprehensive Mirror centuries later, clearly noted this difficulty in reconciling the accounts.
How do we explain that?
It likely comes down to the different styles. The annals are chronological, year by year. The biography focuses on Lu Buwei's life story, maybe interpreting events through that lens.
So like reading a news report versus a deep dive biography, different angles.
Exactly. It highlights how tricky historical reconstruction can be.
Definitely. So beyond the scandals, the Lao Ai affair, the Empress, were there deeper issues?
I think so. And the sources, particularly the biography, point towards something fundamental. Lu Buwei's cultural ambitions.
Ah, this is where we get into his big intellectual project.
Yes. Even if his personal conduct had been, spotless, this might have caused problems anyway.
Why? What was he trying to achieve?
Well, he saw the fame of figures like the Four Lords in other states, these patrons of culture and philosophy.
And Qin lacked that kind of prestige.
Relatively speaking, yes. Qin was seen as militarily strong, but perhaps culturally lagging behind states like Qi or Chu. Lu Buwei seemed concerned about this.
So he decided to fix it.
In a very big way. He recruited thousands of scholars. The figure often cited is 3,000 retainers.
3,000.
An enormous undertaking. Their task was to compile Master Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals.
Lu Shi Qingqi, I've heard of this. A massive encyclopedia.
Essentially, yes. Over 200,000 characters covering everything from cosmology and ethics to agriculture and governance. It was divided into these sections. 8 surveys, 6 discourses, 12 annals.
And wasn't there that story about him displaying it publicly?
That's the famous one. Put it up at the gate of Xianyang, offering 1,000 gold pieces to anyone who could add or subtract a single word.
Talk about confidence. Or maybe arrogance.
Well, it certainly showed how much importance he placed on it. It wasn't just a book, it was a statement.
What kind of statement?
It seems he was trying to seize the ideological high ground, to create a blueprint for governing a unified empire, one that was maybe different from Qin's traditional path.
Different how? Different from Shenyang's legalism.
Very much so. While Sima Qian initially sort of dismissed it as a mixed bag, the structure is actually quite coherent. The 12 annals, for instance, mirror the seasons and months, suggesting a kind of cosmic order underpinning good government.
And didn't it include some pointed messages, like that analogy?
Ah, yes. The Yellow Emperor educating Zhuangzi. It subtly positions Lu Buwei as the wise teacher guiding the young ruler Ying.
That's bold.
It is. And the philosophy within it, as summarized later by Gao Yu, emphasized things like morality, inaction in the Taoist sense, loyalty, righteousness, fairness.
Which sounds more Confucian and Taoist than legalist.
Absolutely.
Right.
It's a stark contrast to Shenyang's focus on strict laws, harsh punishments, and absolute state power.
And did Lu Buwei actually try to implement this?
There's some evidence his governance style shifted. Reports of fewer executions, more support for scholars. Qin started looking a bit more like the Eastern states in its practices.
Okay, I can see the problem now. Ying is known for embracing legalism, for centralizing power.
Exactly. He was very much in the Shangyang tradition. Lu Buwei's whole project, this alternative vision, would have seemed like a direct challenge to the foundation of Qin power and certainly to Ying's own authority.
So it wasn't just personal anymore. It was a fundamental clash of philosophies.
I think that's a key takeaway. Even without the scandals, these two men had profoundly different ideas about how Qin should be run and what its future should look like. Conflict was probably inevitable.
A clash of visions, really.
Yes, and one very direct result of Lu Buwei's fall shows this tension clearly: the move to expel foreigners.
Right. That happened shortly after he was removed.
Yes. The royal clan and some officials proposed it. Their argument was basically, look at Lu Buwei, look at Lao Ai, these foreigners cause trouble.
Were they seen as spies or just generally disruptive?
A bit of both, perhaps. The argument was that foreigners ultimately served their home states, sowing discord. And remember the Zhengguo Canal incident earlier. A spy from Han posing as an engineer.
Right. That fueled suspicion.
Plus, Lu Buwei and Lao Ai had gathered huge retinues, many of them foreigners. There was this undercurrent of feeling that Qin was becoming too reliant on outsiders, maybe diluting its own culture.
So it was a reaction against Lu Buwei's cosmopolitan approach.
In large part, yes. A move away from that policy of attracting talent from everywhere. It marked a real shift.
Interesting. And the sources mention a guest from Shu rising around then?
Yes, a little foreshadowing perhaps for another story down the line.
Okay, let's circle back to Lu Buwei himself. After being sent to his fief in Luoyang, what happened then?
He lived there for about a year. But even in effectively semi-retirement, he remained a hugely prestigious figure.
People still flocked to him.
Apparently so. Visitors, envoys from other states. His fiefdom was constantly busy, and this made Shenyang nervous.
They worried he was still plotting or just a symbol of opposition.
Probably both. The prestige itself was a challenge to Ying's supreme authority.
So Ying acted again.
He sent Lu Buwei a letter, and it was reportedly quite harsh.
What did it say?
It questioned his contributions to Qin. What great merit have you rendered Qin? And even his kinship ties, asking, what relation are you to Qin? Before ordering him and his family to move.
Move where?
To Shu,
Yeah.
modern-day Sichuan.
Oh, that sounds like exile, proper exile.
It was. Shu was remote, isolated. Sending someone there was basically removing them from public life, permanently.
A political death sentence, in a way?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And faced with this prospect, Lu Buwei made his final choice.
He didn't go.
No. In 235 BC, he chose suicide. He drank poison.
Rather than face exile in Shu or try to flee?
Correct. A final act of defiance, perhaps, or despair.
And the aftermath. How did the emperor react to his death?
With severity. Yeah. Lu Buwei was buried secretly, possibly near Luoyang. More significantly, his retainers who attended the funeral or mourned him were punished.
Punished how?
It varied. Those originally for the states of Jin were expelled from Qin. Qin natives who held a certain rank over 600 Dan salary had their titles stripped and were relocated. Lower-ranked ones were relocated only if they had attended the mourning.
Wow, that's specific. Sending a clear message.
A very clear message. And an imperial edict followed, explicitly equating Lu Buwei with Lao Ai, setting a precedent for dealing with perceived traitors.
So his reputation was deliberately destroyed.
Absolutely. Later scholars like Yang Jian famously called him a thief of the state. Osh. And Sima Guang, in the Comprehensive Mirror, essentially agreed, saying Lu Buwei's cleverness ultimately backfired on him. That became the dominant historical view for centuries.
A largely negative legacy, then.
For a very long time, yes. But then, much later, came a significant reevaluation.
Who was that?
Guomoro, a prominent 20th century intellectual. In 1945, he published his 10 critical books.
And he saw Lu Buwei differently.
Completely differently. He argued Lu Buwei should actually be considered a great statesman.
A great statesman. Based on what?
Primarily based on his theoretical achievements, specifically Master Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals.
Back to the book.
Yes. Guomoro analyzed its ideology. He saw it as favoring Confucianism and Taoism, opposing legalism and Mohism.
The opposite of Qin's usual direction.
Exactly. He even suggested it subtly advocated for an abdication system, like in legendary antiquity, rather than hereditary rule, a radical idea for Qin.
So Guomoro portrayed Lu Buwei and Ying as just fundamentally incompatible.
Yes, he stressed the stark contrasts.
Hmm.
Lu Buwei representing, rule by philosophers and intellectuals favoring openness. Ying Zhang embodying rule by law and officials, centralization, secrecy. One perhaps an atheist, the other leaning towards theism.
Different worldviews entirely.
Guomoro saw it as an irreconcilable clash between two eras, two opposing tendencies.
And Lu Buwei's failure cleared the path for Ying Zhang's vision.
That's the argument. His downfall accelerated Qin's move towards total centralization, abolishing feudalism entirely in favor of the commandery county system, a pivotal moment.
It's fascinating how interpretations can change, although didn't Mao Zedong later critique Guomoro's view?
He did, yes. In a 1973 poem, Mao cautioned against simply praising the past feudal systems, suggesting Guomoro's critique of Qin Shi Huang might have gone too far, or wasn't entirely sound in its historical analysis. Another layer of complexity.
Always another layer.
Always.
So wrapping this up, Lu Buwei's fall wasn't simple. It wasn't just one thing.
No, definitely not. It was a perfect storm, really.
Yeah.
Personal scandal, yes, but tangled up with political maneuvering.
And crucially, that deep ideological divide.
Absolutely. His grand project, the Spring and Autumn Annals, aimed to reshape Qin's identity, but it flew directly in the face of where Ying Zhang was determined to take the state towards centralized legalist rule.
His vision clashed fatally with the emperor's.
It did. Which leaves us with those big questions, doesn't it?
Like, was he a victim? A flawed visionary? Or did he genuinely pose a threat that Ying Jing had to eliminate?
And how do we balance these conflicting sources, centuries later, to get a sense of the real man and his impact? It's tough.
It really is. And maybe a final thought for you listening. Think about that tension. The tension between, say, lofty intellectual ideals and the hard realities of political power.
Yeah, how often do we see that play out in history, even today?
What happens when a leader's vision, however brilliant, just doesn't mesh with the times or the prevailing winds of power? What are the risks individuals take when they try to steer the ship of state in a new direction?
Worth pondering.
Definitely something to think about. Until our next deep dive, keep exploring. Picture this. The royal court of ancient China, a teenage king barely on his throne, and whispers swirling about his own mother, the Empress Dowager, and a man who is supposed to be a eunuch.
It really is the stuff of legend.
Exactly. And today, we're plunging headfirst into this incredibly dramatic power struggle.
We're going deep into the early reign of Ying Zhang,
Yeah.
the future Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. But we're really focusing our lens on this captivating and, often scandalous story of his mother, the Empress Dowager.
And her connection to Lu Buwei, that powerful figure.
And this other really enigmatic man, Lao Ai.
So to guide us through this wild period, we've been digging into the key historical texts, mainly Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian.
That's the big one, yes. And also Sima Guang's comprehensive mirror for aid in government.
Yeah.
To give this fascinating, sometimes almost unbelievable look inside the Qin court.
And we're here to kind of unpack what it all means, right?
Right. Our goal for this deep dive isn't just telling the story. It's about trying to understand the complex web of power, ambition, personal relationships, everything that defined this era.
We want to get at the significance, maybe separate stereotype from reality if we can. Look at the motivations.
Exactly. Understand what drove these key players at such a pivotal moment in Chinese history.
Okay, let's unpack it then. Ying Zhang becomes king. He's what, 13? Very young.
Super young.
Which naturally leaves a bit of a power vacuum.
And during this time, his mother, the Empress Dowager, she gets involved with Marquis Weixin. That's Lu Buwei, right? A major player.
Oh, absolutely. A very high status figure. And this relationship, it seems like it wasn't exactly a secret within the court.
Common knowledge, maybe?
Seems that way. But as Ying Zhang started growing up, getting older, starting to assert himself.
Lu Buwei must have seen the writing on the wall. You'd think so. He was a sharp political operator. Continuing an affair with the king's mother as the king matures, that's dangerous. Discovery could have been catastrophic for him, his position, maybe even his life.
So he needed an out. And his solution was, well, it's pretty creative. He introduces another man, this Lao Ai character.
He does, as a replacement for himself in the Empress Dowager's affections.
Okay, now here's where it gets really, really interesting. Why Lao Ai specifically? What was so special about him?
Well, this brings us to a truly memorable detail from the records of the Grand Historian.
Oh.
Sima Qian's text explicitly says Lu Buwei picked Lao Ai because of his his large penis.
Yeah, really, the historical record actually says that.
It does, quite plainly.
Yeah.
And it even describes these like orchestrated public displays.
Displays.
Where Lao Ai would apparently parade around with his penis attached to a tongue tree wheel.
Attached to a wheel? You're kidding.
Not kidding. That's what the text claims. It sounds bizarre to us, obviously, but the implication is that this was a deliberate tactic by Lu Buwei.
To get the Empress Dowager's attention with a wheel demonstration.
That seems to be the idea presented in the source, yes. Spread the word about Lao Ai's attributes, pique her interest.
Wow, okay. That's quite an image, and apparently it worked.
According to Sima Qian, yes. Lu Buwei then presented Lao Ai to her and basically bowed out of the affair himself.
Right, but we have to pause here. Like, how literally do we take that? A man chosen purely for that reason. It feeds into some pretty old stereotypes about women, doesn't it?
That's a really crucial point to raise. We have to consider the source, these ancient texts, written almost entirely by men.
Whose understanding of female psychology might have been, shall we say, limited or biased.
Exactly. Shaped by the social norms and stereotypes of their time. The idea that a powerful woman's main driver would be purely physical like that. It could easily reflect their biases more than the Empress Dowager's actual reality.
It makes you think, what if someone else had written it? The script even mentioned, like a hypothetical from a female writer like Zhang Ailing.
Imagine that perspective. Maybe focusing more on the emotional complexities. Perhaps there was a deep bond with Lu Buwei initially.
And maybe her interest in Lao Ai was about something else entirely. Or a mix of things, not just the wheel thing.
Precisely. It could have been loneliness, a desire for change, maybe reacting to Lu Buwei's political maneuvering. We just don't get that depth from the sources we have. It highlights the limitations, especially when understanding women's experiences back then.
Yeah, it really does underscore what we don't know. So, okay, putting aside the sort of questionable why for a moment, how did Lao Ai actually get into the palace, into the inner court? There were rules, right? Eunuchs only.
Exactly. Access to the Empress Dowager, especially intimately, required being a eunuch. And Lao Ai, well, even his name suggests he wasn't ideal. Lao Ai basically means that Lao guy with bad conduct.
So not someone you just wave into the inner sanctum.
Definitely not. So Lu Buwei and the Empress Dowager, they cooked up a plan. They had to make him look like a eunuch.
A fake castration. How did that even work?
Right.
Weren't eunuchs usually like war prisoners or criminals or voluntary?
Correct. Those are the main sources. And Lao Ai didn't fit. There was even a way for nobles to pay to avoid being made a eunuch if sentenced, which shows the stigma.
So deception was the only way.
It seems so. The records of the Grand Historian is quite clear. The plan was to pretend to be castrated, and then he could serve in the inner court.
How did they pretend?
Apparently, they just plucked his eyebrows and beard.
That's it. That was enough.
Seems minimal, doesn't it? But maybe the definition or the enforcement was different then, or maybe bribes were involved. The text just says he feigned it.
And this serving in the inner court thing, that wasn't just like bringing tea, right? It became a position.
Yes, it evolved into an actual title. It meant you were close to the royals, maybe advisory roles, influence.
So Lao Ai gets in under false pretenses, plucked eyebrows and all.
And the Empress Dowager was apparently very satisfied with this new arrangement. So much so, she stopped her contact with Lu Buwei.
And we should remember she was probably still relatively young at this point, right? Maybe under 40.
Likely, yes. So, a sexual relationship itself isn't the unbelievable part, despite all the political drama around it.
Okay, so he's in, but then the story shifts, doesn't it? From personal affairs to, well, power politics.
Oh, definitely. The Empress Dowager clearly favored Lao Ai immensely, and crucially, they had 2 sons together, secretly.
2 sons. That changes everything. That raises the stakes incredibly high.
Absolutely. And Lao Ai's status skyrockets. He's granted the title Marquis Changping.
A marquis? That's serious nobility. And a fiefdom, too.
A big one. Taiwan. So suddenly, he's not just the Empress Dowager's favorite. He's a major political force. He gets involved in government business. People start flocking to him, becoming his retainers.
Using his own power base.
To the point where it started to rival Lu Buwei's own network. It's a classic case of power derived from personal favor, which can be really unstable in these systems.
And the Empress Dowager, she moves them away from the main capital.
Yes, she relocates with Lao Ai to Yangcheng, which is the old capital. The official reason was something about auspicious omens or divination.
But the real reason was
to raise their 2 sons in greater secrecy, away from the prying eyes of the main court in Xinyang.
It's interesting you compare her to Empress Dowager Swan from earlier Qin history. Xuan seemed much more open about her relationships and power.
It's a different context. Qin was becoming much more centralized under Ying Zheng. Plus, his mother didn't have the same kind of powerful family connections within the Qin state that Xuan did. Her power was mostly just derived from being the king's mother. More precarious.
So it looks like she might have been focused on the secret family life, but Lao Ai, his ambition kept growing.
It certainly seems that way. The power he gained just wasn't enough. He kept gathering retainers, building his faction. It looked like a direct challenge waiting to happen.
And then it all comes crashing down. Someone talks.
Exactly. An informant, apparently someone with a grudge against Lao Ai, goes straight to Ying Zheng.
And spills everything.
The whole story. Lao Ai is not really a eunuch. The affair with his mother, the 2 secret sons, and the most dangerous part, the alleged plot that Lao Ai planned for one of his sons to inherit the throne after Ying Zheng died.
Whoa, okay. For a young king still finding his feet, that is absolutely earth-shattering news, as the text says.
You'd think maybe they'd try to handle such a huge family scandal discreetly, behind closed doors.
But that's not what happened at all, was it?
Not even close. Things escalated very quickly and very publicly.
Lao Ai must have realized the jig was up. He panicked.
Seems like it. He feared exposure, the consequences, so he made an incredibly desperate, incredibly bold move.
What did he do?
He forged the king's imperial seal. And the Queen Mother's seal, too, apparently.
Forging the imperial seal, that's not just covering tracks. That's treason. That's open rebellion.
Precisely. A direct challenge to Ying Zheng's authority. He used the forged seals to mobilize troops, county soldiers, palace guards, even Rongdaver's mercenaries.
To do what? Attack the king.
To attack Qinian Palace in Yangcheng. This was a really important ceremonial place, maybe where Ying Zheng was conducting rites related to his coming of age or coronation. Lao Ai perhaps saw a chance to strike while the king was occupied there.
A coup attempt, basically. But Ying Zheng wasn't caught off guard.
No, he responded incredibly fast. He ordered his prime minister, Changping and another key figure, Chang Wen-jun, possibly relatives, to lead forces against Lao Ai immediately.
So, a direct military confrontation.
Yes. There was a battle right in Shanyang, the capital. Sources say hundreds were beheaded in the fighting. Lao Ai's forces were defeated.
And Lao Ai himself.
He fled. But he was hunted down. Some accounts say captured, others say he was beheaded while trying to escape. There's even a bounty mentioned 1 million coins for capturing him alive, 500,000 for his head.
And you have to wonder, Lu Buwei is still around, right? Still powerful, even if not the regent anymore.
He is. And it's definitely plausible he might have had an interest in making sure Lao Ai was silenced permanently, to prevent any embarrassing details about their earlier arrangement coming out.
Yeah, tying up loose ends. The aftermath sounds absolutely brutal.
It was savage. This wasn't just about punishing Lao Ai. It was about eradicating his entire influence and sending a terrifying message.
How severe are we talking?
Extermination of his 3 clans. That's his father's side, his mother's side, and his wife's side. Wiped out.
Horrific. And his followers?
His key followers faced execution by being torn apart by chariots, a particularly gruesome punishment. And their families were exterminated too.
And even people less involved.
Even retainers considered to have minor involvement were rounded up. Over 4,000 families, the records say, were stripped of their titles and exiled to the remote region of Shu. A massive purge.
And what about the Empress Dowager, the king's own mother?
She didn't escape his wrath. She was effectively exiled, confined to the Beiyang Palace back in Yangcheng.
And her sons with Lao Ai.
They were found and killed. Ying Zheng showed no mercy there.
He then issues a decree, right, forbidding anyone from pleading her case.
An incredibly strict order. Anyone who dared remonstrate about the Empress Dowager situation faced execution, and their bodies would be mutilated as a warning.
That's extreme. Yet people still did it? The sources mention 27 people being killed for speaking out.
Yes, executed, and their bodies displayed under the city gate as a grim deterrent. It shows the level of fear, but also maybe the level of unease among some officials.
And despite that, we get the story of Mao Zhao.
Remarkable, isn't it? A man from the state of Qi. He sees the bodies, knows the penalty, and still insists on remonstrating, famously saying he'd come to make up the number of the 28 constellations.
Just incredibly bold or suicidal. What was Ying Zheng's reaction?
Absolute fury. The king reportedly said he hadn't seen such defiance and ordered Mao Zhao to be cooked alive in a cauldron. Threatened him with it anyway.
Wow. It really makes you wonder, though. Why? Why would 27, 28 people risk that kind of death just to argue about the Empress Dowager's exile? Was it purely sympathy? Or politics?
That's a great question. It could be a mix. Some might have genuinely felt the king was going too far, violating filial piety, potentially destabilizing things. Others might have seen a political angle, positioning themselves as defenders of tradition, even against a furious king.
Or maybe, just maybe, the accounts of the punishments are slightly exaggerated for dramatic effect.
That's always a possibility with historical chronicles like these. Sima Qian wanted to convey the ruthlessness and the terror of the situation. But the core events, the rebellion, the purge, the exile, seem solid.
So just to wrap our heads around this whole period, we've got a young king coming into his own amidst this whirlwind of court intrigue.
Absolutely. Scandals involving his own mother, her powerful former lover Lu Buwei, this unlikely figure Lao Ai rising meteorically.
Only to crash and burn in a bloody rebellion and an even bloodier purge.
It's a story packed with ambition, betrayal, sex, power. And ultimately, it marks a crucial moment in Ying Zheng's consolidation of absolute authority. These relationships, as wild as they seem, had huge consequences for Qin's path forward.
Which leaves us, and you listening, with a final thought, maybe. When you look at all this, the different accounts, the potential biases we talked about, the sheer human drama, what does this ancient story really tell us? About the nature of power, maybe. About gender dynamics back then. About how history itself gets written and remembered.
And what parts of it still kind of echo today. You know, the ambition, the risks people take, the way narratives are shaped. It's fascinating stuff.
Definitely something to think about. Consider the motivations that Empress Dowager, Lu Buwei, Lao Ai, Ying Zheng himself, and think about the long shadow these events cast over the Qin Dynasty right as it was gearing up to unify China.
All right, let's jump into this one. The Qin army defeated the Wei army at Ji. Simple right.
Yeah, just a quick little note from 294 BC.
Yeah. A single line in the comprehensive mirror for aid in government. It doesn't really tell the whole story, though, does it?
No, not at all. That's what's so interesting, though, how something so small can actually point to a period of huge upheaval. It's kind of like finding a single bone and knowing that it belonged to a colossal dinosaur.
Right.
And it's through your sources, the comprehensive mirror, obviously, records of the grand historian, and even references to the strategies of the warring states and loose spring and autumn annals that we get to really flesh out the rest of that skeleton, you know?
Exactly. So for our listeners out there, we're going to take all those pieces and try to reconstruct that bigger picture.
Yeah.
We're doing a deep dive into what this defeat at Ji actually means.
Yeah, if we connect this to the broader sweep of history, we start to see that the late Warring States period was really a crucible. You know, we've got military tactics evolving rapidly, alliances shifting, and the ambitions of some states like Qin just reaching a fever pitch. And so this deep dive will trace Qin's consecutive victories over Wei, the brief resistance they encountered from Han and Wei, and really a pivotal moment, the emergence of this really formidable Qin general, Bai Qi.
How should we judge Bai Qi?
Yeah, how do you weigh that?
He was a military genius, but his victories came at a terrible cost. Does that pursuit of power and expansion ever justify so much suffering? Okay, so going back to that initial statement then. The defeat of Wei Qi. It wasn't as if Qin had always held the upper hand.
No.
What led to this loss for Wei?
Well, that's a really key point to think about because just before this, Qin had faced a pretty big challenge, actually. Qi, Han, and Wei, they all joined forces, ganged up on Qin. And they actually dealt Qin a pretty considerable blow, even forcing them to cede some territory to get peace. But Qin was pretty resilient, and they recovered quite quickly. And in fact, just the year before this defeat at Ji, a Wei military figure named Wei Kuo, he managed to attack and capture Xiancheng, which was a city belonging to Wei itself. So this kind of suggests maybe some internal shift in Wei's priorities, or maybe a moment of overconfidence.
Okay. And Ji itself, this is near modern-day Jizu in Shaanxi province. Why does that location sound so familiar?
Well, it actually connects back to some of our earlier discussions. Remember the Zhu's meeting? And then the Zhu's battle involving Marquis Wu of Wei? All of those diplomatic and military engagements, they took place in this same geographical area.
Oh, wow.
So to see Wei go from kind of achieving success there to suffering defeat at Ji really does underscore this apparent decline. It's like watching a once dominant player suddenly just lose their footing.
Yeah, it really highlights that downward trend.
Yeah.
And didn't you mention that both Han and Wei had relatively new rulers at this time?
Yeah, they did.
King Zhaoxiang of Wei and King Yang of Han.
They ascended to their thrones just 2 years prior to this.
Oh, wow. So you would think they'd be looking to project strength early in their reigns, right?
Yeah, new rulers, they often feel the need to establish their authority, right?
Right.
So the fact that Wei especially experienced this defeat so early in King Zhaoxiang's reign suggests there might have been some underlying vulnerabilities already present. Maybe a miscalculation of Qin's renewed strength or some internal weaknesses that Qin was able to exploit.
Okay, so Wei suffers this setback at Ji. But then the following year, in 293 BC, Han and Wei, they decide to join forces again and counterattack Qin.
Right.
What happens this time?
So what's really interesting here is the detail we get in the historical records. The comprehensive mirror for aid in government very clearly states, Han Gongsun Shi and the Wei army launched an attack on Qin.
Okay.
Now notice the Han commander, Gongsun Shi, he's named specifically, but the Wei commander isn't. I mean, historians could debate the political implications of that omission for years.
Right. Was it a deliberate slight?
Yeah.
Or just reflecting the reality of who was actually in charge?
Exactly. But Hu Sangxing's annotation, it actually offers a kind of pragmatic explanation.
Okay.
The Wei commander likely held a lower rank, which suggests that Han was really taking the lead in this counterattack. But then it gets even more interesting because, as your sources show, the records of the Grand Historian, it actually presents conflicting information.
Really?
Sometimes identifying Gongsun Shi as the Han commander and other times as the Wei commander.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
So it's really unclear.
Yeah.
But regardless of who was in charge, this counteroffensive didn't go so well for them either.
No, it didn't.
And this is where Bai Qi enters the scene.
It is.
Yeah.
And to understand Bai Qi's rise, we really have to look at the political dynamics happening within Xin at this time. So King Zhaoxiang was heavily reliant on his maternal relatives. His mother, Empress Dowager Xuan, his uncles, Wei Ran and Mi Rong, and then Shang Shou, who was a very trusted advisor. And none of these figures were from the traditional Ying clan that had historically held power in Qin.
Interesting. So they're kind of an outside faction.
Absolutely.
So how might that have influenced their choices when it came to making military appointments?
Yeah, well, it created a tendency to be really careful when it came to trusting key positions to members of that Yin clan, at least until the king and his allies felt totally secure in their own power. So initially, Shang Shou, who had experience dealing with Han and Wei, he was the one in command against this counterattack.
Okay.
But then Wei Ran, who was the prime minister, he made a strategic decision. He started promoting individuals based purely on their talent.
Okay.
And he effectively started building his own power base. And that's how Bai Qi, who, as we know, was not from a prominent background, that's how he got his chance. Right.
And this was a good decision because Bai Qi went on to become incredibly famous.
He did.
Oh, a legend.
Yeah, absolutely. Revered as one of the, 4 great generals of the Warring States period.
Yeah.
And for very good reason.
Right.
The comprehensive mirror records that Wei Ran recommended Bai Qi, and at that time he held the military rank of Zuogang, which, within Qin's 20-level title system was pretty significant.
Right.
Showed he had prior military success.
Okay.
And he recommended him to replace Xiang Shou. And then he went on to decisively defeat the Han and Wei forces at Yik, achieving this astounding victory.
Wow.
240,000 enemy soldiers beheaded, Gongsun Ji was captured, and 5 cities were seized.
Wow.
So in recognition of this huge achievement, King Zhaoxiang appointed him to the high military office of Guowei.
240,000. That is just an unbelievable number.
Yeah, it's hard to fathom.
And you mentioned he already had some military experience under his belt.
He did, yeah.
This rank of Zuogang that wasn't just given to anybody.
No. It signified years of dedicated military service, probably multiple successful campaigns. This wasn't some novice...
just being thrown into a major command.
Okay.
And interestingly enough, the records of the Grand Historian actually notes that he was originally from Mei, which was a core region of Qin, and there's actually even a kind of a fanciful legend that associates him with the invention of rujiamo, the popular Chinese sandwich.
Well, that's a memorable side note.
It is, yeah. Whether it's true or not.
But let's focus on the battles for now.
Yeah.
The records mention an earlier attack on Xinsheng of Han, also led by Bai Qi when he held a lower rank. So it seems like the victory at Yik wasn't just some fluke.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It really does imply a more protracted campaign.
Right.
The attack on Xinsheng likely taking place before that decisive battle at Yik. And this is where it gets really interesting because Archaeological discoveries from those Shuhudi Xin bamboo slips,
Yeah.
which represent a private chronological record, they seem to back this up.
Yeah.
They actually record attacks on areas near Yeek.
In successive years. They even hint that a complete victory there might not have been achieved in the first year. So this really paints a picture of quite a sustained and challenging military effort.
Yeah, and especially when we consider how important Yeek and Xinjiang were strategically.
Right.
Where were these locations?
Yeah, so Yeek and Xinjiang were actually south of Lianyang. They were near the strategic passes of Longmen in that region of Yushuan.
Okay.
And together, they formed a really crucial defensive line for the state of Han. And recognizing this threat, this potential for Qin retaliation after their earlier Zhone attack that we talked about, Han had been really busy trying to fortify this area.
Okay.
The Liu's Spring and Autumn Annals even recounts a story kind of highlighting this incredibly tight 15-day deadline they had for constructing Xinjiang.
15 days. That seems like a pretty rushed job.
It was.
Well, it's a story.
Yeah, so this story involves a county official.
Okay.
His laborers were behind schedule, so he was actually imprisoned. Oh, wow.
By the project manager, Duan Cao.
Okay.
The official's son then went to seek help from this guy named Feng Renzi Gao, who was a border official known for his diplomacy.
Okay.
So Feng Renzi Gao went, and he subtly praised Duan Cao for, accomplishing this huge project without resorting to any harsh punishments.
Wow.
So basically persuaded him to release the imprisoned official quietly. It's this really interesting little glimpse into the art of persuasion, but set against the backdrop of this, frantic effort to fortify Xinjiang. Really underscores how urgent it was for Han to build up their defenses. And even with this frantic effort, we saw that, Shangshou wasn't able to capture these fortresses.
Yeah.
So these were really formidable positions for Shen to overcome.
Right. And it makes Wei Ran's decision to replace Shangshou, who was experienced, with a relatively unproven Bai Qi. That seems like quite a gamble.
It was a big gamble. Warfare is inherently unpredictable, and a defeat for Bai Qi, or even an inconclusive outcome, could have really damaged Wei Ran politically.
But as we know, it paid off.
It did, big time.
Big time. And Fan Sui, years later, in Strategies of the Warring States, he portrays Bai Qi as facing a much larger and stronger Han and Wei army at Yeek.
That's right. And he uses this example to kind of illustrate Bai Qi's genius when he's trying to persuade him to take on this later campaign against Zhao. And he really emphasizes that numerical disadvantage that the Qin forces faced.
Interesting. But Bai Qi himself gave a different perspective, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
It wasn't all about just brute force.
What's really insightful is his strategic breakdown of the battle.
Yeah.
He said his victory was due to a lack of unity, a lack of cohesion within the Han-Wei alliance. Each side was hoping the other would bear the brunt of the fighting.
Wow.
So recognizing this, Qi was able to exploit this brilliantly.
Okay.
He feigned a strong attack against the Han forces, pinning them down.
With just a smaller part of his army.
Right.
Then he concentrated the rest of his strength to launch this really sudden and decisive assault on the Wei army. And of course, once the Wei forces broke and fled, the Han army, seeing their allies in disarray, they lost heart and retreated as well.
So it's a very clever tactic.
Yeah, very clever. He turned their numerical advantage into a strategic vulnerability.
Yeah. And the scale of the victory.
Yeah, the scale was huge.
It's pretty hard to believe.
Yeah, 240,000 enemy soldiers beheaded. That was the first time Qin's casualty count had reached 6 figures.
Wow.
It was truly shocking for Han and Wei.
Yeah.
And it actually made the Battle of Yeek the second largest battle in Qin history based on this metric.
Wow.
Only surpassed, of course, by the later and even more devastating Battle of Changping.
Right.
So yeah, this victory really solidified Bai Qi's reputation as this, fearsome and very effective commander. But it also resulted in substantial rewards for the Qin soldiers that participated.
So this was a turning point in the war.
It was. It was a major turning point.
Strategically.
The capture of Yeek and Xinjiang effectively opened a route for the Qin army to advance into the Central Plains.
Right.
So from this point on, Qin could really launch successive military campaigns against the other warring states with much greater freedom.
Right. But Bai Qi's string of successes didn't end there. He went on to fight a very similar, very devastating campaign against the state of Chu.
He did, yeah. In 278 BC, he had been promoted to the rank of Daliangzhou,
Okay.
and he launched this major offensive against Chu. And the Qin victory was absolute,
Wow.
culminating in the capture and burning of Ying,
Oh, wow.
the capital of Chu,
Yeah.
and even Yiling, which was the location of their royal mausoleum complex.
Yeah.
This was a massive blow to the state of Chu. It's hard to even imagine
Yeah.
the psychological impact of something like that.
Right.
The deliberate destruction of a people's, cultural and ancestral heart.
Yeah, it's really brutal.
Yeah.
Even for the standards of the time.
It absolutely was.
Desecrating the royal mausoleums, it just feels like crossing a line.
Yeah, it really does. As your sources point out, this period, the late Warring States period, it saw this really disturbing trend of breaking down these previously established boundaries in warfare,
Right.
culminating in this act of desecrating ancestral graves.
Right.
It evokes comparisons to Tiandan's actions against Yan, although the reaction from the Chu people
Yeah.
was much different. It seems to have been one of panic
Yeah.
and disarray rather than unified resistance that we saw from those cheese people at Jimo.
Okay, so Chu is in a state of collapse.
Mm-hmm.
King Shang was forced to flee,
Yeah,
relocate his capital to Qian,
right,
and Qian established the Manjun administrative region.
right.
And Bai Qi got another promotion to the title of Marquis of Wuan.
Yes.
But how did Chu's capital fall so fast?
Oh, it's important to remember that the term Ying didn't always refer to one single city. It was more of a general term for the capital.
Right.
And Chu had moved its seat of power several times throughout history.
Okay.
So the Ying that Bai Qi captured, it was most likely Yanying, which is also known as Yancheng, near modern-day Yucheng City in Hubei province.
So not necessarily the primary long-standing capital?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
It gives us a little more context, but nevertheless, capturing any capital city is a major achievement.
Yes, very true.
No.
So how did Bai Qi do it?
So the Commentary on the Waterways Classic offers this pretty grim account.
Okay.
It suggests that Bai Qi used a tactic similar to some earlier flood-based sieges.
Okay.
He apparently diverted water
Wow.
to breach the walls of Yanning, and the resulting devastation led to huge casualties.
Yeah.
Accounts say hundreds of thousands were drowned.
Oh, wow.
And archaeological evidence from that Jingzhou region actually confirms the fall of Yancheng around this time, so it lends some credibility to the account.
That's an absolutely devastating tactic. And this whole period of loss and displacement for Chu,
Yeah.
it had a huge cultural impact. Didn't you mention a poem about this?
Yeah, it's very likely that Kuai Yuan's famous lament, Sorrow for Ying,
Right.
was actually written during or shortly after these events.
Okay.
And the poem expresses this really widespread despair and displacement that the Chu people felt
Right.
after their capital fell.
Yeah.
It captures that atmosphere of panic, the separation of families,
Yeah.
the mass exodus eastward. It really is a reflection of this huge personal and national tragedy.
Yeah, it's really sad. And even after capturing the capital, Bai Qi went on to expand even further, right?
He did, yeah. In the following year, 277 BC, he was able to pacify Wujun and Qinzongjun,
Oh.
and Qin subsequently established their own Kanzong prefecture
Right.
in this newly acquired territory.
Okay.
It's worth noting that Chu had their own Qinzong prefecture earlier in their history.
Right, of course.
But this new division really shows the firm establishment of control from Qin's perspective.
Right. So Bai Qi was just winning battle after battle.
Yeah, victory after victory.
And Fan Sui even said about his Chu campaign, he said, attacking a large number with a small number and achieving victory like a divine being.
Right, like a god.
But Bai Qi himself gave a much different explanation for his success.
He did, yeah.
He didn't credit it to divine intervention.
What's so insightful is his strategic analysis.
Okay.
He didn't attribute his success to anything like divine intervention.
Right.
He attributed it to fundamental weaknesses within the state of Chu.
Okay, like what?
Ineffective governance,
Right.
internal political division,
Right.
neglected defenses,
Right.
and really a lack of fighting spirit
Right.
among the Chu soldiers.
Okay.
He contrasted that with the Qin army's just unwavering determination. They had advanced so deep into enemy territory, there was no retreat.
Yeah.
So it fostered this desperate loyalty and commitment to victory.
This concept of forcing your troops into a precarious situation, almost to boost morale. That reminds me of something Sun Tzu said.
Absolutely. His strategic thinking does align really closely with Sun Tzu's principles about leading your troops deep into enemy territory to unlock their full potential.
Right.
Basically eliminating the option of retreat.
Yeah.
So the entire force is concentrated on achieving their objective.
But even Bai Qi, as good as he was, he couldn't win forever.
He couldn't. And his story takes a pretty tragic turn.
Right.
And this is where we move on to the Battle of Handan.
Okay.
So the state of Zhao, they were facing this prolonged siege by the Qin forces.
Right.
They decided to appeal for aid from Chu and Wei.
Okay.
And the intervention of these allied states led to some pretty significant setbacks for the Qin army. King Zhaoxiang, though, he remained determined to conquer Zhao, and he repeatedly commanded Bai Qi to take command of the Qin forces.
And this is where Bai Qi's judgment, maybe even his inflexibility, came into play.
Yeah, it's an interesting point.
He refused these orders because he believed the strategic conditions were not good.
That's right. Bai Qi, despite his incredible record of victories, he had a very keen understanding of strategic realities.
Right.
And his refusal was grounded in this professional military judgment.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it led to some real tension in his relationship with King Zhaoxiang.
Right, of course.
Who viewed this defiance as insubordination.
And that led to his dismissal, right?
Yeah, his dismissal, demotion, and ultimately exile.
Okay. But even then, he didn't immediately leave Shenyang, did he?
No, he didn't. He stayed in the capital.
Why?
Maybe hoping the king would reconsider or that the situation would change.
Okay.
But the circumstances at the front just continued to get worse.
Right.
The Qin commander, Wang He, repeatedly requested reinforcements.
Yeah.
And King Zhaoxiang's frustration just grew and grew. And it culminated in him ordering Bai Qi to leave Shenyang immediately.
Okay. And that's the journey that ended at Duyu, right? Just west of Shenyang.
10 li west of Shenyang, yeah.
What happened there?
Well, upon reaching Duyu, King Zhaoxiang, influenced by the advice of Fan Sui and other ministers who suspected Bai Qi was still resentful, they sent a messenger with a sword and a decree ordering him to take his own life.
Wow, that's
a really somber end to an incredible career.
Yeah, it really is. And you said this was like a post station?
Yeah, it was.
A pavilion every 10 li?
Yeah, that's right. Duyu Pavilion, or maybe more accurately, Du Pavilion.
Right.
It served as a standard post station along the major thoroughfares of the Qin state.
Right.
So the fact that Bai Qi reached that specific location, 10 li west of Shenyang's West Gate, aligns perfectly with the administrative structure.
Right, right.
And actually, the tomb of Bai Qi remains at that site even today.
Well,
centuries later, that Tang Dynasty poet Cao Ye, he actually wrote a poem about Bai Qi's fate at Duyu.
That's interesting how they recorded Bai Qi's final thoughts. The records of the grand historian, they have this monologue that they attribute to him, where he expresses remorse for the mass burial of the Zhao soldiers at Changping.
That's right.
Do you think he really said that?
It's hard to say for sure, but it does suggest this really deep understanding of the human cost associated with his victories.
Yeah, heavy stuff.
It is. Maybe an attempt to reconcile his own fate with this idea of karmic justice, which was prevalent in the pre-Qin belief system.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And this whole incident at Duyu became a reference point for later writers, didn't it?
Yeah, it became known as like the sword at Duyu and appeared in various forms of literature and commentary.
Right.
And the interpretations of his death really vary. Some condemn him for what happened at Changping.
While others kind of see it as a cautionary tale about retiring from service at the right time.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So Bai Qi is gone, which leaves a huge gap in Qin's military.
Yeah.
And Fan Sui, wanting to increase his influence, recommends his own guys, Zhang Anping and Wang Ji.
He does, yeah.
That didn't go so well either.
It really didn't. It was a big mistake.
Yeah.
He prioritized personal loyalty over actual competence when he recommended those two.
Yeah.
And it really backfired.
Yeah, what happened?
Zhang Anping suffered this crushing defeat.
Oh, wow.
And surrendered at Handan.
Oh, no.
It was a huge blow to the prestige of the Qin army.
Right.
And, under Qin law, Fan Sui should have been held accountable for this.
Right.
But King Zhaoxiang, he protected him from any direct punishment.
So he got off easy.
Yeah, he did. And then later on, Wang Ji, he also fell out of favor.
What happened?
He was suspected of colluding with the eastern states
Oh, wow.
and ended up being sentenced to death. Oh, no.
Which, further unsettled Fan Sui.
Yeah, he probably got pretty nervous. So it seems like King Zhongsang's reliance on this inner circle, while initially helpful, might have ultimately undermined Shengyang's reforms, right?
Yeah, that's a great observation.
Yeah.
The influence of Empress Dowager Zhuang's faction, it's sometimes operated outside that really strict legal framework that Shengyang had established.
Okay.
And this led to appointments based on personal connections
Right.
rather than actual merit.
So the opposite of what Shengyang wanted.
The opposite.
Wow, okay. And in the end, they actually lifted the siege of Handan.
They did. It was a big win
Yeah.
for that coalition of eastern states.
Right.
And it was largely due to the leadership of Lord Sinling.
Okay. So we see that Bai Qi's defiance of the king ultimately leads to his downfall. And whether we believe that monologue or not, it's clear that his fate was connected to the bloodshed at Changping.
Yeah.
And from a Confucian perspective, his way of waging war, this focus on expansion at all costs, was seen as really damaging.
It's a really complex story
Yep.
with military talent
Yeah.
and political maneuvering
Yeah.
and ethical considerations.
Yeah, it really is. This deep dive was fascinating. We started with this simple line in a history book,
Yeah.
and we ended up uncovering this incredibly intricate story.
Right.
We saw the rise and fall of Bai Qi, this brilliant military mind. We talked about the broader political situation of the time, but it also leaves us with a lot of questions.
Yeah.
So for our listeners out there, I want you to think about this. How should we judge Bai Qi?
Yeah. How do you weigh that?
He was a military genius, but his victories came at a terrible cost. Does that pursuit of power and expansion
Right.
ever justify so much suffering? And what lessons can we learn from this period in history
Yeah.
about leadership and the value of human life?
That's the question.
It's definitely something to think about as you continue to explore this fascinating period of history. Okay, so you want to smart fast, right? Grab the crucial insights without getting bogged down and maybe even enjoy the ride.
That's exactly what we're aiming for here.
Great. Today, we're diving deep into the Warring States period of ancient China. Think, intense power struggles, brilliant strategies from way, way back.
Right. And our focus in this exploration is really understanding military strategy and, well, the harsh realities faced by both the big players and the smaller states caught in their orbit. We'll be looking closely at the campaigns of the Qin general Bai Qi and, the precarious existence of those lesser powers.
Absolutely. And to really get a handle on this era, we've got some foundational texts. We're talking Sima Qian's huge work, records of the Grand Historian, the strategic wisdom and strategies of the Warring States.
The diplomatic chess moves in the letters of the Warring States, and the sharp political thinking of Han Feizi.
Exactly. Plus, we'll kind of look at how later thinkers, people like Sima Guang, Su Shi, Wang Anshi, saw this period.
Yeah.
Gives us a richer perspective,
For sure. So, our goal for this deep dive is really to pull out the core strategic lessons, understand those power dynamics between the big and small states, and appreciate how complex interpreting history actually is.
We're aiming for those aha moments, the ones that stick with you, but without feeling like you've just survived a history exam.
Hopefully not.
Okay, let's unpack this then. Let's start by looking at the really tough spot the smaller states were in during this chaotic time. Take the state of Wei, for example.
Yeah, Wei's a good case study.
No matter what they tried strengthening their legal system, building up wealth, even a more lenient approach to governing, they just couldn't seem to gain any real influence on the bigger stage.
And what's fascinating here is Han Fei's analogy. It really clarifies their predicament, I think.
What was that?
He observed that long sleeves are good at dancing. Those with a lot of money are good at doing business. He applied this to state power, basically suggesting that states with, significant resources and inherent strength just have a clear advantage. More room to maneuver.
Right, it's like trying to compete in the big leagues with limited resources.
Yeah.
One wrong move, and you're just at a huge disadvantage.
Totally.
So what did Han Fei think that these smaller states could actually do to survive? Was there any hope?
Well, his proposed solution was radical and incredibly challenging. He argued for complete internal unity and just a fierce commitment to resisting any aggression.
Okay.
The idea was basically to make the cost of attacking them so high that the bigger states wouldn't even think it was worth the effort.
Like a small creature with massive defenses.
Exactly. More trouble than it's worth to try and subdue.
Easier said than done, though. Getting everyone in a state that unified and that ready to fight to the death. I mean, that sounds like a huge hurdle.
Oh, immense challenges. Theory rarely translates perfectly into practice, right? Especially in such volatile times.
Yeah.
But history does offer some parallels. You could maybe think of Finland's resistance against the Soviet Union in World War II. I mean, heavily outnumbered, but their fierce defense inflicted really significant costs. That kind of courage, that unity, that's arguably what Wei lacked.
That's an interesting comparison. Now, you mentioned Wei being wealthy despite having a weaker central government. How did that happen? Seems counterintuitive.
It does, yeah. But because the central authority in Wei wasn't particularly strong, commerce actually thrived. Fewer regulations meant wealth could accumulate, even though the state itself couldn't really project power effectively or, secure its interests geopolitically.
So wealth, but not strength, basically.
Pretty much. Strange combination.
And amidst all this, Wei also had a change in leadership. Marquis Xi dies, Marquis Wei takes over. Sounds like a pretty grim situation for Wei. Overall internal issues squeezed by bigger powers.
Indeed. It was a precarious time. And as Wei struggled, the major powers, especially Qin, just kept pushing. Which brings us nicely to the growing tensions between Qin and Zhao.
Okay, so Qin starts making these aggressive moves against its neighbor Zhao. They grab a couple of cities in 282 BC, then Xicheng in 281 BC.
Right. Standard expansionist moves.
It looks pretty straightforward, big state picking on a smaller one. But then the historical accounts of what happened next between Qin, Zhao, and this other state, Qi, they get a bit fuzzy.
Oh yeah, this is a prime example of why digging into history needs careful scrutiny. You've got different accounts from the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid and Government, Sima records, and the strategies of the warring states.
And they don't quite line up.
Not exactly. They offer different versions about potential alliances against Qi, Zhao's shifting positions, the ambiguous role of figures like Su Qin or Su Li. Some accounts even suggest this big coalition against Zhao that Qi supposedly messed up. It's messy.
It's like trying to piece together a puzzle with missing pieces and, contradictory clues. Didn't Sima even change a name from Su Qin to Su Li sometimes?
He seems to have, yeah. Potentially to fit his broader narrative, so the takeaway probably isn't getting bogged down in the exact diplomatic twists and turns. The key insight is more about understanding that these relationships were fluid, driven by self-interest, and that ultimately Qin set its sights firmly on Zhao. That's the main trajectory.
Got it. Now, there's also this possibility that the famous He's Jade incident, the story about the priceless jade, might have played a role in Qin turning on Zhao. Is that a factor?
It's a compelling theory, and the timing kind of fits, but the historical records we actually have don't explicitly link the Jade incident to Qin's military actions against Zhao.
So intriguing, but not confirmed.
Exactly. We can't state it as a definite cause based on the available sources.
Understood. So Qin's advancing on Zhao. Who else starts getting nervous? King Nan of Zhou, right?
Yeah.
His little royal territory was looking pretty vulnerable.
Extremely vulnerable. Bai Qi was planning to march his army through Zhou territory, which was already tiny and weak to attack Wei.
Oof.
For King Nan, who had basically no military power left, this was a direct, serious threat to what little authority and security he had remaining.
So King Nan's in a really tight spot. No army. What does he do? He sends in a diplomat, Su Li, to try and, talk Bai Qi out of marching through?
That's the plan. Su Li proposed a strategic intervention, not through force, obviously, because Zhou didn't have any,
right,
but through persuasion. His goal was to convince the seemingly unstoppable Bai Qi to halt his campaigns, not by appealing to morality, but by focusing on the long-term risks of continued success.
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting. Su Li's argument was basically, even the best general can't win forever. The only way to stay undefeated is to know when to quit while you're ahead. It's almost paradoxical.
It is, isn't it? But convincing a general at the absolute peak of his power, that takes a clever approach. Su Li was known for his rhetoric, and he chose a really powerful tool, a fable, a story to illustrate this crucial point.
Love a good fable. We've got to hear this. What was the story Su Li used?
Okay, so the fable was about Yang Yuji. He was this legendary archer from the state of Shu, famous for just incredible accuracy.
How accurate?
He was said to be able to shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, and not just hit it, but hit it every single time. People would gather just to watch him.
Wow. Okay, that's phenomenal precision, hitting a leaf from that far. consistently.
Seems almost mythical, yeah. So as Yang Yuji is doing this, showing off his skill, crowds cheering, there's this bystander who just comments, sort of dryly, "Your skill is good. You are a talent that can be cultivated."
Huh. I can imagine Yang Yuji's reaction. Cultivated talent after that display. That would definitely sting.
Oh, he was furious. He challenges the guy, basically asking, "Are you saying you can teach me archery?"
Yeah, what did the bystander say to that?
The bystander clarified. He said, "Look, I can't teach you the technique of archery, how to hold the bow or aim.
Okay.
What I can offer," he said, "is a deeper insight. No matter how skilled you are, your physical condition, your focus, it won't always be perfect. Sooner or later, maybe due to fatigue or just bad luck, a shot will miss. And when that one shot misses," the bystander warned, "all your previous amazing achievements, all those willow leaves you hit, they become kind of meaningless in that moment of failure." The historical texts phrase it slightly differently. If one shot misses, all his previous achievements will be lost, or all previous efforts will be wasted. That last one gives us the idiom kankang jinyi.
All previous efforts wasted. Wow. Okay, I see the connection to Bai Qi immediately. Su Li was basically saying, General, your winning streak is legendary, just like Yang Yuji's archery. But push it too far, suffer one defeat, and that's what people will remember. It could overshadow everything.
Exactly that. It's about the risk of overconfidence, the fragility of even the most impressive run of success. He was warning Bai Qi about the potential for one failure to negate everything.
So, what did Su Li suggest Bai Qi do?
He suggested the most prudent course was actually to claim illness and retire gracefully. Preserve that undefeated reputation. Stop while you're ahead.
Did Bai Qi actually listen? Do we know? The records don't definitively say, do they?
They don't. We don't know Bai Qi's immediate reaction or if the advice directly influenced him right then.
But it's amazing that this speech, this fable, it gave rise to 4 well-known Chinese idioms. Shooting a willow leaf from 100 paces, hitting the target every time, in a dilemma, and that one you mentioned, all previous efforts wasted.
It really speaks to the power and resonance of Su Li's argument, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So, while Bai Qi's response isn't clear, things were shifting back in Qin, right? Around this time, Marquis Rang, Wei Ran, gets reappointed as prime minister.
Yes, exactly. And it's quite abrupt. Marquis Rang, remember, was a hugely influential figure, held that top job multiple times.
This reappointment, it seems to come out of nowhere in the comprehensive mirror for aid in government, doesn't it? Just boom, he's back.
It does seem sudden there. The comprehensive mirror doesn't give an immediate explanation. But Sima Qian's records adds a bit more context, mentioning it happened around the same time as a pardon of criminals and their relocation.
Okay, so maybe part of a larger political reshuffle or strategy within Qin.
It suggests that, yeah, broader shifts in power and priorities were happening.
Right. Let's get back to the battlefield aftermath. Changping clinched won decisively, but it sounds like it was incredibly brutal, a really costly victory.
Oh, absolutely. While we don't have exact numbers for Qin's losses, the sources all indicate they were substantial. Qin was left significantly weakened, even in victory.
And that cost, that would have weighed heavily on Bai Qi's next moves, presumably.
Definitely. That hard-fought nature of Changping is key context for what happens next.
And during the battle itself, that critical change in Zhao's leadership, replacing the defensive Lian Po with the aggressive Zhao Coup, that seems like a major turning point, and not in a good way for Zhao.
It likely contributed hugely to Zhao's devastating losses, yeah. Lian Po's plan was defense, attrition, wear Qin down.
Right.
Zhao Coup went on the offensive. Now, while that ultimately led to disaster, his actions suggest maybe a desperate attempt to break the Qin encirclement. It implies the situation was already pretty dire when he took command.
And we also get this sense of just how desperate Zhao was overall, right? Mobilizing basically everyone to try and hold on to Shangdang. It paints a picture of just constant grinding, unrecorded fighting, draining them dry.
That's a crucial point. The big famous battles are just the headlines. Beneath them were likely countless smaller, incredibly fierce clashes that just bled both sides, especially Zhao.
Makes you wonder, though, if Zhao hadn't swapped commanders, if they'd stuck with Lian Po, could Changping have gone differently?
Impossible to say for sure, obviously, but King Shaocheng's impatience, wanting that quick victory, it definitely played into Bai Qi's hands.
Yeah.
That said, even though Zhao Coup led them to annihilation, his forces clearly inflicted serious damage on Qin before the end. He might have been outgeneraled, but his troops fought incredibly hard.
So after this bloody, hard-won victory at Changping, Bai Qi doesn't just, take a breath. He does something pretty dramatic, quite shocking. He orders the building of Jingwen. a skull temple, Skull Mountain.
Yes, according to the historical accounts. After the battle, he had the heads of the defeated Zhao soldiers collected and basically piled up to build this large mound or platform.
Wow.
A truly gruesome display. It became known as the Bai Qi platform or Skull Mountain.
That wasn't just random cruelty, though, was it? I mean, as horrifying as it sounds, there was a strategic purpose behind it.
There was. The Jingguan, this monument made of enemy heads, it was actually a recognized, though obviously brutal, military tradition in ancient times.
Okay.
It served as this incredibly powerful symbol of dominance, and it was deliberate psychological warfare, meant to utterly crush enemy morale and deter anyone else from resisting. You see similar, terrifying displays of power in other ancient societies, too.
It's just chilling to imagine the scale. A structure built from human heads. I read that later, much later, Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang Dynasty visited the site and actually renamed the area Shengguan Valley of Redressing Injustice.
Yes, a complete reversal of meaning. Shows how interpretations change.
And eventually, efforts were made to bury the remains, leading to the Skull Temple, which, kind of ironically, is also known as the Temple of King Zhao, referring to Zhao Coup, the defeated general.
It really highlights that shift, doesn't it? From a symbol of conquest to a site of remembrance, even honoring the defeated leader in a way.
So the massacre, the Skull Temple, it wasn't just boasting. It was cold, calculated psychological warfare to break Zhao's will to fight. And releasing those 240 young captives, that was part of it too. How did that work?
Releasing the young captives served a couple of purposes, probably. On one hand, maybe a display of overwhelming power, like, we're so strong, we can afford this gesture.
Okay.
But more importantly, these survivors would go back to Zhai as living proof of the scale of the defeat, the horror of the Skull Temple. They'd spread fear and despair, amplifying the psychological impact, undermining any remaining will to resist.
This makes a grim kind of sense.
Yeah.
Qin had suffered heavy losses at Changping, attacking Han as Zhao's capital, which was well fortified. That would have been really risky.
Exactly. So breaking their spirit seemed like a more strategically sound option than another potentially bloody assault.
Bai Qi figured a demoralized enemy is easier to beat than one dug in behind strong walls.
Precisely. Letting Zhao recover, reinforce Hamdan, that might have wiped out the advantage Qin gained at Changping. He calculated that hitting them again immediately, while they were still reeling from the shock and horror, offered the best chance of total victory. It's classic opportunism in warfare. Seize the moment.
So Bai Qi's on the verge of crushing Zhao completely, moving towards Hamdan. But then, kind of surprisingly, Han and Wei step in. Why would they get involved now?
Well, Han and Wei looked at what happened to Zhao, saw Qin's overwhelming power, and basically thought, we're next.
Self-preservation.
Absolutely. They felt a very real, immediate threat. They figured the fall of Zhao would just leave them exposed as the next targets for Qin's expansion, so they made a preemptive move.
What did they do?
They dispatched Su Dai, another skilled diplomat, possibly Su Qin's brother, armed with, substantial gifts, to go persuade Marquis Ying, also known as Fan Sui.
Fan Sui. He was the influential figure back in the Qin court, right? The prime minister again by this point.
Yes, a very powerful minister. Their goal was to get Fan Sui to convince the king of Qin to halt Bai Qi's advance.
So Su Dai's mission: convince Fan Sui to call off the attack on Zhao. What arguments did he use? Must have been pretty persuasive.
He used a really clever mix of appeals. He targeted Fan Sui's personal ambition, but also broader strategic points for Qin.
Okay, like what?
First, he dangled this idea. If Zhao falls completely, Qin becomes all-powerful, King Zhaoxiang might declare himself son of heaven. And if that happens, Bai Qi, the general who won the war, would probably be elevated to one of the super prestigious Three Dukes.
Playing on Fan Sui's potential jealousy or fear of being overshadowed by Qi's success.
Exactly. Su Dai invoked this prestigious title, even though it wasn't really a formal thing in Qin at that moment, just to plant that seed of doubt. Bai Qi's glory could eclipse Fan Sui's own power. Shrewd.
Very shrewd. What else did he argue?
He also brought up the risk of resentment. He pointed to Shangdang defecting to Zhao earlier as proof that people might not want to become Qin's subjects, even if conquered. Forcing total subjugation might just lead to instability.
So conquering the land doesn't mean winning the people.
Right. Qin might not actually gain that many loyal subjects, limiting the real benefit. And then he offered a carrot. Let Zhao negotiate and cede land. That way, Fan Sui gets credit for securing peace and territory, instead of Bai Qi getting all the glory for a purely military win.
Wow. So Su Dai hit him on multiple levels. Ego, long-term strategy, personal gain. Sounds incredibly effective.
And it was. Fan Sui was convinced. He went to King Zhaoxiang and argued that the Qin army was exhausted after Changping anyway.
Right, which was true.
And that accepting land concessions for peace was the more pragmatic move right now.
And the king agreed.
He did. South Korea and Zhao ceded land, the troops were withdrawn, but this whole episode planted the seeds of resentment and suspicion between Bai Qi and Fan Sui.
The discord between the general and the prime minister.
Exactly. A stark contrast to that famous story of reconciliation between Lian Po and Lin Shangru back in Zhao. This rivalry would have consequences later.
So Bai Qi wasn't just a master of land warfare and psychological tactics. He also used another devastating method, water attack. The siege of Yancheng in Chu is the big example, right?
It is a chilling example of his ruthless ingenuity. This campaign against Chu really shows his willingness to use unconventional, devastating methods.
What was the context there? Chu was already weakened.
Yeah, Chu had been declining since their King Wei was captured by Qin earlier. Under King Qinsheng, they tried some resistance, alliances, but they were significantly weaker than Qin by this point.
And Bai Qi's strategy for Chu was all about speed, wasn't it? Marching fast, destroying his own bridges and boats to force his troops forward.
Absolutely. Total commitment. He wanted a quick victory, given the distance from Qin and the difficult terrain. Minimize those logistical problems.
And his initial tactics
Involved luring Chu generals to surrender with promises, exploiting weak defenses, quickly grabbing key areas, all leading towards Yancheng.
which was Chu's second city, near the capital, but heavily fortified.
Right. So Chu's plan was attrition. Hunker down in Yancheng, use its strong defenses, and bet that Qin couldn't sustain a long siege due to supply lines and lack of, maybe, advanced siege gear.
And it worked initially. A stalemate.
It did. After about 10 days, Qin hadn't made much progress. The soldiers were getting anxious. But Bai Qi, outwardly calm. Then he unveils this clever plan, water attack.
But wasn't Yancheng upstream of the nearby river, the Yanshui? How do you flood a city from downstream?
That's the ingenious and terrifying part. It wasn't a simple dam break. Bai Qi essentially used large-scale irrigation techniques in reverse. He had his men divert water from upstream tributaries, channeling it and collecting it in a massive artificial pond or reservoir he had built. He even brought in the famous water engineers Li Bing and his son to help design it.
Wow. So store up a huge amount of water.
Exactly. And then, when the time was right, unleash it all at once in a massive surge towards Yancheng, flooding it from the west and northeast.
The devastation must have been immense.
Catastrophic. The sudden flood just overwhelmed the city. Estimates mention 300,000 soldiers and civilians killed. Yancheng became, as described, a hell on earth. The area where the water surged in was apparently called the Stinky Pond afterwards because of all the decay.
Just horrific. And the fall of Yancheng, that broke Chu's resistance.
Completely. Panic erupted in the capital, Yancheng. King Qingsheng fled east. Bai Qi swiftly occupied huge swaths of Chu territory, establishing Qin control. He then went on to capture and burn Yingdu, the capital itself, a crippling blow.
And this disaster is linked to the poet Kuo Yuan's despair and suicide.
Yes, the fall of Chu, particularly the capital he loved, is traditionally seen as a major factor contributing to his despair and eventual suicide.
The Yancheng attack. It really forces you to confront the sheer ruthlessness involved, but also the strategic thinking.
Absolutely. It leaves you thinking about the ethics, obviously, the disregard for civilian life, but also maybe Chu's oversight in not seeing the danger of the city's location near rivers, despite warnings from strategists like Sun Tzu centuries earlier, and just the need to adapt when facing seemingly impossible situations.
This deep dive has certainly been, well, quite something. We've covered the plight of small states like Wei, the tricky business of reading conflicting historical accounts.
The art of persuasion with Su Li's fable, the heavy cost of victory even for Qin at Changping, and then these devastating tactics like the Skull Temple and the Yancheng flood.
We hope this exploration gave you, our listener, that shortcut we promised, a way to grasp these complex events and strategies, find those surprising facts, those aha moments, without getting totally overwhelmed.
Definitely. And as we think about Bai Qi, undeniably a military genius, but also incredibly ruthless, it really brings up that timeless, difficult question, doesn't it?
Yeah. In warfare strategy, does the end ever justify means like that? Or are there ethical lines that just shouldn't be crossed, no matter the strategic advantage?
It's something to really ponder looking back at these historical examples, a tough question with no easy answers.
For sure. Well, thanks for joining us for this deep dive.
Indeed. history and strategy. There are always more layers to uncover. We hope you'll continue your own explorations.
Imagine your nation is basically on its last legs.
Right.
The enemy's right there, breathing down your neck, and every single strategy you've tried, all the usual methods, they've failed.
Yeah, that was pretty much the grim reality for the Yan state way back in the late Warring States period.
Completely dwarfed by the colossal power of the Qin state.
And it's in that really desperate corner that this almost unthinkable strategy starts to bubble up.
Eliminated the leader, assassination.
Yeah, but it wasn't just like a spur-of-the-moment thing. It came after a really brutal strategic assessment.
Right.
The sources we've been looking at for this deep dive, they really focus on Prince Dan's situation, his predicament, and this really enigmatic figure, Jing Ke.
And they paint a picture of a power imbalance that's just staggering.
Totally. So extreme that, conventional resistance, it offered basically zero hope.
So our mission today, really, is to dig into the strategic thinking, however dangerous it was, behind what Prince Dan did.
And to try and get a handle on Jing Ke, this complex character, based on what the historical accounts actually tell us.
Okay, so this strategic dead end Yan was stuck in. Our sources basically lay out something like an ancient SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats.
Exactly. And what just leaps off the page is how utterly hopeless it looked for Yan. Almost no entries in the first 3 columns.
Let's break that down. Strengths.
Well, what might have been strengths before weren't anymore. Yan's geography, maybe once a buffer, became irrelevant. Qin just kept expanding, swallowing neighbors like Han. That whole northern location didn't protect them anymore.
And alliances. Usual playbook.
That old vertical alliance strategy lining up north-south against a big east-west power like Qin, nope.
Why not?
The other feudal lords were just too weak. Or, frankly, too busy looking out for themselves to offer any real help.
So the strengths column is just empty.
Pretty much, yeah. For all practical purposes.
Okay, weaknesses then. Those must have been easier to spot.
Oh, glaringly obvious. The texts hammer home Yan's basic lack of national strength. I mean, they couldn't even beat a weakened Zhao state decisively a few years earlier.
Not a good sign.
Not at all. And with Qin's army getting closer and closer, that buffer zone we mentioned, just gone. Vanish.
Right. Okay, so no strengths, obvious weaknesses. What about opportunities? Any silver linings?
The analysis basically says none. Zero. Nothing.
Well, the only thing even mentioned is this super unlikely scenario, like maybe massive chaos erupts inside Qin itself.
Wishful thinking.
Totally. Not exactly solid ground for a survival plan.
Yeah.
What you see here isn't just like a list of problems. It's how a massive power imbalance makes normal strategy completely useless.
Forcing them to think radically, desperately.
Exactly. Desperate measures were needed.
Which leaves threats. And those were everywhere.
Coming from all sides. Prince Dan himself, he had this difficult history with Ying, the guy who'd become Qin Shi Huang.
So no chance of smoothing things over diplomatically. Seems unlikely. That door was pretty much closed. And maybe the biggest threat, the most ominous sign, Zhao state was about to fall.
And everyone knew Yan was next on Qin's list.
Absolutely. So the conclusion, reading these sources, is inescapable. Traditional strategies were useless.
Which pushed Prince Dan towards that drastic option, targeting Ying himself.
Yeah, that's the critical turning point. They realize conventional war, diplomacy, it's all failed. So the focus narrows. Direct action against the Qin ruler.
Kidnapping or assassination.
And it's right here that Jing Ke walks onto the stage.
So Prince Dan hears about this guy, Jing Ke.
Yeah, hears about his reputation, seeks him out. And the key texts for this period, like the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid and Government, and Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian.
Big ones.
Right. They both detail this invitation. They emphasize how respectful Prince Dan was, the generous offers he made to get Jing Ke involved.
And it's amazing how much we rely on historians like Sima Qian for piecing this together.
Absolutely. His meticulous work is crucial.
But wait, it wasn't just Jing Ke acting alone, was it? There's that other account.
Yeah, that's an intriguing detail. The biography of the Yan state suggests Prince Dan actually put together a small unit, like a special ops team.
20 followers.
20 dedicated followers to go with Jing Ke. It's fascinating, but we don't actually know what happened to them. Their fate is lost to history.
Still, it frames Jing Ke's mission differently.
Yeah.
Part of something bigger, even if we don't know the details.
Definitely adds another layer. So let's dig into Jing Ke himself. Where did he come from?
He wasn't originally from Yan, right?
No, he started in the Qi state,
Yeah.
then moved to Wei.
Wei state.
And there, he was known as King, or Mr. King. King was like a polite title, like sir.
Okay.
Then he ends up in Yan, and he becomes Jing King, or Jing Ke.
Jing Ke, the name we know. Is there significance to the name change? King to Jing.
Well, the pronunciation is quite similar. It hints, maybe, at a deliberate change, perhaps to distance himself from his past, or maybe even protect his family as this assassination plot started forming.
Makes sense. And he wasn't just some thug, right? He had other interests.
Yeah, the texts mention reading and fencing. He was literate, interested in swordsmanship.
But this is where it gets kind of confusing, right? The stories about him and other swordsmen.
Ah, yes, Qin Yi and Lugujian.
What happened there? He's supposed to be a swordsman, but he backs down.
It seems contradictory, doesn't it? In both cases, he's challenged, even provoked, but he just avoids the fight, walks away.
So what do we make of that? Was he not actually that good? Or is something else going on? How do we even judge based on these bits and pieces?
Well, that's been debated for centuries. Some people, like Lu Gujian himself later on and the poet Tao Yuanming, they did speculate maybe his swordsmanship wasn't truly top tier.
Pointing to his ultimate failure against Ying.
Potentially using that as, well, backward evidence, you could say.
But Sima Qin, in the records, he suggests something different.
He offers a really compelling alternative. Sima Qian implies these weren't acts of cowardice at all, but signs of Jing Ke's character, his calmness, his composure, magnanimity even. A reluctance to just show off his skills for no good reason or, chase fame.
Interesting. So maybe not weakness, but restraint.
And what's really fascinating is the implication that this quiet, reserved manner might have actually been, maybe unintentionally, part of a strategy.
How so?
By not showing his hand, by not revealing his full skill set, he wouldn't immediately scream threat to someone like Ying Zhen when he finally got close as an envoy.
Like he was almost cultivating an unassuming image. Playing the long game.
Could be. And this image gets even more complicated when you look at how he acted in Yan, his lifestyle.
Right, the drinking.
Yeah, apparently heavy drinking in the marketplace, hanging out with a dog butcher of all people, and Gao Jianli, who played an instrument called the zhu.
Acting like nobody else was around.
Exactly. That's literally where the idiom, as if there was no one else around, comes from. His behavior.
But was it just, dissolute behavior? Or something more?
Well, the sources hint at deeper connections beneath the surface. Gao Jianli, the musician, he's described as a fellow eucoxy.
A euxia. What's that exactly?
Think of it like a knight errant. Someone operating outside the usual social structures, often with martial skills, a sense of justice, maybe. Part of the Jianghu.
Jianghu, like an underworld almost.
Sort of, yeah. An unofficial world outside the state's control. Warriors, wanderers, skilled people, sometimes assassins. Understanding this helps place Jing Ke and his friends.
So Gao Jianli wasn't just a random musician?
Probably not. Likely a kindred spirit, maybe skilled himself, and the dog butcher. There's speculation there, too.
Oh.
Remember Ni Zheng, another famous assassin? He worked as a dog butcher while hiding out. So it raises this intriguing idea. Maybe Jing Ke's drinking buddy wasn't just a butcher either.
Maybe someone else extraordinary, hiding in plain sight.
It's possible. It paints this picture of a hidden world, this Jianghu, where appearances are really deceiving.
And this amidst the wild behavior on the surface, but hidden depths underneath it seems to become a kind of heroic archetype, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The texts even note how this influenced later figures, like the poet Li Bai and countless heroes in martial arts stories.
The idea that beneath the casual exterior, there's serious skill, culture.
Right. Remember, Jing Ke read books he associated with learned people, like the hermit Tian Guang. It wasn't just rough living. There was martial arts, cultural background, a deep personality.
Okay, Tian Guang, the hermit. He becomes important now, right?
Very important. He's the one who connects Jing Ke directly to Prince Dan.
How did that happen?
Well, remember Prince Dan's advisor, Zhu Wu? His first plan was alliances. When that failed, Zhu Wu recommended Tianguang as, the next best option.
And their first meeting was kind of unusual.
Yeah, quite remarkable. Tianguang is old, living as a recluse. He tells Prince Dan straight up, look, I'm too old for this. He downplays his own abilities. But he immediately says, my friend Jing Ke, he's the one you need. He recommends Jing Ke for the task.
So this is the moment the strategy really shifts.
Yeah.
Away from alliances towards this.
Definitely. It's a clear signal. Tianguang basically says, forget diplomacy. You need someone like Jing Ke for this special kind of mission. Assassination is now implicitly on the table.
And Tianguang then talks to Jing Ke.
Yes. And that conversation gives us insight into that Jianghu world again. Tianguang explains why he recommended Jing Ke without asking first.
Why?
He says it's because they're such close friends. In their world, you don't treat close friends like outsiders, especially not in matters of life and death. There's an implicit trust.
Wow. A powerful bond. And then comes Tianguang's final act.
His suicide. It's dramatic, shocking.
Why did he do it?
2 reasons, really. First, to absolutely guarantee secrecy for Prince Dan. His death seals his lips forever.
And second?
To inspire Jing Ke, to show him the ultimate level of commitment, of trustworthiness. It's a profound, if brutal, motivator.
A heavy burden for Jing Ke to carry into the mission.
No doubt. It solidifies everything.
So, with Tianguang gone, Prince Dan lays out the plan for Jing Ke.
Yes. He reveals the goal. Ideally. Kidnap Ying Zheng.
Kidnap the king of Qin. How?
Echoing an older story, Cao Mo and Du Quan of Qi, where a general basically strong-armed a ruler during talks to get land back, Prince Dan hoped Jing Ke could do something similar. Force Ying Zheng to return conquered territories.
That seems incredibly optimistic. Almost naive.
Well, yeah. Especially when you think about how much things had changed since Cao Mo's time. Qin under Ying Zheng was ruthless, powerful, cunning, not the same political game as the spring and autumn period.
The old rules didn't apply. What was the backup plan then?
If kidnapping failed, assassination, kill Ying Zheng.
Hoping it would cause chaos.
Exactly. Throw Qin into disarray, give the other feudal lords a chance maybe to unite against them while they were weakened.
Did Jing Ke buy into the kidnapping idea?
It's a good question. The sources suggest maybe he did see kidnapping as the primary goal, with killing as plan B. It's hard to know for sure.
Regardless, Prince Dan goes all out to support him.
Absolutely lavishes him with honors, top-level house, visits him every day, gets him anything he asks for. He needs Jing Ke fully committed.
And there are those later stories. Probably exaggerated.
Yeah. The story of Prince Dan of Yan. It throws in things like getting the liver of a 1,000-mile horse, or cutting off a beauty's hands because Jing Ke admired them.
Yikes.
Yeah. Almost certainly later embellishments.
Yeah.
The more sober historical records, like Sima Qian's, don't include those details.
But the core point is clear. Prince Dan was desperate to keep Jing Ke happy and focused.
Utterly. But then there's a delay. Jing Ke doesn't leave right away.
Why the holdup?
Well, the strategic situation got even worse. Zhao state finally fell to Qin.
Which made the mission even more urgent for Yan.
Exactly. But Prince Dan apparently felt awkward. He didn't want to rush his honored guest, Jing Ke.
So Jing Ke had to push it himself.
Eventually, yes. It was Jing Ke who finally said, okay, it's time, but I need 2 things to make this work.
The conditions for the attempt, what were they?
He knew he couldn't just walk up to Ying Zheng. He needed bait, something incredibly valuable to Qin.
Okay.
First, the head of Fan Yuki, a Qin general who had defected to Yan. Ying Zheng hated him, wanted him dead.
Giving Ying Zheng the head of a traitor would surely get Jing Ke an audience.
That was the idea. And second, a map.
Not just any map.
No, a map of Dukang, a very fertile and strategically vital region of Yan that Qin coveted.
So Fan Yuki's head and the map of Dukang, these were the keys.
Jing Ke believed offering these 2 things would guarantee him access, get him close enough to Ying Zheng to attempt either the kidnapping or, if necessary, the assassination.
All right. So we'll leave it there for this part. We've got Prince Dan pushed into a corner, this incredibly complex figure, Jing Ke, stepping forward, and the chilling preparations for the assassination attempt now underway.
Yeah, what really stands out is that sheer strategic desperation driving Prince Dan. I mean, facing extinction, he grabs onto what seems like the only straw left.
And Jing Ke himself, he's fascinating, full of these contradictions. Avoids duels, but takes on a mission that's almost certain death.
It really makes you think, doesn't it?
It does, and it leaves us with this thought, considering Jing Ke's actions, which seem, kind of contradictory, and Prince Dan's hopes, which maybe seem unrealistic.
Yeah.
What does that tell us about heroism? Especially when facing just overwhelming power.
What really drives people in those situations? What were their actual motivations, maybe the ones we can't fully grasp from history?
Definitely something to ponder. We'd really encourage you, if you're interested, to explore more about this chaotic warring states period and the different ways Jing Ke's story has been told and
It tells the story of Jing Ke, a man who has this crazy mission.
Oh, what's that?
He has to kill the king of Qin, assassinate him.
Wow.
High stakes, right.
Definitely.
And it's not even just some power grab thing. It's way more...
Oh, how so?
The state of Yan, you know them.
Yeah.
They're like seriously threatened by this Qin state. Like their survival is on the line.
Existential threat, huh?
Yeah, totally. They're outmatched, out-strategized, desperate.
So what do?
So Yan, they're led by this Crown Prince Dan, right?
Right.
And he's up against the King of Qin, this guy known for ruthlessness and ambition.
Yeah, no messing around.
Well, Jing Ke, he proposes something wild.
Like what? Yeah, I'm intrigued.
An emissary goes to the King of Qin with gifts.
Classic move, okay.
But the gifts are, well, one is a map of Dukang.
Important territory, right.
Strategically vital. But the other gift is more, sinister?
Oh.
Fan Wuji's head.
Wait, whose head?
Fan Wuji, he was a Qin general who defected to Yan.
Defected? So why would they offer his head?
It was to appease the King of Qin.
Ah, like trying to use his desire for revenge.
Exactly. Tap into that.
But wow, talk about cold. This guy comes to them for protection.
Right.
And they consider just sacrificing him like that.
It was a huge moral dilemma. Was this, like, common back then?
But think about it. It was brutal times. Pragmatism ruled.
Yeah.
Betraying someone seeking refuge. Dishonorable, sure. But survival often trumped everything.
Crown Prince Dan, though, the sources show his struggle.
Torn between values and protecting his people.
It had to weigh on him.
Absolutely.
But Jing Ke was insistent on Fan Wuji's head.
Why, though? Was it that important?
The text, it says, love can be replaced, hate needs an outlet.
Wow. Chilling, but insightful.
Right. They understood human psychology.
The king's hatred for Fan Wuji, they thought it was the key.
So strong, it would overcome suspicion.
Clever, in a way.
But can you imagine having to ask Fan Wuji to sacrifice himself?
That conversation, oh man.
Heavy stuff. So Jing Ke goes to Fan Wuji.
What did he say?
Reminded him of the suffering inflicted by the Qin.
Appealing to his pain.
And to his patriotism, saying his death could save Yan.
Not just revenge, a bigger cause.
And what was Fan Wuji's reaction? Did he put up a fight?
The sources say he was completely overcome, he said. This is what I've been gnashing my teeth and hating deeply day and night. And then he took his own life.
Wow, the imagery is intense. You feel that moment.
It's like you're there.
But to take your own life like that?
It gets even more graphic.
Oh.
The sources, they describe how Fan Wuji didn't just die. He cut his neck, died with his eyes open.
That's intense, such strong
A
emotion.
desperation, hatred for the king, all of it right there.
Today it seems extreme, but then maybe different.
Right. Context is everything.
Makes you wonder about their culture and values back then.
Totally. What was considered honorable?
So, Fan Wuji is dead, the sacrifice made, the awful gift is ready.
What next? What did they do to prepare for the assassination?
Crown Prince Dan, he went all out, got this legendary dagger.
No expense spared, huh?
Said to be the sharpest, paid a fortune.
Wow.
And to make sure it worked, they coated it in poison. Tested it on people to be absolutely sure.
Brutal.
It was serious business. They couldn't afford to fail.
They also needed someone with Jing Ke, right? Backup for this mission.
Of course. So they picked Qin Wu Yang, this warrior, known for being fierce. Like, people were scared to even look at him wrong.
Whoa, intimidating.
And he was descended from a famous general, too, added to his reputation.
Legacy, lineage, all that.
The perfect partner for something like this.
So everything was set, ready to go.
Almost. There was this one thing.
What's that?
Jing Ke was waiting for a friend before leaving.
A friend?
Yeah. Seems like a small detail, but it caused some tension.
Really? Why?
Yeah, so Jing Ke's waiting for this friend, and it really starts to get to Crown Prince Dan.
You can imagine, right? So much pressure, the feet of his state.
All riding on this one mission.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you start to see how it affects their relationship.
Oh, how so?
The prince, he's already on edge, starts doubting Jing Ke.
Doubt him.
Yeah, wondering if he's going to back out, lose his nerve.
So what did he do? Did he, like, confront Jing Ke?
Not directly, no. He suggests sending Chenila Yang ahead.
The assistant.
Yeah, let's get things moving.
But that's, like, implying he doesn't trust Jing Ke, right?
It's subtle, but
Yeah.
Jing Ke picks up on it right away.
Oh, man, that's gotta hurt. Basically saying, we didn't think you'll do it.
Exactly. And remember, Jing Ke is supposed to be this calm, composed guy.
Right.
But this lack of trust, it pushes him.
He must have been furious.
He tells the prince, if you're in such a hurry, I'll go right now.
Without his friend.
Yeah, there's definitely tension now.
So things aren't going so well even before they leave.
Not the best way to start a dangerous mission.
What happened next? Did they actually leave?
Finally, the day comes. Jing Ke's leaving for Qin.
I imagine it was a pretty somber occasion, knowing what's at stake.
Very emotional. Everyone's in white mourning clothes.
A visual reminder of the gravity of the situation.
Definitely. And there's this music playing, the Beyonzi,
What's that?
a wind instrument. They played it at funerals and stuff. Very mournful.
Oh, wow. Setting the mood.
Really adds to the weight of the moment.
So everyone's there, music's playing. Does Jing Ke just get on a boat and go?
Not quite. The sources describe him singing a farewell song.
A song. What was it about?
Bravery, sacrifice, not knowing if he'd ever return.
Wow, intense.
One line, it says, "The wind blows strongly, and the Yishuri River is cold. The brave man leaves and will never return."
Chilling stuff, almost like a prophecy.
It really does feel like a one-way trip.
So Jing Ke sets off, huge responsibility on his shoulders.
The fate of Yan rests on him.
What happens when he gets to Qin?
Well, it's a long and dangerous journey. But eventually, they make it to Shenyang, the capital.
Okay.
But they can't just walk into the palace,
Right. Even back then, there was protocol, diplomacy,
Exactly. They present themselves as emissaries, gifts for the king.
trying to get an audience that way.
Right. But as they're getting closer to the king, something happens.
Yeah. What? What went wrong?
Qin Yang, the warrior, he freaks out.
No way. The guy everyone was scared of.
Yeah. The sources describe him trembling, pale, totally terrified.
In the Qin court.
It's all very grand and formal. Seems like it got to him.
Not good. Carrying a severed head, a hidden weapon.
And your assistant's about to have a panic attack?
Not exactly subtle.
The officials notice, obviously. They get suspicious.
I bet.
Jing Ke tries to cover. Says his assistant's just a country bumpkin.
Overwhelmed by it all.
Yeah, don't mind him.
Did it work?
They let him proceed, but the damage is done.
Oh, no.
Seeds of doubt are planted.
Makes you wonder why Qin Yang freaked out.
The sources don't really say, was it the pressure? Change your heart?
We'll never know.
One of those little mysteries that makes history so interesting.
Okay, so they get to the king. What was he like?
Formidable, ambitious, ruthless, wanted to unify all of China.
Serious. Sneaky.
And he lunges, aiming for the kill.
Wait, what about Qin Yang? What was he doing?
We don't know. Maybe paralyzed by fear. Maybe the guards got him.
Oh, right. He panicked earlier.
Whatever happened, he's not there. Jing Ke's alone.
So he attacks. Does he get him?
He gets close, but the king dodges at the last second.
Oh, so...
Pure instinct, he tears his sleeve, jumping back.
Wow, what a moment.
Jing Ke's still going after him, dagger raised, but it's chaos now.
Guards screaming, the king realizing he almost died.
Total pandemonium.
What does Jing Ke do? Does he try to escape?
Jing Ke, remember? He's not a warrior.
Right, a scholar.
He knows he's failed, he's outnumbered, surrounded.
So what happened?
The sources say he just stops, leans against a pillar, laughs, and accepts his fate.
Wow, defiant to the end.
Like he's saying, you might have won this time, but I still got to you.
What a powerful image.
A testament to his courage, his belief in the cause.
So that's it then. They overpower him. The mission fails. What next?
Yeah, it's over for him.
What about the king, though? I mean, he survived, but...
Oh, he was definitely shaken. Can you imagine?
Someone tries to kill you like that.
In your own court? Surrounded by your people?
It's gonna mess with your head.
Big time. It exposed his vulnerability.
He thought he was untouchable, right?
All that power, and yet someone almost got him.
Makes you think the impact of that moment?
Someone hated him that much.
Enough to risk everything.
And the king, he was furious.
Of course. What did he do?
Unleashed his anger, anyone connected to the plot.
No mercy.
Qin Yang, Jing Ke's assistant.
What happened to him?
Executed, probably pretty brutal too. A message to anyone else thinking about trying something.
Wow. Rough justice.
But they didn't stop there. The king was really angry.
Yeah, what about Crown Prince Dan, Jing Ke's patron?
Oh, he saw it as an act of war, a direct challenge.
So what did he do?
Invaded Yan, full-scale attack, wanted to crush them completely.
Wow, talk about consequences.
Yeah, the prince's gamble, it backfired big time.
Instead of saving his state, he doomed it.
What happened to the prince, though? Did he stick around?
I doubt it.
He actually fled, tried to find refuge somewhere else.
Makes sense, but the king, was he just gonna let him go?
Not a chance, put a bounty on his head, hunted him down.
Jeez, relentless.
And in the end, the prince was betrayed, killed.
Sad ending, tried to save his people, and it all went so wrong.
Real tragedy,
Mm-hmm.
both for him and for Yan.
It's like he made things worse by trying to do the right thing.
Sometimes history's like that, ironic. Cruel.
The cost of war, the human toll, it's easy to forget.
All those lives lost, all because of this power struggle.
So the king gets his revenge, conquers his enemies.
Continues his path to unifying China.
But do you think he ever really forgot about it?
What do you mean?
The assassination attempt, knowing someone wanted him dead.
Oh, I see what you're saying, like a psychological scar.
Yeah. Did he ever truly feel safe again?
That's an interesting question. He achieved his goals, all that power.
But maybe that experience stayed with him.
That brush with death probably changed him somehow.
We've talked about a lot today, this whole story.
Yeah, the politics, the moral dilemmas, the risks, the tragedy.
What do you think it all means?
It's a story about leadership, tough choices, impossible situations.
When everything's on the line, what do you do?
It makes you think about sacrifice, loyalty, the nature of power itself.
And what about Jing Ke? What do you make of him?
Hero, villain, somewhere in between. Hard to say.
He was willing to die for his beliefs.
And he almost changed the course of history.
That's what I love about history. It's not just dates and names.
It's about real people, their stories, their struggles.
And for all of you listening, what did you think? What stood out to you?
Was there another way? Could things have turned out differently?
We'd love to hear your thoughts. Share them with us.
We're unpacking the story of Jing Ke's attempt to kill Yingzheng, the king of Qin.
Yeah, this is a big one.
It's huge.
A pivotal moment. Imagine China, not a unified country, but a bunch of warring states constantly just clashing for power.
Right.
This is the warring states period, and Qin is emerging as the top dog.
Okay.
The other states like Yan, they're getting desperate.
Desperate enough to resort to, this sounds like a movie plot.
Yeah.
Like sending an assassin to solve your political problems.
Right.
So tell me more about Jing Ke, this warrior tasked with taking down the king.
Well, Jing Ke, he wasn't just any warrior, he was a skilled swordsman.
Oh, wow.
A figure almost shrouded in legend.
Interesting.
Crown Prince Dan of Yan entrusted him with this incredibly dangerous mission, and it wasn't just brute force. There was a cunning plan involved. Layers of deception.
Okay, this is where it gets good.
Oh, yeah.
Give me the plan.
All right, so picture this. Jing Ke is going to present Yingzheng with two gifts.
Okay.
The first one is the head of Fan Wuji, a Qin general.
Gruesome.
Gruesome, right?
Yeah.
But it was meant to gain Yingzheng's trust.
Oh, okay.
The second gift was a map of Dukang,
Okay.
a seemingly harmless offering, but it concealed a poisoned dagger.
Whoa, talk about a hidden agenda.
Yeah.
That's playing the long game.
It is.
But it makes you wonder, if Yan was so desperate, why not just surrender?
Right.
Was this assassination attempt their only option?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And it's one that historians still debate.
Right.
One source suggests that if Yan had genuinely offered to surrender, Yingzheng might have been open to it.
Wow.
It's this tantalizing what-if moment. Imagine a peaceful resolution, no bloodshed, Fan Wuji's life spared.
Right.
It really underscores the high-stakes gamble that Yan took. They chose assassination over diplomacy.
So was it truly just a desire for peace?
Yeah.
Or was it truly a last-ditch effort to cling to power?
Exactly.
Okay, so Jing Ke has this plan, this dangerous game of deception.
Uh-huh.
But how does he even get close to the king?
Right.
I'm assuming Yingzheng doesn't just meet with anybody who walks in off the street.
No, you're absolutely right, which is why this plan involved another layer of intrigue.
Well,
Jing Ke bribed Meng Jie, a close attendant of the king, to secure an audience with Yingzheng.
wow.
And, it really just speaks volumes about the importance of courtly influence.
It does.
And how even back then, navigating the corridors of power could be just as crucial as any battlefield tactic.
It makes you realize how little some things change.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
Okay, but hold on. Let's talk about this meeting.
Yeah.
We're talking about ancient China.
Yeah.
I'm picturing lavish palaces, elaborate rituals.
Oh, yeah.
What was it like when Jing Ke came face to face with the king?
Well, it was a grand affair held at the Xinyang Palace. Yingzheng, decked out in magnificent robes,
Oh, wow.
received Jing Ke with the highest honor enacting the 9-guest ceremony.
Oh,
This wasn't just any welcome,
right.
This was a ceremony reserved for the most esteemed guests, even visiting royalty.
Right.
So it really highlights how seriously Yingzheng took these interactions and just how important ritual and ceremony were in ancient Chinese diplomacy.
Yeah, it really sets the stage for a dramatic encounter.
It does.
Talk about pressure. I bet even a seasoned warrior like Jing Ke
Oh, yeah.
felt the weight of that moment.
Well, for sure.
And he wasn't alone, right? He had a
Oh.
partner in all of this.
Yes.
What role did Qin Huang play in the assassination attempt?
Qin Wuyang Jing Ke's deputy.
Mm-hmm.
You see, even the best laid plans can be derailed by human nature.
Yeah?
As they entered the Grand Hall, Qin Wuyang was overcome with fear. He completely froze up, overwhelmed by the grandeur, the tension, the sheer magnitude of what they were about to do.
Oh, I can only imagine to be standing there knowing you're carrying a hidden dagger, about to attempt to assassinate the most powerful man in China.
I know.
It makes you wonder, what if Qin Wuyang had kept his cool?
Right.
Would the outcome have been different? Would the assassination have been successful?
It's one of those fascinating what-if moments in history.
It is.
You know,
Yeah.
Qin Wuyang's fear, his very human response to this extraordinary situation could have changed everything.
It really makes you think about how individual actions, even those seemingly small and driven by fear or instinct,
Right.
can have huge ripple effects.
Absolutely.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
The scene is set. The tension is mounting.
Yes.
What happens next? Jing Ke has the map. He's in the same room as Ying Zhen. How does he make his move?
Well, Jing Ke keeps his cool on the outside, at least, and he steps forward and presents the map to Ying Zhen.
Okay.
Imagine the scene, right? The king, intrigued, starts to unroll this map, and as he does, the hidden dagger is revealed. Bam! Talk about a plot twist.
That's crazy.
It's such a powerful image, it even inspired a Chinese idiom.
Oh, really?
When the map unrolled, the dagger appeared.
Oh, wow.
Used to describe hidden intentions being revealed.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I can picture the gasps in the room.
Oh, yeah.
Like the sudden shift, like everything's happening in slow motion.
Yeah, everything stops.
What happens next? Does Jing Ke just lunge at the king?
He does. It's a chaotic moment. Jing Ke grabs Ying Zheng's sleeve and lunges with the dagger.
Oh, wow.
But Ying Zheng, in a moment of sheer instinct, tears himself free and starts to run.
Okay.
Now, remember those strict Qin laws we talked about earlier? The ones that forbade ministers from carrying weapons?
Yeah.
Well, they come into play in a big way right here.
You're telling me that these high-ranking officials, these ministers,
Yes.
are about to take on an assassin with their bare hands?
Basically, yeah.
That's wild. You'd think the king would have a personal guard or something.
You would think so, right? But those were the laws, and they almost led to Ying Zheng's downfall.
Oh.
So picture this. The king is panicking, trying to draw his ceremonial sword, which, by the way, was way too long and impractical for close combat.
Right.
He's running, dodging. Jing Ke ministers are scrambling around, shouting advice. It's absolute chaos.
I can imagine. Someone tries to stab me with a poisoned dagger, I'd probably be running around like a headless chicken, too.
Right.
But seriously, though, if Ying Zheng had been carrying a smaller, more practical weapon, or if he'd had a guard nearby, this whole assassination attempt could have ended right then and there.
Absolutely, but it didn't. Instead, you have this frantic chase happening around a pillar in the Grand Hall.
Oh, my gosh.
Ministers are shouting for Ying Zheng to carry the sword on his back.
What does that even mean?
It's a detail that has puzzled historians for centuries.
Really?
Was it helpful advice telling him to position his sword so he could draw it?
Right.
Or was it just adding to the confusion in the heat of the moment?
Yeah.
We may never know for sure.
It's those little details, those unanswered questions.
Yeah.
That really make history come alive.
They do.
But somebody had to step in eventually, right?
Right.
Those ministers couldn't hold off Jing Ke forever.
Well, they didn't have to. A court physician named Xie Wuju saw what was happening and acted quickly. He threw his medicine bag at Jing Ke, buying Ying Zheng those precious few seconds he needed.
A medicine bag. Talk about an unlikely hero.
Right.
You never know where courage is going to come from.
You don't.
What about Jing Ke, though? He doesn't give up, does
See,
he?
he doesn't even wounded. He keeps fighting, but he's outnumbered and outmatched.
Right.
Finally, Ying Zheng manages to draw his sword and strikes back, wounding Jing Ke in the thigh.
Okay.
And that's the turning point. The momentum shifts, and Jing Ke's fate is sealed.
So the assassination attempt fails.
It does.
What happens to Jing Ke in the end?
Well, he knows he's lost. He leans against a pillar and taunts Ying Zheng, expressing regret that he failed to capture the king alive to present to Crown Prince Dan.
Oh, wow.
It's a defiant last stand, a refusal to break even in the face of defeat. It almost makes you sympathize with him.
Yeah.
Even though he was trying to kill the king.
Right. It does add a layer of complexity to his character.
It does.
He was willing to die for his mission, for his beliefs. It makes me think about the ripple effects of his actions.
Yeah.
So, okay, he failed to kill Ying Zheng.
Right.
But how did this whole event impact the king?
Yeah.
His reign for the future of China?
Yeah.
It's wild to think how this one event, This one close call could have completely changed the course of Chinese history.
Yeah.
Jing Ke's dagger didn't find its mark, so what happens next? Did Ying Zeng just shrug it off and go back to business as usual?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
This wasn't just an attempted murder. This was a direct challenge to his authority,
Right.
a threat to the entire Qing state.
You can bet that Ying Zeng used it to his advantage.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. A near-death experience tends to make people reevaluate things.
Right.
But how exactly did he turn this attack into like a win?
It was a masterclass in turning a crisis into an opportunity.
So the assassination attempt, as you said, made Ying Zeng reassess his security, but it also fueled his ambition.
Right.
He went from being a king on the defense to a king on a mission.
Okay.
This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about solidifying his power and unifying China under his rule, no matter the cost.
So instead of scaring him off, it actually pushed him further down the path of conquest.
Exactly.
Talk about an unintended consequence.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it wasn't just about military might.
Okay.
Ying Zeng also understood the power of perception.
Mm-hmm.
His survival wasn't just luck, it was portrayed as a sign of divine favor.
Oh, wow.
You know, proof that he was destined for greatness.
Okay.
This narrative helped legitimize his subsequent campaigns and ultimately contributed to the establishment of the Qin Dynasty.
So basically, turn yourself into a living legend, and suddenly conquering those other states seems a lot less like power grabbing.
Right.
And a lot more like fulfilling destiny.
Exactly.
That's clever. But what about Jing Ke?
Yeah.
Did his story just fade away after his death?
Not at all. Remember, history isn't just written by the victors.
Right.
It's also shaped by those who challenge them.
Yeah.
You know, by the stories people choose to tell.
Yeah.
While Ying Zeng went on to unify China, Jing Ke became a folk hero, a symbol of defiance against tyranny.
That's so interesting. You've got the king who achieves his political goals,
Yeah.
but then you have the assassin, the quote-unquote loser, who ends up capturing the imagination of the people.
Right.
It makes you wonder who really won in the end.
It does. And it gets even more complicated when you consider the Qin Dynasty's fate.
Okay.
Yes, Ying Zeng unified China.
Right.
But his dynasty was short-lived.
Oh, wow.
Overthrown just a few years after his death.
Really?
Was there lingering resentment from those who opposed his rule?
Yeah.
Did the memory of Jing Ke's defiance inspire later rebellions?
Interesting.
We can only speculate, but it's clear that history is rarely a simple story of winners and losers.
It's all connected. Jing Ke's attempt on Ying Zeng's life failed. But it created this ripple effect that continued to influence events long after he was gone.
Yeah.
What can we take away from all of this?
Well, for me, it's a reminder that history is full of unexpected twists and turns.
Okay.
Events that seem decisive at the time can have unintended consequences, and figures who appear to fail can still leave a lasting impact.
Yeah.
It challenges us to think critically, to look beyond the surface, and consider the multiple perspectives at play in any historical moment.
So what does this all mean for you listening in?
Yeah.
It means history is more than just dates and battles. It's a tapestry woven from individual stories, motivations, and those sliding door moments that could have changed everything.
Absolutely.
It's an invitation to think about the what-ifs, to dig deeper and uncover the complexities that make history so compelling. Who knows? Maybe you'll discover a new perspective or even challenge the accepted narrative. That's the beauty of exploring the past. It's always ripe for rediscovery.
We're talking about the attempted assassination of Ying Zeng, the king of Qin.
Ah, fascinating stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got these excerpts, looks like maybe from a lecture or history book, something like that. And
a great way to uncover some hidden gems.
Exactly. So let's set the scene right. Jing Ke, the assassin sent by the Yuan state, is about to come face-to-face with King Ying Zeng. But this is no ordinary showdown. These sources highlight a fascinating concept called Fujin.
Fujian?
Yeah, you familiar with that?
Oh, absolutely. A very specific technique for drawing a sword. It's super interesting because it actually reveals a lot about the culture back then.
Okay, I'm all ears. Tell me more.
So picture this back then. Swords were worn differently. The hilt was high up, almost near the chin.
Wow, really? Near the chin. That sounds...
Impractical, right?
Yeah, incredibly. Imagine trying to draw your sword quickly in a fight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, was it really for combat?
Yeah, more like a status symbol, maybe. Like to show off their power.
You hit the nail on the head. The sources suggest that this style was all about projecting authority, especially when kneeling, which was customary at the time.
Makes sense. So how would they even draw a sword worn like that?
Well, it was a whole process. It wasn't just a quick, smooth motion. It was a series of steps. Push the scabbard back, hold it at waist height, then finally draw the blade.
Wow, that sounds way more complicated than just whipping out your sword.
Exactly. And this is where it gets really interesting, especially in the context of an assassination attempt.
Yeah, because I imagine that awkward sword placement played a pretty big role in what happened next, right?
Absolutely. Ying couldn't draw his sword quickly when Jing Ke attacked. Can you imagine the tension in that moment? An assassin lunging at you and you're stuck fiddling with your sword?
Oh, talk about a high-pressure situation. But wait, doesn't the story take a really unexpected turn at this point?
Yes. Instead of immediately striking, Jing Ke agrees to hear some music first.
Music. In the middle of an assassination attempt.
Unusual, right?
Yeah.
But this is where things get really interesting. They bring in a beautiful woman to play the Qin. And here's the twist. The lyrics contained secret instructions for Ying Zhang.
Wait, hold on. Secret instructions, like a coded message in the music.
Exactly. It wasn't just a performance. It was a form of communication.
Wow, I've never heard of that. Was that like a common thing back then?
It shows how differently they thought about music. In ancient China, they believed that music could convey specific meaning. It wasn't just, abstract sounds and emotions. It could be used to communicate concrete ideas.
That's fascinating. It reminds me of that story about Yuboya and Zongziki, those two friends who communicated through music. One would play and the other would understand the exact images being conveyed.
A perfect example. That story really highlights how music was seen as this powerful tool for communication. So imagine Jing Ke is listening, thinking it's just a beautiful melody. But Ying Zhang, he's receiving tactical instructions, a secret roadmap to escape.
That's incredible. So Jing Ke is completely oblivious, but the music is giving Ying Zhang a life-saving advantage. Amazing. So what happens next? Does he figure out the message and manage to escape?
He does, and it's pretty dramatic. The song instructs him to rip his silk garment, jump over a screen, and then draw his sword using that Fujian technique we talked about.
Wow, talk about quick thinking.
Ying Zhang follows the instructions perfectly. He jumps over the screen, sword finally drawn, and then he and Jing Ke are face to face.
Intense. So what happens next? Does Jing Ke realize what's going on?
The sources don't go into detail about his reaction, but you can imagine the shock. Ying Zhang, no longer hindered by his sword, ready for a fight. It's a turning point.
Yeah, and I remember things get pretty brutal from here on out.
To put it mildly, it's a fierce struggle. The sources describe Ying Zhang, full of adrenaline and fear, actually severing Jing Ke's thigh with one blow.
Ouch, one blow. That had to be excruciating.
But even injured, Jing Ke was still a skilled assassin. He wasn't giving up. He still had that poisoned dagger.
Wow, refusing to go down without a fight. So what happens? Does he manage to get Ying Zhang with a dagger?
He throws it with everything he has left, aiming for the king.
Yeah.
But it misses. Instead of hitting Ying Zhang, it strikes a bronze pillar.
Oh, so close. So now he's injured, disarmed, his assassination attempt has failed. What happens to Jing Ke in his final moments?
Well, even facing defeat, he doesn't surrender. The sources say he curses Ying Zhang while sitting in a sprawled position. Now, this might seem like a small thing, but...
Wait, sitting in a sprawled position, isn't that...
disrespectful. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially towards a king. Remember the philosopher Mencius?
Yeah, wasn't he so offended by his wife sitting like that he almost divorced her?
Exactly. It shows you how offensive this posture was considered. And Ying Zhang, well, he didn't react well at all. The sources describe a brutal end for Jing Ke, a gruesome scene. Dismemberment, and his body put on public display.
Wow, that's a grim reminder of just how ruthless power could be back then.
It really is.
Yeah.
But what's equally fascinating is how this failed assassination attempt had such a lasting impact on Ying Zhang and on the bigger political picture.
Okay, how so? I'm curious.
The sources say that it deeply shook Ying Zhang. Like he couldn't recover for a while, and all that fear and anger. Well, it fueled his actions. He sent even more troops to attack the state of Yan.
Oh, wow, that's almost ironic. Like Jing Ke's attempt to save Yan might have actually hastened its downfall.
Tragic, isn't it? But it also highlights how one event, one individual, can have these ripple effects throughout history.
Yeah, it makes you think. And speaking of ripple effects, how is Jing Ke viewed throughout history? Is he seen as a hero, a villain, something in between?
Well, that's where it gets really interesting. Jing Ke has captivated Chinese culture for centuries. He's become this legendary figure. His courage, his defiance, they've inspired poets and artists for generations.
So more of a hero, then?
In a way, yes. He embodies this chivalrous spirit, a concept deeply rooted in Chinese philosophy.
The chivalrous spirit. Could you elaborate on that a bit?
It's this idea of honor, justice, selflessness, fighting for what's right. Think of those wandering knights, the Xia. They roamed ancient China, driven by their own code of honor. Jing Ke is often seen as representing that ideal.
Okay, so he's not just an assassin, he's a symbol of something bigger.
Exactly. And there are even lines from a famous poem dedicated to him by Tao Yuanming. It's called Ode to Jing Ke. The last lines are particularly powerful. What a pity that his swordsmanship was not refined, and thus the remarkable feat was not accomplished. Although the man is gone, his feelings remain for thousands of years.
Wow, that's beautiful. And it really captures, the tragedy of his story, but also the lasting impact he had.
In another poet, Gong Zizin, he actually lamented the decline of this chivalrous spirit in later eras. He felt that figures like Jing Ke belonged to a bygone era, a time when people were driven by this strong moral compass.
It makes you wonder, if he had succeeded, would he be remembered differently? A hero who saved Yan, or a villain who took down a powerful ruler?
It's a question that continues to be debated. But regardless of the outcome, his story highlights something universal: the courage to act on your beliefs, even when facing overwhelming odds.
A true testament to the power of individual choices and the unpredictable nature of history itself.
Absolutely, and Jing Ke's story is a perfect example of how one event can have repercussions that echo throughout time, shaping destinies and the course of civilizations.
And reminding us that history isn't just about dates and facts, it's about the people, their decisions, and the impact they had on the world.
It's about understanding the past to gain insights into the present, and to see how these seemingly small events can have monumental consequences.
It really makes you think about the butterfly effect, doesn't it? One person, one choice, one event can change everything.
And that's what makes studying this period so fascinating. We see these individuals like Jing Ke caught up in these larger forces, shaping and being shaped by the world around them. And, Jing Ke's actions, they didn't just have repercussions for him and Ying. They actually signaled a kind of shift in the political landscape of ancient China.
Oh, okay. I'm intrigued. What kind of shift are we talking about here?
Well, the sources point out that this attempted assassination, it marked a turning point. The era of the wandering knight. Individuals like Jing Ke operating outside the traditional power structures, it began to fade.
So as China moved towards unification under Ying, who would become the first emperor, these figures who challenged authority, they became less prominent.
Exactly. As Ying consolidated his power, those who represented this more independent spirit, they found themselves increasingly at odds with the new order.
So in a way, Jing Ke's story, it kind of foreshadows the changes to come.
Yes, it embodies this tension between individual agency and the growing power of the state.
It's fascinating how one story can capture so much about an entire era.
Absolutely. And it really makes you wonder how the story of the Warring States period itself might have been different if Jing Ke had succeeded. Would China have unified under Ying at all? Or would it have taken a different, perhaps less authoritarian path? We can only speculate, but it's these what-ifs that make history so captivating.
They really get you thinking. And speaking of captivating, I have to say, these sources really bring Jing Ke's story to life. All these vivid details, like his final act of defiance, they make him feel so real, so human.
We see his courage, his determination, but also his flaws. He's not some perfect hero, he's a complex individual.
And those flaws, they make him even more relatable. It's not just about the big historical picture, it's about the individual caught up in these momentous events.
Yeah.
We're right there with him, experiencing the tension, the fear, the hope.
And those details, those moments of human connection, are what make history come alive. We see ourselves in these figures from the past, in their struggles, their triumphs. We connect with those universal themes that transcend time and culture.
And in this case, it's a story about courage, about defiance, about standing up for what you believe in, even when the odds are stacked against you.
A story that continues to inspire, to provoke thought, to make us question the nature of power and those forces that shape history.
It also makes you appreciate the power of storytelling itself, how one event passed down through generations can continue to captivate us, even centuries later.
Absolutely. And speaking of captivating stories, I can't help but think about that musical interlude, the hidden message that saved Ying's life. It raises so many questions. Was this a common tactic? Were there other examples of using music this way in ancient China?
It's a great question, and it highlights just how much we still don't know about the past. The sources, they just give us a glimpse into this world. It's a reminder that there are so many more stories waiting to be uncovered, so many mysteries to explore. It definitely makes me want to dig deeper, to see what other fascinating insights we can unearth. And I'm sure our listeners are feeling the same way.
I'm sure they are. And that's the beauty of these Deep dives, right? They're not just about information. They're about sparking curiosity, encouraging exploration. It's about inviting our listeners to embark on their own journeys of discovery.
It's about giving them the tools to go beyond the surface, to delve into history, to uncover those connections, those patterns, those stories that make the past come alive.
Exactly. It's about empowering them to become active participants in the process of historical inquiry, to ask questions, to challenge assumptions, to form their own interpretations.
And speaking of questions, there's one that's been on my mind this whole time. What if Jing Ke had understood the message hidden in that music? Would it have changed everything?
That is a fascinating question. It makes you wonder about fate, the impact of small details, the fine line between success and failure. Would a different choice, a different action have changed history?
A question that might not have a definitive answer, but it definitely makes us think critically about these events.
And that's what makes these deep dives so valuable. They're not about easy answers, but about encouraging deeper reflection, thoughtful analysis, and a willingness to engage with the complexities of history.
It's about fostering that intellectual curiosity, encouraging listeners to delve deeper, to explore those nuances, those contradictions, and those enduring mysteries that make history so fascinating and rewarding. It's amazing, isn't it? How these seemingly small details, like a hidden message in music or the way someone sits, can completely change our understanding of history.
It really is. It reminds us that history isn't just a bunch of dates and names. It's this intricate tapestry woven from stories, cultural nuances, and these unexpected twists and turns. And the more we explore those details, the more fascinating it becomes.
We've been talking about this attempt on Ying Zhang's life, and I feel like we've only just scratched the surface. What are some things our listeners could explore if they want to learn more?
Well, the Warring States period is a goldmine of intrigue, military strategy, and philosophy. There are tons of books and articles that offer different perspectives on this era.
So if someone wants to understand the world that Jing Ke and Ying Zheng lived in, they could start there. What about those poems we talked about, the ones that captured Jing Ke's spirit? Where can our listeners find those?
We mentioned Tao Yiming's Ode to Jing Ke and Gang Zizhen's work on the chivalrous spirit. You can find translations of their works online and in poetry anthologies. Reading those poems in full will give you a much deeper understanding of how Jing Ke's story has resonated throughout history.
It's like each generation finds something new to admire or question in his story. It's timeless.
And if anyone's intrigued by this idea of music as a secret language, that's a whole other area worth exploring. Traditional Chinese music is rich and complex, and there are scholars who've spent their lives studying its nuances.
I bet there are entire books dedicated to deciphering hidden meanings in ancient music.
Probably. And who knows? Maybe our listeners will uncover new interpretations, new connections, things that haven't been discovered yet.
That's what I love about history. It's a constant process of discovery and reinterpretation.
A journey that never really ends, always open to new perspectives.
And that's what we're hoping to inspire with these deep dives. A sense of curiosity, a desire to explore, and a willingness to embrace the complexities of the past.
To see history not as a static collection of facts, but as a dynamic narrative that shapes who we are today.
Well said. And on that note, I want to leave our listeners with a final thought, a question to ponder. What if Jing Ke had understood the message in the music? What if he'd adapted, changed his approach? Could he have changed history? Or was his fate sealed from the beginning?
A question that invites us to think about free will, the power of circumstance, and the mysteries of the past. And ultimately, it's a question that each of us has to answer for ourselves.
So, as you continue to explore this period of history, keep asking questions, challenge those assumptions, and embrace those endless possibilities. Who knows what you might discover?
It really is, but it's equally fascinating.
What's that?
How this failed assassination attempt has such a ripple effect. Not just on Ying Zheng, but on, the whole political landscape.
Hey, I'm listening. Tell me more about that.
Well, the sources mention that the attempt really shook Ying Zheng. He was messed up for a while.
Yeah.
And that fear and anger, well, it kind of fueled his actions. He sent even more troops to attack Yan.
It's almost tragic. Jing Ke trying to save Yan, but his actions might have actually sped up its downfall.
Right. It's a real twist of fate. But it shows how one event, one person even, can have these huge ripple effects across history.
Makes you think. So speaking of those ripple effects, how's Jing Ke seen throughout history? Is he a hero, a villain, somewhere in between?
That's where things get really interesting. See, Jing Ke's story, it's captivated Chinese culture for centuries. He's become this, legendary figure. His courage, his defiance, they've inspired poets and artists for generations.
So leaning more towards hero then.
You could say that. He really embodies this idea of the chivalrous spirit. It's a big concept in Chinese philosophy.
Chivalrous spirit, huh? Can you break that down a bit?
Well, it's this idea of honor, justice, selflessness, standing up for what's right, even against crazy odds. Think of those wandering knights, the Xia. They traveled all over ancient China, guided by this personal code of honor. A lot of people see Jing Ke as a representation of that ideal.
So he's not just an assassin, he's like this symbol of something bigger.
Exactly. And there's even this famous poem dedicated to him by Tao Yuan called Ode to Jing Ke. The last lines are especially powerful. What a pity that his swordsmanship was not refined, and thus the remarkable feat was not accomplished. Although the man is gone, his feelings remain for thousands of years.
Wow, that's pretty moving. It really sums up the tragedy, but also the lasting impact of his story.
Yeah. And another poet, Gongzi Zhen, he talked about how this chivalrous spirit declined in later eras. He felt like figures like Jing Ke, they belonged to a time when people were driven by a stronger moral code.
Makes you think, if Jing Ke had succeeded, would we see him differently? Would he be the hero who saved Yan, or the villain who killed a ruler?
That's a question that people still debate today. But no matter the outcome, his story shows something universal, right? The courage to act on what you believe in, even when the odds are totally against you.
It's a testament to the power of choices and how unpredictable history can be.
Absolutely. And Jing Ke, he's a great example of how a single event can echo throughout time, changing the course of history and the fate of entire civilizations.
And it reminds us that history isn't just about the dates and names. It's about people, their choices, and how those choices shape the world.
It's about understanding the past to make sense of the present, to see how seemingly small things can have massive consequences.
It really is that butterfly effect in action, right? One person, one choice, one event can change everything.
And that's what makes this period so fascinating to study. We see these individuals like Jing Ke caught up in these larger forces, shaping and being shaped by them. And Jing Ke's actions, they had consequences beyond him and Ying Zhang. They actually signaled a shift in ancient China's political scene.
Okay, I'm all ears. What kind of shift are we talking about here?
Well, the sources suggest that this whole assassination attempt, it was a turning point. The time of the wandering knight like Jing Ke, those guys who operated outside the system, it started to fade away.
So as Ying Zhang was consolidating his power on his way to becoming the first emperor, those figures who challenged his authority, they kind of started to disappear.
Right. As Ying Zhang became more powerful, those who represented this independent spirit, they clashed more and more with the new order.
Jing Ke's story is almost like a preview of the changes to come.
It really is. It represents that tension between individual power and the growing power of the state.
It's amazing how one story can hold so much of an era's essence.
It really is. It makes you wonder how the whole Warring States period might have played out differently if Jing Ke had pulled it off. Would China have unified under Ying Zhang? Or would it have been a different, maybe less authoritarian path? It's all speculation, of course, but those what-ifs are what make history so gripping.
They definitely make you think. And speaking of gripping, I gotta say, these sources do a fantastic job of bringing Jing Ke's story to life. The details, like his last act of defiance, they make him feel like a real person, not just a name in a book.
We see his courage, his determination, but also, his flaws. He's not this perfect hero. He's a complex guy.
And those flaws make him even more relatable. It's not just about the grand sweep of history. It's about the individual caught up in these huge events. It's like we're right there with him, feeling the tension, the fear, the hope.
And those little details, those moments of human connection, that's what makes history come alive. We see ourselves in these figures from the past, in their struggles, their wins. We connect with the things that tie us all together across time and cultures.
And in this case, it's a story about bravery, about standing up for what you believe in, no matter the odds.
It's a story that keeps inspiring us, pushing us to think, to question power and the forces that shape history.
It also makes you appreciate storytelling itself. How one event, passed down for generations, can still move us even centuries later.
Absolutely. And speaking of stories that capture you, I can't stop thinking about that music, the hidden message that saved Ying Zhang. So many questions come up. Was this tactic common? Were there other cases of using music like that in ancient China?
That's a great question, and it shows how much we still don't know about the past. These sources only give us a glimpse. There are so many more stories out there waiting to be discovered, so many mysteries to solve.
I'm definitely feeling that pull to dig deeper, to see what other fascinating things we can find. I bet our listeners are feeling it too. I bet they are. And that's what makes these deep dives so great, right? It's not just about giving information. It's about making people curious, encouraging them to explore. It's about inviting them to go on their own discoveries.
It's about giving them the tools to go past the surface, to really get into history, to uncover those connections and patterns, those stories that make the past come alive.
Exactly. It's about helping them become a part of figuring out history, to ask questions, to challenge what they think they know, to come up with their own interpretations.
And speaking of questions, there's one that's been bugging me this whole time. What if Jing Ke had understood that message in the music? Would everything have been different?
That's a thought-provoking question. It makes you think about fate, about how much little details matter, about that thin line between success and failure. Would a different choice, a different action, have rewritten history?
It's one of those questions that might not have a clear answer, but it definitely gets us thinking more deeply about these events.
And that's what makes these deep dives so important. They're not about easy answers. They're about making people think harder, analyze things more carefully, and be willing to wrestle with the complexities of history.
It's about fostering that love of learning and encouraging people to delve deeper, to explore the nuances and contradictions and the mysteries that make history so fascinating and rewarding.
It's amazing how those little things can completely change how we see a historical event.
I know, right? Like, who would have thought the way someone sits could be so important?
It just goes to show that history isn't just some list of names and dates. It's all these interconnected stories, these cultural details, these twists and turns. And the more we dig into those specifics, the more interesting the whole picture becomes.
We've been talking about this assassination attempt on Ying, and it feels like we've only just scratched the surface. If our listeners want to go deeper, where should they start?
Well, the Warring States period is fascinating, full of political drama, military stuff, and philosophical ideas. There are tons of books and articles out there, each with its own take on this pivotal time in Chinese history.
So, to really get into Jing Ke and Ying Zhang's world, start with the Warring States period. What about those poems we talked about? The ones about Jing Ke, where can people find those?
Yeah, we talked about Ode to Jing Ke by Tao Yuanming and Gong Zizhen's writings on the chivalrous spirit. You can find translations online and in poetry collections. Reading the full poems gives you a much deeper understanding of how Jing Ke's story has been seen throughout history.
It seems like each generation finds something new to admire or maybe question in his story. His choices, his sacrifice. It's a story that keeps speaking to people, even centuries later.
It really does.
Yeah.
And for anyone interested in music as a form of communication, as a secret language, well, that's another rabbit hole worth diving into. Traditional Chinese music has a long and intricate history. There are scholars who've dedicated their careers to understanding all the subtleties and symbolism.
I can imagine entire books dedicated to decoding the hidden meanings in ancient music.
Probably. And who knows, maybe some of our listeners will discover new interpretations, hidden connections that no one's found yet.
That's the exciting thing about history. It's a constant process of discovery and looking at things in new ways.
A journey that never really ends, always open to new perspectives.
Exactly. And that's what we aim to inspire with these deep dives, a sense of curiosity, a desire to explore, a willingness to embrace all those complexities and contradictions that make history so fascinating.
To see history not as a fixed set of facts, but as a living, breathing story that continues to shape who we are today.
Well said. And to wrap things up, I want to leave everyone with one last thought, a question to think about. We've talked about the what-ifs of history, and this one keeps coming back to me. What if Jing Ke had understood the message hidden in that music? What if he'd changed his tactics? Could he have changed the course of history? Or was his fate already decided?
It's a question that makes us think about free will, about how circumstances affect us and the mysteries of the past. Ultimately, it's a question that each person has to answer for themselves.
So, as you continue to explore this fascinating period, keep asking questions, challenge what you think you know, and embrace the endless possibilities that come with studying history. You never know what you might find.
Okay, let's dive straight in. Today, we're getting into the life of Li Si, a really major figure from the Qin Dynasty. His story is just, wow. Ambition, amazing success, and then, well, a pretty catastrophic fall.
It really is dramatic, and the sources we've looked at, they give us this incredible view into his life, his motivations, right from these early, sharp observations he made through to unifying China, and then, the tragedy at the end.
Exactly. So for you listening, the mission here is to really get a handle on those key moments, those turning points in Li Si's career. What was driving him? And maybe more importantly, what does his life tell us about, the politics of the Qin era? It was a tough environment.
Absolutely. We've got biographies, analyses of his thinking, later histories reflecting back. Quite a mix.
Yeah, quite a bit to work with. So maybe the big question to start with is, how does someone go from being, frankly, a low-level local official to the absolute top, only to have it all come crashing down so fast?
It's such a compelling story, and it starts, interestingly enough, with a pretty visceral moment. The records mention his time as a grassroots civil servant back in Shu. He's in the dormitory latrine, of all places.
Okay, rats in a latrine. Not exactly the most glamorous start, but there was more to it than just seeing pests, right? What did he notice?
Right. He saw that these rats, the ones in the latrine, were basically scrambling for scraps. They were nervous, jumpy, always looking over their shoulder, so to speak. But then he saw other rats living in the granary, and they were completely different. Fat, comfortable, living large, not bothered by anyone.
Okay, and that contrast, that really hit him.
It was profound. For Li Si, this wasn't just about rats having different lifestyles. It was like a fundamental truth about how the world worked.
Ah, okay. So this is where it gets really interesting for understanding him.
Exactly. He basically concluded that your position, your environment, that's what determines your fate. The rats themselves weren't different, but where they lived changed everything.
That's a very practical, almost starkly materialist viewpoint, isn't it?
It really is. And it lit a fire under him. He knew he had to change his position fundamentally if he wanted a different life. That latrine was not where he wanted to be.
So that's the aha moment about his motivation. Okay, so knowing the latrine wasn't the goal, how did he start looking for his own granary?
Well, he realized his current job wasn't going to cut it. So he made a really key decision. Get more knowledge. He actually quit his job to go study under Xunzi.
Xunzi.
Yeah.
Now, he was a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Especially in the late Warring States period.
Huge. A really prestigious scholar. You have to imagine studying with someone like Xunzi back then. That was serious intellectual training.
A real center of learning. So he wasn't just aiming for any education. He went straight to the top. But it wasn't just about self-improvement, was it? He had a specific goal, a specific granary in mind.
That's right. He looked around at the political map. Chu was his home state, sure, but he sized it up, along with the other 6 states still around, and thought, nope, none of them seemed dynamic enough, decisive enough for him. He zeroed in on the state of Qin. That, he decided, was the only real option. That was the granary with potential for real power, real achievement.
And when he left Xunzi, he didn't exactly go quietly, did he? The sources mention some pretty strong words.
Yeah, he basically said that being poor and having low status was the ultimate shame, and that people should fight tooth and nail to get ahead. He even called people who pretended not to care about success hypocrites.
Wow, that's direct.
It shows this incredibly powerful, almost ruthless ambition driving him,
It really does. And it's such a contrast to, say, traditional Confucian ideas about virtue being the main thing and success maybe being secondary. It's like it seems purely focused on results, on power.
Utilitarian is a good word for it. And that clear, sharp focus, that stays with him. So he gets to Qin, and it's right around the time of this huge political shakeup. Lu Buwei is out.
Right, Lu Buwei's fall was massive. And then came this proposal, even more sweeping. Kick out all the foreign officials, the guest ministers. That must have put Li Si in a really tight spot, being from Chu himself.
Oh, absolutely. He was squarely in the crosshairs. He was about to be expelled. But instead of just packing his bags, he decided to fight back. With his best weapon, his words, his ability to argue, he wrote this formal petition, a memorial, to the king, even as he was basically on his way out the door.
Talk about a high-stakes gamble. What was his argument? How did he actually manage to persuade the king?
It was really clever. He used history and, frankly, what seems like common sense. He laid out how Qin had become powerful because of outsiders.
The historical precedent.
Exactly. He named names, Yu, Bai Qi, the famous Xiangyang, Zhang Yi, Fan Sui, pointing out that these guys, none of them originally from Qin, were crucial to the success of earlier Qin rulers like Duke Mu, Duke Shao, King Hui, King Zhaoxiang.
So basically, look at your own history. We've thrived thanks to foreign talent.
Did he use any analogies? I feel like I remember reading about some.
He did, and they were powerful.
Yeah.
He said, Qin happily accepts beautiful silks, exotic music, pearls and jade from other states.
Yeah.
So why reject the people from those states? People who offer skills and knowledge.
Good point.
Yeah. And then the famous ones. Mount Tai is huge because it doesn't reject any soil. Big rivers and seas are vast because they accept every little stream. And critically, he argued, a great ruler shouldn't reject anyone, even common people, if they want to show true virtue.
That idea that openness leads to strength, it still holds up, doesn't it? But if his argument seems so logical now, what was really behind the push to expel everyone in the first place? The sources hint at more going on.
Right, it probably wasn't just about logic. It was likely tied into power struggles. After Lu Buwei fell, the native Qin nobility probably saw a chance to consolidate their own power, push out rivals.
And remember, both Lu Buwei and Lao Ai, another powerful figure who'd fallen, had built up huge networks of followers, many of them from other states. So the court might have seen all these guests as potential troublemakers, loyal to fallen patrons, not the king.
So a kind of clean sweep mentality, easier than sorting loyal from disloyal.
Probably something like that. It's worth noting, too, the sources we have, like the records of the Grand Historian and the Comprehensive Mirror, they don't quite agree on the exact timing of the expulsion order relative to Lu Buwei's removal. Little discrepancies like that pop up.
That happens with ancient history. But the impact of Li Si's memorial is clear, right? Even later writers commented on it.
Oh, definitely. Lu Xun, the famous modern writer, really praised Li Si's writing style. He pointed out that legalist thinkers weren't usually known for great prose, making Li Si stand out.
So it wasn't just persuasive, it was actually well written.
Apparently so. And crucially, it worked. The king read it, changed his mind, called Li Si back, gave him his job back, and scrapped the whole expulsion plan.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Just the power of a well-crafted argument changing state policy.
It really is. It shows his skill, his understanding of the king. And what's fascinating is how this whole crisis, this near disaster for him, actually ended up boosting his career.
Benefiting from misfortune. How did that work? How did almost getting kicked out actually help him?
Well, with Lu Buwei gone, there was probably some suspicion hanging over anyone associated with him. By challenging the expulsion order directly and succeeding, Li Si proved his own worth, his own judgment, directly to the king, Ying.
So he showed he wasn't just part of Lu Buwei's old crew. He was his own man, valuable in his own right.
Exactly. He navigated that danger and came out looking stronger, more independent, just as the king was consolidating his own power. And from that stronger position, he became absolutely central to the next big phase, Qin unifying all the states.
Right. The sources talk about a strategy being multidimensional, multi-layered. What did that actually involve on the ground?
It was a pretty comprehensive and you could say ruthless playbook. It wasn't just about armies. It was diplomacy, sure, but also espionage, bribing officials in other states, using assassination against key figures who couldn't be bought, deliberately driving wedges between rulers and their best ministers in other states, and then, backing it all up with military force when needed.
Wow, that's intense. A real cloak and dagger approach combined with open warfare. Very pragmatic. Maybe morally gray.
It fits with that early utilitarian view, doesn't it? The ends justify the means, and you can't argue with the results. It worked incredibly fast. Qin unified the states relatively quickly using these methods.
It seems like his fancy education under Sun Tzu was almost just the entry ticket, the shining label, as one source puts it. His real talent was this kind of political maneuvering.
That's a fair assessment, I think. His strength was in strategy, in execution, in understanding power, but that incredible rise, that power he achieved, it didn't last forever, did it?
No. The death of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, that changed everything. The second emperor comes to the throne, and things start to unravel for Li Si.
Dramatically. There's this incident where Li Si, along with two other top officials, Feng Quoji and Feng Ji, they submit a joint remonstrance, a criticism or piece of advice to the new emperor.
Okay, sounds like responsible officials doing their job.
Maybe, but in that paranoid Qin court with a young, insecure emperor, it was seen very differently. It looked like they were ganging up, forming a faction, trying to pressure him.
The clique problem. In a system built on one person having all the power, any hint of ministers banding together is seen as a threat. The sources mention Ouyang Shi's essay on this, right? About how emperors always feared factions.
Exactly. That fear is constant in imperial China. Seeing the top civil official, Li Si, and the top military official, Feng Quoji, acting together with another respected figure, that would have set off major alarms for the second emperor. He likely saw it as undermining his authority.
And the emperor's reaction wasn't subtle.
Not at all. Swift and brutal, all three were thrown into prison. Now, Feng Quoji and Feng Ji, They chose suicide in prison, perhaps to preserve some honor, avoid further humiliation. But Li Si, he decided to stick it out.
Why? What was he thinking?
He probably still believed in his own eloquence, believed in the weight of his contributions to Qin. Maybe he thought, I built this empire, surely I can talk my way out of this.
So he tries writing another memorial, this time from prison, and this one used that strange tactic, saying the opposite.
Yes, it's a fascinating rhetorical move. He basically lists all his greatest achievements for Qin, but frames them ironically as if they were his crimes.
So like, my first crime was helping Qin conquer more land?
Pretty much. My crime was unifying the 6 states. My crime was pushing back the barbarians. My crime was standardizing weights and measures and writing. He lays out this incredible record of service.
The subtext being, are these really crimes deserving death?
Precisely. It's a bold move, but it never reached the emperor.
Why not?
Zhao Gao, the powerful eunuch who basically had the emperor's ear, he intercepted it, said a prisoner had no right to submit memorials, and just put it aside.
So Li Si completely misread the situation. The sources suggest he didn't really get how to handle an autocrat when you're in that kind of trouble.
It seems that way. Praising your own merits to an insecure emperor, that could easily backfire, look like arrogance or a challenge. What often worked better, historically, sadly, was groveling, admitting fault even if you were innocent, showing absolute loyalty.
Some sources even mention self-defamation, right? Basically making yourself look bad so the emperor doesn't see you as a threat.
Exactly. It's a grim aspect of court politics. Instead of highlighting his successes, maybe Li Si should have, confessed to something, anything, just to appease the emperor's paranoia.
But Zhao Gao wasn't just blocking memorials, was he? He actively worked against Li Si.
Oh, absolutely. He orchestrated the interrogation, used fake officials pretending to be sent by the emperor. They tortured Li Si repeatedly until they got a confession.
Coerced confession.
Right. Then Zhao Gao takes this fake confession to the second emperor and says basically, see, I saved you from this traitor Li Si. And the emperor, already suspicious and probably easily manipulated, bought it completely.
It's just chilling. The mechanics of that kind of political destruction.
Yeah.
And the end for Li Si was horrific.
Truly horrific. And tragically ironic, his son, Liu, actually died in battle fighting for Qin against rebels from Chu. Should have proved loyalty, right?
You'd think.
But Zhao Gao twisted it. He framed Liu's death as evidence of the family's rebellion, led by Li Si. So Li Si gets sentenced to the 5 punishments.
Which were?
Remind us.
Tattooing the face, cutting off the nose, cutting off the feet, castration, and finally execution. And the execution method itself was Yu ear being cut in half at the waist.
Unbelievably brutal, and it wasn't just him. No. The sentence included exterminating his 3 clans. Now, what exactly 3 clans meant can be debated. Sometimes it meant parents, siblings, spouse, and children. Other times wider relatives, maybe even extending to 9 clans. But the message was clear. Wipe out his entire family line. Total eradication.
And those last words, as he's being taken to his execution with his son, so incredibly sad.
Yeah. He reportedly turned to his son and said something like, I wish we could just take our yellow dog and go out the east gate of Shanghai back home to chase rabbits, but how can we do that now?
Oh, wow. After all that ambition, all that power, he just wants to go rabbit hunting.
It's this moment of profound regret, isn't it? A longing for the simple, ordinary life he gave up chasing the granary. Realizing far too late what really mattered, perhaps.
Stark contrast to him leaving his teacher, declaring poverty the ultimate shame. Though, our sources do add a little nuance, don't they? Suggesting life back in Shanghai might not have been idyllic either.
That's a fair point. It was a violent, chaotic time. Staying home might have meant being conscripted, facing bandits, starvation. Simple wasn't necessarily safe or easy back then. We shouldn't romanticize it too much.
True. It's complex. But still, that image of him longing for home, it sticks with you. And apparently he's still remembered there. List's, that poem by Jia Dao.
Yeah, the local connection endures. It brings his story full circle back to his roots, a reminder of the whole incredible arc. And again, typical of ancient records, there's even a slight disagreement between sources on the exact date of his death. Small details vary.
Minor inconsistencies, yeah. But the main story, the ambition, the brilliance, the unification, the fall.
Yeah.
It's consistent. So wrapping up this deep dive on List's, what are the main things to take away?
Well, clearly, immense ambition, brilliant strategic mind, absolutely instrumental in creating unified China under Qin. But also, a stark warning about the dangers of unchecked power, political infighting, and how quickly favor can turn in an autocratic system.
Right. His rise was fueled by his own drive and intellect. But his fall was maybe just as much about the system he operated in, the paranoia of the rulers, Zhao Gao's manipulations.
Exactly. It wasn't just his own mistakes, though perhaps misjudging the second emperor was a fatal one. It was the whole environment.
Brings us back to that first question. How did he rise so high and fall so hard? It seems the answer is tangled up in his personality, the historical moment, and the brutal nature of Qin politics.
And maybe that leaves a question for you listening. Think about that tension, that age-old pull between ambition and just security. How do people navigate complex power systems then and now? Could Li Si have chosen differently? Were his choices inevitable given who he was and where he was? And maybe the biggest question, what actually makes for a successful life in the end?
Really profound things to think about. And of course, this has just been a glimpse into Li Si and the Qin Dynasty. There's always so much more to explore.
We're really diving into a historical puzzle, aren't we?
We are. It's about the final days of Li Si, a major figure in the Qin Dynasty.
Absolutely. And you, our listener, flagged some really interesting, well, inconsistencies in the historical records about his death.
Exactly. And that's what we love to unpack here.
So our mission today is sort of digging into those differences and figuring out what they tell us. Not just about Li Si, but, about the Qin era itself.
Right. We'll be looking mainly at sources discussing the records of the Grand Historian.
Sima Qian's work.
That's the one.
Yeah.
And the later Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government. They give different accounts, specifically about when Li Si died.
And Li Si, just to set the scene, he wasn't just anybody. He served Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor.
And the second emperor, too. Huge influence.
Huge. So his downfall, his death, it really brings up big questions about power, risk, and how we even interpret history when the sources don't quite line up.
Okay, let's jump straight into that initial confusion then. Where do the dates differ?
Well, first off, you got the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government.
Sima Guang's compilation.
Right. And that one says pretty clearly, August, second year of the second emperor. That's when Li Si died.
Okay, August. Seems straightforward enough.
You'd think. But then we go back to the earlier source, the records of the Grand Historian.
Sima Qian again.
And things get, well, messy.
Uh-huh.
In the biography of Li Si section, it suggests July. Same year, second year of the emperor.
July, not
It
August.
says that's when he got hit with the 5 types of punishment and was sentenced to, being cut in half.
Oof. Okay, so that sounds like he died in July then.
Implies it pretty strongly, yeah.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more.
Oh,
In the same book, The Records of the Grand Historian, but in the Annals of Qin Shi Huang part,
okay.
it mentions the same punishments happening in the second year, but then it says he was actually killed in the winter of the third year.
So hang on. We have August from one source.
Yep.
July implied in another part of an earlier source.
Right, yeah.
And winter of the following year in another part of that same earlier source.
Exactly. August, July, winter. 3 different timings.
Wow. That is confusing.
It really makes you stop and think, doesn't it? Why these big differences and what should be, factual accounts?
Was it just bad record keeping? Or maybe something more? Telling about how history got written back then.
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Let's try and tackle that August date first, the one from the Comprehensive Mirror.
Okay.
There might be a clue, actually, back in the records of the Grand Historian itself.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Well, there's a section called the Chronological Table of the Period between Qin and Chu.
Got it.
And that table records that in August of the second year. So the same month.
Uh-huh.
Liu Bang and Yang Yu's forces captured and beheaded Li Yu.
Li Yu. Wait, wasn't he Li Si's son?
Bingo. Li Si's son died in August of the second year in Yonghui.
Ah. I think I see where this is going.
Right. So the hypothesis is Sima Guang, writing much later when compiling the Comprehensive Mirror.
He saw Li Si's son died in August.
And he likely just connected the dots.
Yeah.
Maybe assumed Li Si, the father, must have died around the same time.
It makes for a neater story, doesn't it? Father and son meeting their end in the same month.
Exactly. It creates that coherent narrative. But it might have been based on, well, an assumption. A misinterpretation, maybe, of the timing.
So the key takeaway there is how historians, maybe even unconsciously, try to smooth things out, make connections that seem logical, even if the original evidence is a bit more fragmented.
Precisely. That desire for a clear story can sometimes shape the history itself.
Fascinating. Okay, so that possibly explains the August date in the later source.
Yeah.
But what about the 2 dates within Sima Qian's earlier work? July versus the winter of the next year.
How do we square that circle?
Yeah.
Well, this needs a really careful look at the wording in the biography of Li Si. The text says in July, Li Si was, and this is the key part, subjected to the 5 types of punishment and was sentenced to be Lure.
Sentenced. Ah, okay.
The emphasis is on the judgment being passed, the sentence being given down, not necessarily the execution happening right then and there.
Right, right. So July is when the punishments happened and the death sentence was formally declared.
Exactly.
But the actual act came later.
Correct. And that's where the other part of Sima Qian's work, the Annals of Qin Shi Huang, comes in. It pinpoints the actual execution in the winter.
Winter of the 3rd year.
Winter of the 3rd year.
Yeah.
So sentence in July of year 2, execution in winter of year 3, months apart.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense of the timeline within the records. The sentence and the execution were 2 distinct events.
They were. And, this gap, this delay, it brings up another really interesting point that the sources touch on.
What's that?
The timing of executions in ancient China. There seems to have been a convention.
Here's where it gets really interesting. You mean like a specific time of year?
Exactly. The sources suggest that the Qin Dynasty, and definitely the Han who came after, tended to carry out executions in autumn and winter.
Autumn and winter. Why then?
Well, there are a couple of ideas. One relates to the theory of the 5 virtues, linking seasons and elements to actions. Punishments might have been seen as fitting for the Ain seasons of autumn and winter.
Okay, philosophical underpinning maybe.
Possibly. But the Han Dynasty sources are more explicit. They framed it as a kind of a benevolent policy, aligning with the will of heaven.
Following the natural cycle, maybe? Things dying back in winter?
Something like that.
Yeah.
The biography of Chen Chong and the history of the later Han actually contrasts this with the Qin, saying the Qin executed criminals all year round.
Oh, so maybe the Qin didn't follow that cycle.
Well, here's the twist. Our source then points out that the idea of rewarding in spring and summer and punishing in autumn and winter actually goes way back to the spring and autumn period, even before the Qin.
Ah, okay. So maybe the Han formalized it and gave it that will of heaven spin.
But the basic practice, or at least the convention, might have already been around during the Qin.
That seems plausible.
And if that's the case, it could explain the delay with Li Si.
You mean Zhao Gao, the guy who really wanted Li Si gone?
Yeah, Zhao Gao. He was obviously eager to eliminate his rival. But maybe, just maybe, he still had to follow the established procedure. Wait until the proper season, winter, for the execution.
Wow. Even in the middle of a power struggle, these, bureaucratic or even ritualistic norms still held sway.
It seems possible. It shows how ingrained some practices could be.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about the method itself. Wen, beheading at the waist.
Ugh. Just the name is chilling. What exactly did that entail?
It was horrific. The source explains it was literally cutting the person in half at the waist.
Oh my God.
And the cruelty was twofold. First, it wasn't quick. It was designed for prolonged, agonizing suffering.
Awful.
And second, in ancient Chinese culture, keeping the body whole, intact, was incredibly important for the afterlife, for ancestor veneration.
So this punishment was not just physically brutal, but also symbolically devastating.
Extremely. Even hanging was sometimes seen as preferable because it left the body whole. You don't deny that. Maximum physical pain, maximum symbolic violation. It was a powerful statement by the state.
And executing Li Si, a man who'd been prime minister, essentially, doing it publicly, in the marketplace in Shenyang.
Absolutely deliberate humiliation. A warning, showing everyone the ultimate fate of those who cross the powers that be.
A terrifying message, but the source mentions a potential downside to that kind of spectacle.
Yes, an unintended consequence, perhaps. By showing ordinary people that even someone as powerful as Li Si could be brought down, could face such a gruesome, terrifying death.
It shows their vulnerability, that even the elite bleed and fear death.
Exactly. It might have subtly undermined the regime's aura of untouchable power, made people question things.
Interesting. And the source mentions later thinkers, like Jie in the Han Dynasty, suggesting executions for high officials should be more, dignified.
Right. Perhaps a recognition that brutal public spectacles involving the elite could backfire, could destabilize things.
So Li Si's death becomes this focal point for understanding punishment, power, and public perception.
It really does. And he wasn't the only famous person said to have suffered this specific fate, right?
No, the source brings up a couple of others. Zhao Gao from the Han Dynasty.
Another high-ranking official.
And then there's a later one, Hongtu from the Qing Dynasty, though that story seems a bit legendary.
Yeah, the details around Hongtu are debated. The popular story is dramatic, him being cut in half, writing the character for miserable 7 times in his own blood.
Oh.
And supposedly Emperor Yongsheng was so horrified he abolished the punishment.
But the historical record doesn't quite back that up.
The record suggests Hongtu was actually beheaded, not cut at the waist. It highlights how these really dramatic, gruesome events can gather myths around them over time.
So Li Si and Chao Kuo are the clearer examples of war ruin for high officials.
They seem to be, yes.
Which brings us back to Li Si himself. His whole life trajectory is just staggering. From relatively humble beginnings,
Clerk in a small state,
to the absolute heights of power in a unified empire, and then crashing down to this incredibly brutal end.
It's the ultimate rise and fall story.
And the sources mention some later writers, poets, reflecting on his fate.
They do. Wei Zhuang and Hu Zhang, writing centuries later, offer some really sharp takes.
What did Wei Zhuang say?
Wei Zhuang compares Li Si's end to, like, the fall of ancient kingdoms. But he puts the blame squarely on Li Si himself.
How so?
He uses this metaphor, don't hate the rats in the granary. It implies Li Si's own ambition, his own actions, created the situation that destroyed him. Like, you made your bed, now lie in it. Almost like gambling, take the high risk, accept the potential loss.
That's quite a harsh judgment. What about Hu Zhang?
Hu Zhang focuses more on the idea of knowing when to quit while you're ahead.
The retirement angle.
Exactly. He criticizes Li Si for clinging to power, for being greedy for more wealth, more honor, when he'd already achieved so much. That greed, Hu Zhang implies, is what led him to his death in Xianyang.
So, 2 different angles, but both essentially cautionary.
Very much so. Don't be the architect of your own downfall through ambition, and know when enough is enough.
So, what does this all mean? Looking at Li Si's story through the lens of these conflicting dates and brutal details, it really hammers home the risks of that kind of ambition.
It's a powerful cautionary tale, absolutely.
Yeah.
About power, its allure, and its potential consequences.
So just to wrap things up here, we started with these confusing dates for Li Si's death.
Right. August, July, winter.
And digging into the sources suggests the most likely scenario is sentenced in July of year 2 after the punishments.
But actually executed later, probably in the winter of year 3.
And that delay, likely due to the Qin custom, perhaps less formalized than the Han, of carrying out executions in autumn or winter.
Following established practice, even amidst political turmoil.
And the method, Buwei, being cut at the waist. It wasn't just about killing him, it was about maximum suffering, public humiliation, and symbolic destruction.
A stark reminder of the brutality of the era and the cultural weight placed on the body.
You brought us a fantastic puzzle to unravel today. By looking closely at these texts, we've not only tried to pin down Lisa's final months,
but we've also touched on legal practices, historical interpretation, and even philosophical reflections from ancient China.
Which leads us to that final thought for you, the listener. Thinking about Li Si, his incredible rise, his undeniable ambition, and that horrific end, does the potential reward of immense power ever really justify taking on such, well, catastrophic risks?
Yeah, what lessons can we take from his life about managing ambition? And maybe, just maybe, the wisdom of knowing when it's time to step away from the edge.
Definitely something to chew on. Thanks for exploring this deep dive with us.
All right, let's jump into this decisive trio then. The second emperor, Zhao Gao, and Li Si. So it's like, 3 people running things.
Yeah, well, not quite.
No. The sources you shared suggest the real decision-making power was with, well, maybe 1.5 people. Is that fair?
That's a really central point, yeah. The evidence strongly suggests that at the very top, during this specific period, you effectively had 1.5 people calling the shots.
Okay.
Zhao Gao was clearly the dominant one. He'd systematically manipulated the second emperor, pushed him into this state of almost total detachment from actually governing.
Right. The puppet master.
Yeah.
Keeping the emperor happy with his pleasures, which, conveniently stripped him of any real power. Emperor in name only, basically.
Pretty much.
And the half. That's got to be Li Si, right? Still prime minister, big player in the whole Shiki conspiracy.
Yeah.
Messing with Qin Shi Huang's will. And initially, he was allied with Zhao Gao.
Correct. Li Si still held the position, still had some influence, but it was waning fast compared to Zhao Gao.
But the emperor himself, His priorities were elsewhere.
Oh, completely elsewhere. The sources paint a picture of a young ruler really just focused on personal indulgence. His main concerns were getting rid of any threats, brothers, sisters, old ministers, anyone who might rock the boat.
Also, his life of pleasure could just continue undisturbed, running the empire. Not really his thing.
Definitely not on the agenda.
Which brings up a really interesting what if, doesn't it? Like, what if the empire had been peaceful then? Could this pleasure-loving emperor have actually presided over a stable state? Our sources have mentioned the rule of Wen and Jing later in the Han Dynasty, where, the emperors were more hands-off and things actually prospered. And even way earlier, Du Quan of Qi loved luxury, had some questionable habits, but he became a powerhouse because he had Guanzong.
That's the absolute crucial difference, isn't it? A ruler who enjoys themselves isn't automatically a disaster if they have competent people running the show. Du Quan had his Guanzong, the second emperor. Well, his massive failing wasn't just the hedonism. It was his total inability to spot or use real talent.
He leaned on Zhao Gao instead.
Exactly. Instead of a Guanzong, he relied entirely on Zhao Gao, who history rightly paints as, one of the most treacherous ministers imaginable. It shows how knowing something is bad doesn't mean you'll act if you're emotionally tied to power.
It feels like the system itself, the Qin bureaucracy that Qin Shi Huang built, designed for meritocracy, prime minister from local government, fierce general from the ranks. Shouldn't that have stopped this?
Well, the system was there on paper, but the second emperor's ascension, how he got the throne, that was the abnormality.
Oh, right. The Shaki conspiracy again.
Exactly. He didn't follow the normal succession lines. His entire claim rested on Zhao Gao's manipulation. So that created this fundamental dependence right from the start. He needed Zhao Gao to even be emperor.
And from Zhao Gao's point of view, a pleasure-seeking, detached emperor was perfect, the ideal tool.
Absolutely. It let him operate behind the scenes, knock out rivals, build his own power base, all while pretending to just enforce the Qin laws. He basically weaponized the legal system for himself.
Okay, so to cement that control, Zhao Gao needed to isolate the emperor even more.
Precisely. And he was clever about it. He convinced the second emperor that, true imperial mystique, real majesty, came from being unseen and unheard.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, played on his youth, his inexperience, suggested that staying hidden in the inner palace away from everyone's eyes would make him seem more powerful, prevent anyone thinking he was weak.
Wow. That's brilliant in a really twisted way.
And the emperor, who wanted nothing more than to avoid the hassle of ruling anyway.
He bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Totally. He retreated into the inner palace, and just like that, Zhao Gao had free reign. All state business now effectively went through him.
So Zhao Gao's running the show.
What's really interesting, though, is how Zhao Gao framed it. It sounded almost reasonable. In a super centralized system like Qin, the idea of a ruler being a bit aloof while good ministers handled the day-to-day, well, it could work. Theoretically.
Yeah, I see that. Some sources even compare it to bits of Ji's philosophy, right? About dividing roles.
Exactly. But the key thing here is control doesn't always mean doing everything yourself.
Yeah.
Sometimes just creating the right conditions, ignorance, detachment is way more effective for someone like Zhao Gao.
But with a huge self-serving twist, obviously. Zhao Gao didn't care about good governance.
Not at all.
He wanted total control. He saw the emperor just wanted an easy life, so he gave an argument that suited him perfectly. Win-win for Zhao Gao.
Absolutely, leading to this situation. Figurehead Emperor Zhao Gao with the real power. And even Li Si, the actual prime minister, found his own influence just shrinking.
Right. Okay, so Zhao Gao's got the inner court locked down, the emperor's happily isolated. Meanwhile, outside,
things are going downhill fast. Rebellions popping up everywhere, the old six states trying to make a comeback. And Li Si, as prime minister, he sees all this. He can't just ignore it.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
He's watching the empire literally fracture. So he starts sending memos, right? Trying to get meetings.
Repeatedly. Memorials, requests for audiences with the emperor, trying to sound the alarm, suggest what to do.
Yeah.
But silence.
Because Zhao Gao's intercepting everything.
Naturally, making sure none of it actually reaches the emperor.
And this is where Li Si makes his big mistake.
This is his critical miscalculation, yeah. He just didn't seem to grasp that the real power had shifted. He kept trying to appeal to the emperor, the guy supposedly in charge.
When the actual shot caller was Zhao Gao?
Exactly.
There's a kind of awful irony there too, isn't there? Because Li Si himself had earlier sent one of those sincere letters of supervision to the emperor, advocating for a more hands-off style. partly to protect himself after the first emperor died.
Well, that's a sharp point.
And now Zhao Gao basically takes that same idea, cranks it up to 11, and uses it against everyone, including Li Si. Li Si's own arguments, in a way, helped sideline him.
That's a fascinating way to look at it. His own past strategy biting him back. But beyond that, the sources suggest a kind of thinking inertia for Li Si.
Thinking inertia, what do you mean?
Well, he was so used to being Zhao Gao's superior under Qin Shi Huang. Zhao Gao was, a eunuch official involved in palace administration. Li Si was the prime minister.
Right, different leagues originally.
Totally. And Li Si just couldn't seem to adjust his mindset to the new reality where Zhao Gao was now the dominant force. He couldn't bring himself to treat Zhao Gao as the main power he needed to deal with.
Wow. So even while making these political blunders, Li Si's personal situation was still pretty good. Or seemed it.
Oh, on the surface, absolutely peak. The sources talk about his family's influence, sons marrying princesses, daughters marrying princes, the absolute height of prestige.
So while Zhao Gao's scheming and the empire's burning, Li Si's family is living the high life.
And Li Si himself seemed to get how dangerous that kind of extreme success could be. There's that story, right? The huge banquet for his son, Li Yu, coming back from his post.
Yeah, the one with all the carriages.
Thousands of carriages, apparently, horses filling the streets outside his mansion. And Li Si supposedly lets out this deep sigh and quotes his old teacher, Sun Zi. Things are forbidden to be too prosperous.
So intellectually, he knew. He saw the danger.
He rationally understood his position was precarious. Yeah, he saw the warning sign.
But he couldn't act on it. He couldn't just, retire, get out while the getting was good.
Seems not. That rational grasp of the danger didn't translate into action. He was too attached, maybe addicted to the status, the power, and that failure to act, well, it sealed his fate.
Okay, so this brings us to a really key question. Why did Zhao Gao see Li Si as such a threat? I mean, logically, maybe keeping the experienced prime minister on side might seem smarter for stability, right?
It does seem counterintuitive at first glance, doesn't it? But the sources suggest it comes down to how they each got their power. Their paths were totally different.
How so?
Li Si rose through, merit, administrative skill, proving he could run things. Zhao Gao, his path was all about personal connections in the palace, intrigue, ruthless power struggles.
Ah, okay. So different skill sets, different power bases.
Exactly. It creates what you might call path dependence. Li Si was strong in governing, Zhao Gao was strong in manipulation and court politics, and for Zhao Gao, staying on top meant constantly removing anyone who could challenge him.
And Li Si, with his rank, his history, his network, he was a potential challenge.
Massive potential challenger. Even if removing him made the empire more unstable, Zhao Gao's first priority was securing his own position. Better to rule a smaller kingdom securely than risk losing everything by keeping a rival around. His primary threat wasn't Xiang Liang out east, it was Li Si potentially undermining him in the court.
While Li Si is still thinking in terms of the empire's stability, appealing to the emperor, he just doesn't get Zhao Gao's purely self-interested game.
Completely missed it. And like we said, Zhao Gao wasn't playing some subtle game here.
Yeah.
He needed the emperor to stay decadent and detached. Anyone like Li Si who might shake things up, wake the emperor up, they had to go.
So the trap gets set.
The trap gets set. Zhao Gao goes to Li Si, pretending to be super worried about the rebellions out east. He knows that's Li Si's big concern.
Lowering his guard.
Exactly. Makes Li Si think they're on the same side, facing the same problems.
Then comes the manipulation.
Then comes the fake sob story. Zhao Gao says, "Oh, I want to tell the emperor how bad things are, but I'm too low-ranking, he won't listen to me. Only you, Li Si, have the stature to advise him."
Playing right into Li Si's ego and sense of duty.
Big time. And Li Si falls for it. He confides in Zhao Gao, says, "Yeah, I'm frustrated too, I can't get a meeting, the emperor is always secluded."
Oh no, big mistake. Telling the architect of his isolation that he can't get in.
Huge mistake. Asking the fox to help him guard the hen house.
So Zhao Gao says, "Don't worry, I'll let you know when he's free."
Leave it to me, I'll find a good time and tell you. And then, of course, he deliberately picks times when he knows the emperor is right in the middle of, parties, music, women.
Just pure indulgence.
Pure indulgence. So Li Si keeps getting these messages, "Quick, the emperor's free!" He rushes over to the palace gates.
Only to be told, "Sorry, emperor's busy."
Exactly, turned away again and again. His Majesty is occupied. And you can imagine the second emperor getting interrupted during his fun time.
He starts getting really annoyed.
Really annoyed. He starts seeing Li Si, this senior official, as deliberately hassling him, right? Like Li Si thinks he can just barge in whenever because he's older and more established. Bullying him.
Perfect setup for Zhao Gao.
Perfect. Now Zhao Gao can go to the emperor and really twist the knife.
Okay, so what does he actually accuse Li Si of?
Oh, he lays it on thick. First, he brings up the Qiu conspiracy again. But this time, he frames it not as Li Si maybe panicking, but as pure ambition. Says Li Si only did it because he wanted more power for himself.
Twisting the motive.
Completely. Then he points out Li Si didn't get a big promotion when the second emperor took the throne. See, he says, that proves Li Si's unhappy. He secretly wants to be enfeoffed as a king.
Wow. Reaching, but maybe plausible to a paranoid emperor.
Plausible enough. Then Zhao Gao links Li Si's home region Shu to the rebels out there, and he brings up Li Si's son, Li Yu, the governor of Sanchuan, saying he's not fighting hard enough. Hint, maybe there's secret letters going back and forth.
Suggesting treason, collusion with the enemy.
Exactly. And the final blow. He tells the emperor, look, outside this palace, Li Si has more power, more influence than you do, playing directly on the emperor's fear of being overshadowed.
Hitting all the emperor's insecurities, the annoyance at interruptions, the fear of rebellion, the fear of being challenged.
Masterful manipulation. The sources even use this analogy, like a poet trying to write and being constantly bugged by the rent collector. Even for a hedonist, constant interruptions are just infuriating.
Yeah, you just want them to go away.
Right. And from the emperor's narrow, self-absorbed viewpoint, Zhao Gao's story probably seemed to fit the facts as he saw them. Li Si was powerful, his family was prominent, he was annoying him.
So even Li Si's potential defense for Qi, I was scared Fusu would sideline me. Zhao Gao could just spin that as ambition.
Easily. See? He only cares about his own position. The reality was the power had shifted so much, Li Si couldn't even get in the room to defend himself properly. His past power now just made him look like more of a threat.
Okay, so the emperor buys Zhao Gao's story.
Seems so. He orders an investigation into Li Yu, the son, and his supposed contacts with the rebels.
And that's when Li Si finally realizes this is it, the trap is sprung.
That seems to be the moment, yeah. He sees the investigation targeting his son, he knows it's Zhao Gao's move, and he understands he's cornered.
So what are his options? He could maybe try to appease Zhao Gao, become his puppet.
That was probably an option, yeah. Swallow his pride, submit, try to survive. But the sources say he refused. He wouldn't become Zhao Gao's pawn.
So what does he do? A final desperate move.
A final desperate gamble. He decides to go over Zhao Gao's head one last time. He writes a memorial directly to the second emperor.
Laying it all out. Accusing Zhao Gao.
Everything. Accusing Zhao Gao of abusing power, monopolizing everything, harboring rebellious intentions, basically warning the emperor that Zhao Gao is the real threat to his throne and the whole empire.
Wow. Where does this happen? Does he manage to deliver it?
The scene described is pretty striking. The emperor is at Gangquan Palace, apparently watching Zhao Diu Paisig 1.
Which is?
Like wrestling matches and comedy acts.
Yeah.
Entertainment. Zhao Di itself seems to have been this type of wrestling, maybe common at banquets. Even back then they found depictions on artifacts. A total disconnect, right? Yeah. Emperor watching wrestling while his prime minister writes a desperate plea for the dynasty's survival.
Unbelievable. So Li Si pours everything into this letter.
He does. Cites historical examples. Tian Chang taking over Qi, Sicheng Zihan in Song-powerful ministers who usurped their rulers. He accuses Zhao Gao of wanting the same thing, of having wealth like the Tian family, greed like Han Qi, power rivaling the throne itself. He basically says, if you don't stop him now, he'll overthrow you.
A direct warning of rebellion.
A direct, unambiguous warning.
So despite Zhao Gao controlling everything, despite the emperor being lost in entertainment, Li Si's message actually gets through. It reaches the emperor.
It does. His memorial did reach the emperor's eyes, which leaves us right on the edge. A real cliffhanger. What happened next? Well, that's definitely a story for another deep dive.
For sure. But just reflecting on what we've covered, wow, this exploration really shows a court just eaten alive by infighting, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Personal ambition, fear. It just completely trumped any concern for the empire's stability. You see Zhao Gao masterfully playing a weak ruler, and you see Li Si, once so powerful, falling victim to his own mistakes and this incredibly toxic political environment.
Hopefully this deep dive gave you those aha moments we talked about. A clearer picture of the dynamics that can bring down even the mightiest powers. You really get a richer sense of this critical turning point in Chinese history.
And it leaves you thinking, doesn't it? When you look at Zhao Gao, his single-minded, ruthless drive for personal power, even knowing it was destroying the dynasty, what does that really tell us about ambition itself, about how it works.
Yeah, and how fragile even seemingly absolute power can be when it rots from within like that. It makes you wonder. What parallels can you draw to other times in history, or maybe even things we see playing out today? Lots to think about. We all know that feeling, right? When someone tries to twist reality. Call something one thing when it's obviously something else.
Yeah, that manipulation.
Exactly. And today, we're diving deep into, well, the history of that, looking at the famous ancient Chinese idiom, calling a deer a horse.
Ah, yes. A classic.
It really speaks volumes about, abusing power and messing with the truth.
Absolutely. And the sources you've pulled together are fantastic for this. We can really go beyond just the saying itself.
Yeah, get into the details.
Right. We can dig into the nuances, the sometimes conflicting stories around this whole event.
So what are we looking at source-wise?
Well, we have key bits from the records of the grand historians, specifically the annals of Qin Shi Huang and the biography of Li Si.
Okay, the big ones.
Definitely. Plus Lu Ji's new sayings, some really interesting insights from Xing Xuan's notes on the Book of Rites, and even a perspective from the king scholar Hong Liangji. And we absolutely can't forget that story about Li Qi from Han Feizi. It's sort of a crucial parallel here.
Okay, so the mission for this deep dive is what? To sort through these different versions.
Yeah, basically. Navigate the accounts, spot the key differences, and try to understand the real context and the impact.
More than just the idiom. Got it. Okay, let's unpack this because, well, right away, it seems like the story of the deer and the horse isn't just one simple tale.
That's exactly right. The records of the Grand Historian actually gives us two different versions.
Two. Okay.
Yeah. And while a later text, the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government, mostly followed the version in the annals of Qin Shi Huang. Our sources kind of hint that maybe that version isn't the most, let's say, reasonable one.
That's reasonable. How so? What makes the other version, the one from the biography of Li Si, seem, I don't know, more plausible?
Well, the biography of Li Si places Zhao Gao's big power move after Li Si is already dead.
Okay, timing is different.
Right. In this telling, Zhao Gao is already the central prime minister. He's basically got all the power.
A monopoly.
Pretty much. And what's really fascinating here is who the test is for. It's maybe not the officials, but the second emperor himself.
Okay. Why him specifically?
Zhao Gao might have been worried, that the emperor would eventually figure out his manipulations, so he needed to see just how much control he had over the emperor's, well, perception of reality.
Wow. So the whole point was to make the emperor doubt his own eyes. Like a direct attack on his sanity.
Precisely. That seems to be the idea. Zhao Gao brings in a deer, says it's a horse.
Right.
The emperor naturally is like, that's a deer.
Yeah, obviously.
But then the courtiers around him, maybe out of fear, maybe opportunism, who knows, they all agree with Zhao Gao. Yep, that's a horse.
Oh, man. That would mess with your head.
Totally. It leaves the emperor completely rattled, thinking maybe his senses are failing him. He even ends up calling in a diviner to figure out what's going on.
Just incredible.
Yeah.
Shows the level of control Zhao Gao had, or at least wanted.
It really underscores that insidious control, yeah.
Now, you mentioned Lu Jia's new sayings has another take. How is this different?
Lu Jia's version has the same basic idea. Zhao Gao presenting something and calling it something else. But the detail is different. It's not just a deer, it's a deer cart.
A deer cart, okay.
And when the second emperor asks about it, the attendants are apparently split. Some say deer, others say horse.
Huh. That is a crucial difference, isn't it?
It really is.
It suggests maybe Zhao Gao didn't have total control yet. Or at least some people were still willing to speak up.
Exactly, or maybe just think for themselves.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Hong Liangji, the king scholar. He actually preferred Lu Qi's version.
Right. Why was that?
His reasoning was basically proximity. Lu Jia lived much closer to the time of the event, so he might have had better, maybe more first-hand info.
Makes sense.
But, we always have to be careful. Closer doesn't automatically mean more accurate. There are always potential biases, the context of the writing.
Sure. History's never just a straight line of facts. But this whole idea, manipulating perception, it seems bigger than just this one deer-horse incident. Our sources talk about a chaos of language.
They do, yeah. Jing Xuan, commenting on the Book of Rites, gives another great example. He says Zhao Gao took green as black and black as yellow.
Wow. Same principle again.
Exactly the same. Deliberately misrepresenting something obvious to create confusion, erode trust in just objective reality.
It's not just lying. It's like muddying the very tools we use to understand the world, language itself.
Precisely. Making the waters murky, creating this lasting fog. It's a profound look at how power can twist even basic communication.
And Zhang Xuan thought this had a real lasting effect, even centuries later in his time.
Yeah, he felt this deliberate confusion of language. It kind of stuck around. Our source even points out how confusing the character could be.
How so?
Well, it could mean black, like in special favor, or green, like green grass, but then black again in phrases like green eye or black hair and blue for blue sky.
That's really confusing.
Right. And then there's another character, O, which could also mean black sometimes. Like in Dumus's famous Ode to Epang Palace, describing beautiful black hair as green clouds.
Huh. So language itself got really ambiguous.
And Zhang Xuan kind of pins the origin of this linguistic chaos, or at least a major contribution to it, on Zhao Gao.
So he's blaming Zhao Gao for messing up the language.
That's his take, yeah.
Yep.
The idea is that by doing this, calling deer horses green-black, mixing up identities, Zhao Gao wasn't just testing loyalty.
Right.
He was actively trying to disorient the second emperor, make him doubt his own sanity, his grasp on reality.
Which brings us to that other story you mentioned, the one about Li Ji from Han Feizi. It sounds kind of disturbing. What's the connection?
It is disturbing, yeah. Li Ji's wife has an affair. Everyone around him, the maid, others, they all conspire to deny seeing the lover leave. They insist no one was there.
Okay.
So Li Ji starts freaking out, doubting his own senses. His wife and the maid convince him he must have seen a ghost.
A ghost. Seriously.
Yeah. And he gets so panicked, he ends up washing himself with, well, excrement as a kind of exorcism ritual.
Oh my God. That's extreme.
It is. But Han Fei's point is brutal.
Oh,
if everyone around you insists on a lie, even a powerful person, a monarch, can be totally deceived and led to doubt their own reality.
You could absolutely see the parallel with Zhao Gao and the emperor, the power of conformity, the herd mentality.
It really seems like Zhao Gao might have been using that exact playbook, doesn't it?
Yeah. Was he consciously drawing on that story, do you think?
Hard to say definitively if he read Han Feizi and thought, aha, but the strategy is remarkably similar. Orchestrate this moment where everyone agrees on a clear falsehood, deer's a horse.
Right.
And bam, the emperor's isolated, questioning his own senses, just like Li Ji.
And it went beyond just sight, didn't it? You mentioned the diviner earlier.
Yes, that's another layer. Zhao Gao gets the diviner to tell the emperor his illusions or confusion stems from, like, improper sacrifices to ancestors. And the solution, more sacrifices, more religious activity.
Okay, so what was Zhao Gao's angle there? Just keeping the emperor busy with rituals.
That's very likely part of it, yeah. Keep him occupied, divert attention from state affairs and Zhao Gao's own power consolidation.
Right.
Plus, more religious activity probably meant more resources and influence for whoever was managing those rituals, likely people loyal to Zhao Gao.
It's just layer upon layer of manipulation, a meticulously built trap.
Exactly. Which leads us right into the whole Shenglin Yuan and Wengi Palace situation.
Okay, so how did he use those locations?
So the cover story was this sincere religious fasting. Zhao Gao persuades the emperor to move to Shanglin, the imperial hunting garden, for this.
Right, the garden.
But the emperor, maybe not taking the fasting too seriously, keeps hunting. And then, oops, he accidentally kills someone in the garden.
An accident.
Apparently. But Zhao Gao jumps on it immediately.
Of course he does. How?
He gets his own son-in-law, Yan Lei, who happens to be the magistrate of Shanyang, to treat it like a major crime, a murder and illegal dumping of a body.
Even though it was the emperor.
Well, they feign ignorance about who did it initially. But crucially, Yan Lei's investigation claims the person was killed before even entering Shenglin.
So framing it as premeditated, not an accident within the park.
Precisely, making it seem much worse, like killing an innocent person deliberately.
And even if the emperor had some kind of immunity, that would play on his fears, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Especially the religious ones.
Exactly what Zhao Gao counted on. He hammers on the divine displeasure angle. You've killed an innocent. You've violated heaven's laws. The spirits will reject your sacrifices. Disasters are coming.
Classic fear-mongering.
Textbook. And the solution he offers. The emperor needs to hide away, go somewhere more remote, more secluded, to appease the heavens and avoid catastrophe.
And that's how he ends up in Wengi Palace.
That's the move. He gets the emperor to Wengi Palace.
What was Wengi Palace? Just another palace.
Not at all. The name itself means something like looking towards the barbarians. It wasn't a leisure palace like Shenglin. It was a military outpost. A fortified place on high ground, meant for observing the northern frontiers, defending against nomadic tribes, part of the Qin defensive network.
So a completely different kind of place. Much more isolated, maybe defensible, or easier to trap someone in.
Exactly. Zhao Gao steers the emperor away from the pleasure garden into this strategic military location, sets him up perfectly, isolates him for the final act.
A deadly trap disguised as spiritual retreat.
That's the narrative in the biography of Li Si, yes. It's worth noting, though, that the comprehensive mirror gives a slightly different rundown of how the emperor actually died.
Okay, so let's hear that version, the one from the annals of Qin Shi Huang that the comprehensive mirror used. How did it end there?
That version is more direct. Yanlei, Zhao Gao's son-in-law, leads troops straight to Wangyi Palace. No more pretense.
Just brute force.
Pretty much. They force the second emperor to commit suicide. The whole thing feels very rushed, like they needed to get it done quickly before anyone could intervene.
Prevent a rescue or something.
Likely, yeah. Yanlei is front and center here, along with Zhao Gao and his brother Zhao Cheng pulling the strings. But Yanlei is the one taking the immediate risk, ordering the regicide.
Must have been terrifying for the emperor. Did he try to bargain?
Oh, absolutely. The account details these desperate pleas. First, he begs Yanlei to let him just see the prime minister, Zhao Gao.
Yanlei refuses.
Flat out refuses. Then the emperor offers to give up the throne, just be a king of a smaller region, a commandery.
Still no.
Nope. Then he pleads to be just a marquis. Still refused. Finally, he begs just to be allowed to live as an ordinary citizen with his family.
Just to live.
Yeah, but Yanlei just keeps saying, cold as ice apparently, I have orders from the prime minister, you must be executed.
Wow. No way out.
None. Under that immense pressure, with troops surrounding him, the second emperor takes his own life.
A really tragic end, however you slice it. And Wangyi Palace became kind of symbolic after that.
Definitely. It shows up in later literature. There's a poem by Liu Kehuang, just called Zhao Gao, that sums it up chillingly.
What was it?
Something like, after returning from Shiki, because of the meritorious deed of making a decision, the country was controlled by the central prime minister, and the emperor was in Wangyi Palace.
Yeah, that nails it. The complete power shift. Emperor trapped, prime minister ruling.
Exactly.
So, okay, the emperor's dead. Zhao Gao seemingly got what he wanted. Smooth sailing from here.
You'd think so, but no, not quite. Yanlei reports back to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao announces the death to the ministers and princes.
Right.
And then, facing this reality of a collapsing empire, territories lost everywhere. Zhao Gao actually proposes something interesting.
What's that?
He suggests downgrading Qin, reverting from an empire back to just a kingdom, maybe trying to consolidate what was left, make it seem more manageable.
Okay. A pragmatic move, perhaps?
Perhaps. And then they install Ying, another Qin royal, not as emperor, but as king of Qin.
King Zing, okay.
And the second emperor gets buried like an ordinary citizen, no imperial honors, just buried in Yichen Garden.
Yichen Garden.
Yep.
That sounds like a royal garden, doesn't it? Why bury a commoner there?
Yeah.
Or someone treated as one?
It is odd, right? It's this weird mix. Burying him in a royal garden still gives a nod to his lineage, maybe. But the status of the burial commoner level sends a clear message about his reign being over and the power having shifted.
A symbolic put down.
Pretty much. And it's funny, later on, like in the Tang Dynasty, Yichen Garden became known for entertainment, parties.
Right.
Which is so different from this grim burial that later reputation sometimes confuses how people picture the original event, you know?
Yeah. Layers of history changing the meaning.
Yeah.
But it sounds like Zhao Gao, for all his scheming inside the palace, was totally missing the bigger picture outside. The actual threats.
Absolutely. He seems completely out of touch with the military reality.
Yeah.
Bang's forces are closing in on the capital, Shanyang. The defenses in the Xin heartland, the Guanzhong region, are weak.
But Zhao Gao's focused on internal politics.
Exactly. Consolidating his own power. He even orders the new king, Zhang, to go through ritual fasting for some temple ceremony, like nothing else is happening.
Wow. Oblivious or arrogant?
Maybe both. But Zhang wasn't the second emperor. He wasn't easily fooled.
He suspected Zhao Gao.
Oh, yeah. Zhang and his sons figured Zhao Gao was planning to get rid of him next, maybe during that temple ceremony.
Why would Zhao Gao do that? Fear of revenge?
That was likely part of it, yeah. Fear Ying would avenge the second emperor, but also maybe ambition? There were rumors Zhao Gao planned to make a deal with the Chu rebels, divide up the Guanzhong region, and maybe make himself king?
Okay, so Zhang sees this coming. What does he do?
They hatch a counterplan. Zhang pretends to be sick, too ill to attend to the fasting or the ceremony.
The old fake illness trick. turning the tables.
Exactly. They figure Zhao Gao will eventually have to come check on him in person if he keeps refusing the summons.
And then
when Zhao Gao does come to the fasting palace to see why Xing is delaying, Xing and his sons ambush him.
seriously, it worked.
It worked perfectly. Zhao Gao, the master manipulator, walks right into it. They assassinate him right there in the fasting palace.
Wow. And his family.
His whole clan was exterminated. Standard practice for treason back then.
It really raises that question, though, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
How did Zhao Gao, this incredibly shrewd guy who manipulated everyone, get taken down by Ying? Especially since Zhao Gao himself had used things like fake illness before.
It's fascinating, isn't it? Maybe sheer arrogance blinded him. Maybe he just completely underestimated Ying.
Or maybe he didn't know if Ying had outside help, like contact with Liu Bang.
That's possible, too. We don't know for sure if Zhao Gao was aware of any secret dealings Ying might have had, although, ironically, we do have records suggesting Zhao Gao himself later offered to cut a deal with Liu Bangi to divide Guansong.
The plotting never stopped. So this whole deep dive, starting from just calling a deer a horse, it's really opened up a lot, hasn't it?
It really has. We've seen there isn't just one story. There are layers, different versions.
Yeah.
And we've gone beyond the deer and horse to see this bigger picture of linguistic manipulation as a real tool of control.
Yeah, messing with language itself.
Yeah.
And the psychological games.
Absolutely. The tactics used to create doubt, maintain power, and then ultimately seeing how it all fell apart for both the emperor and Zhao Gao.
It really hits home how these old stories, these historical accounts, still tell us so much about power, about ambition.
And how fragile truth can be when someone systematically tries to distort it.
Definitely.
And it kind of leaves you thinking, doesn't it? With all these different accounts, the chaos, the betrayals, what even was reality back then?
Good question.
And maybe the more pressing question for us today is, how do those same kinds of manipulation, twisting language, shaping perception, how do they still play out now? How do they affect our understanding of the world today?
Yeah, definitely something to mull over, how truth and power keep interacting thousands of years later. Okay, let's unpack this. It seems almost impossible, right?
Yeah.
Late Qin Dynasty, Li Si, this major minister, manages to get a warning to the second emperor. Even though Zhao Gao, the eunuch, supposedly had everything locked down.
Yeah.
How did that message even get through? And what does it tell us about who really held the power?
That's the core of it, yeah. It's a fantastic puzzle. And the sources you've shared, they really shed light on Li Si trying quite desperately to warn the emperor about Zhao Gao getting way too powerful.
Right.
It's full of intrigue, but also some, surprising twists about the power struggles in those final shaky years of the Qin.
Okay, so let's set the scene quickly for everyone.
Yeah.
Key players. Li Si, he's basically the top minister, think prime minister.
Yeah, chancellor, essentially.
Then Zhao Gao, the eunuch, hugely influential with the second emperor, who was young, maybe easily led.
Possibly, yes. And the second emperor himself, caught in the middle. You found some really interesting details, so where do we start untangling this?
Let's start with Li Si's warning itself. That memorial he sent, it was a direct shot at Zhao Gao, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. No punches pulled. He flat out calls Zhao Gao the thief who stole the country. Strong words.
Wow.
And to back it up, he brings in these historical comparisons, like the Tian family taking over Qi and Sichen Zihan in Song, cases of usurpation from the Warring States period.
Okay, so referencing history to say, look, this is dangerous, this has happened before.
Exactly. He's saying Zhao Gao's power is a threat, just like in those older cases where ministers grabbed the throne, trying to paint a picture of imminent danger.
And this is where it gets really interesting based on our source. Those comparisons weren't actually a perfect fit, were they?
That's a crucial point the source makes. Zhao Gao's background was fundamentally different. The Tian family, they were outsiders who eventually took over. Sichen Zihan, a powerful minister but from a minor noble line.
Yeah.
Zhao Gao, he was a eunuch. Humble origins, he didn't fit either mold neatly. So the source argues Li Si's analogies were, inappropriate.
So if those weren't the right parallels, what was a better historical situation to compare Zhao Gao's rise to?
The source points towards something more like subordinate ministers taking control of state affairs from the earlier spring and autumn period.
Okay, so less about nobility seizing power and more about court insiders.
Precisely. People from maybe lower status, like stewards or officials within the court itself, gaining huge influence behind the scenes. It's subtler, less about a direct noble takeover, more about internal manipulation.
which implies Li Si's argument, though forceful, maybe missed the mark historically. Misapplied the lesson, perhaps.
Right. And that leads us back to the big question. How did this memorial, with its arguably flawed comparisons, even land in front of the emperor?
Yeah, if Zhao Gao controlled access.
Well, the theory presented in the source is pretty clever, actually. It suggests Zhao Gao himself might have let it through.
Really? Why would he do that?
Because he recognized the flaws. He saw Li Si's inappropriate analogies and figured, let the emperor see this weak argument. It makes Li Si look bad, not me.
Huh. So Zhao Gao might have seen it as a way to undermine Li's further in the emperor's eyes. Calculated.
Very calculated. A gamble, maybe, but one that seems to have paid off for him.
Okay, so the emperor gets this warning. Zhao Gao has maybe already framed it negatively. What's the emperor's actual response?
It's quite revealing, quoted directly in the source. He goes full defense mode for Zhao Gao, praises his loyalty, his incorruptibility, uses phrases like, Zhao Gao did not indulge his will in safety, nor did he change his mind in danger.
Strong praise.
Very. Calls him meticulous, honest, and capable. And then there's that killer line, if I don't rely on Lord Zhao, whom should I trust? It's like total conviction.
Wow, that really paints a picture of complete trust, almost
Yeah.
unwavering faith in Zhao Gao.
Absolutely. The emperor was apparently so worried Li Si might actually try to harm Zhao Gao, he even warned Zhao Gao privately about it.
And Zhao Gao being Zhao Gao.
Used it perfectly, of course, manipulated it, suggested Li Si was the real threat, aiming to become, like Tian Chang, another usurper figure, playing right into the emperor's fears.
It just highlights this huge gap in how they saw Zhao Gao. Li Si sees a dangerous climber. The emperor sees a loyal servant. And it all seems tied to Zhao Gao's background.
Exactly. The source points out how differently he's described. The emperor calls him an eunuch. Li Si says a low-born person. Zhao Gao himself says a servant in the inner court.
Different words, but the same basic reality. Humble origins, outside the traditional noble power structure.
Right. And the second emperor seems to actually admire Zhao Gao for possessing these perceived noble qualities despite his low status.
Like he's impressed by his supposed integrity rising above his station.
Yes, exactly. It echoes that classic idea of not being moved by poverty and low status, not being corrupted by wealth and honor. Powerful stuff.
But the source notes the irony, right? That powerful phrasing isn't actually attributed to the emperor later on.
No, likely because history didn't judge the second emperor or his reliance on Zhao Gao very kindly. His admiration got tainted by association.
So, okay, the emperor is firmly in Zhao Gao's camp. What should Li Si have realized at this stage? According to the source, anyway.
Well, the source argues that strategically, Li Si should have seen the writing on the wall. The emperor's mind was made up. Directly attacking Zhao Gao was just futile by then. A path of no return, as the source puts it.
Which leads us to what the source calls Li Si's big tactical mistake.
Yeah.
What did he do wrong, essentially?
The argument is that going head-to-head with Zhao Gao right in front of the emperor, especially without laying any groundwork first, it just backfired. Big time.
How so?
It made the emperor defensive. It probably felt like Li Si wasn't just attacking Zhao Gao, but attacking the emperor's own judgment, which naturally made him double down on supporting Zhao Gao.
The source uses some interesting analogies there, like trying to break up Romeo and Juliet, or telling Job to curse God.
Yeah, the point being, when you're dealing with a really strong emotional bond or a deeply held belief, brute force doesn't work. It usually makes things worse.
Right. Push harder, they resist more.
Exactly. The source suggests a quieter approach, plant a seed of doubt, seemingly inadvertently, might have worked better over time.
But it also suggests Li Si might have felt he was out of time, right? Like he had to act fast.
That's the counterpoint. Maybe Li Si saw Zhao Gao's power growing so quickly he felt he had to make a bold move, even if it was risky, a desperate gamble, even if it looked foolish later.
So the gamble fails. And this gives Zhao Gao his opening for a counterpunch. What did he do?
Well, Zhao Gao had already been doing some prep work. Remember the investigation into Li Si's son, Li Yu, for supposedly dealing with rebels?
Yes.
Zhao Gao jumps on Li Si's failed attack and twists it. He accuses Li Si himself of plotting rebellion, claiming Li Si only attacked Zhao Gao because he was afraid Zhao Gao would expose him.
Clever. Turning the accusation right back around. And the emperor bought it.
Hook, line, and sinker, according to the biography of Li Si, he completely believed Zhao Gao. And this leads to a really crucial decision.
Which was?
The emperor orders Li Si handed over for trial, but not to the regular justice officials. He hands him over to the Grand Master of the court.
And the source highlights why that specific official matters, right? He wasn't part of the normal legal system.
Exactly. The Grand Master of the court was more like a royal steward, part of the emperor's personal household staff, very close to the inner circle.
So by sending Li Si there,
The emperor was basically keeping it in-house, bypassing the standard judicial process and putting Li Si's fate directly under the influence of his own court, where Zhao Gao held massive sway. It shows the emperor intervening personally, ensuring Zhao Gao could control the outcome.
a clear sign of Zhao Gao's grip. Now, shifting gears slightly, the source also talks about another incident, Li Si and other officials complaining about, well, the state of the empire.
Right, this was Feng Kuaji, Li Si, and Feng Ji. They went to the emperor together. Their concerns were pretty serious. Heavy corvée labor, that's the forced unpaid work,
A major burden.
plus crushing taxes and rebellions breaking out everywhere. They specifically asked him to stop building the massive, extravagant Yifeng palace.
Seems like a reasonable request given the circumstances. How did the emperor take it?
His reply is honestly stunning. So blunt. He basically says, what's the point of being emperor if I can't do whatever I want?
Seriously?
Yeah. He argues the law is just a tool to keep people in line, dismisses frugal emperors of the past as irrelevant, criticizes the ministers for not crushing the rebels, and defends continuing his father's big projects. It's incredibly self-serving.
Just pure entitlement, it sounds like. No sense of responsibility to the people or the state.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And the source makes a really sharp observation about this. It argues this kind of raw, straightforward expression of bad intentions is typical of the early stage of Qin imperial rule.
Oh, so.
Later dynasties got craftier. They learned to use more subtle language, more scruples, what the source calls black talk, to hide their real motives. The second emperor, maybe because the system was newer, felt he could just say the quiet part out loud.
Fascinating. So, what happened to Li Si and the others after this complaint? Predictably bad. Oh, yeah. All three, Feng Kuaji, Li Si, and Feng Ji, were handed over for investigation. But notice the charge. Other crimes.
Not for disagreeing with the emperor directly.
Exactly. It's a classic move, the source points out. You don't punish them for their opinion, which might look bad. You find some other vague charge, other crimes, to take them down. It lets the ruler silence dissent without looking like they're silencing dissent.
A playbook for authoritarian rulers, basically.
You could say that. The source calls it a classic model refined over time. Later on, ministers got so good at this, they'd anticipate who the emperor disliked and find the pretext themselves.
So what was the fate of these three ministers investigated for other crimes?
Feng Kuaji and Feng Ji both committed suicide. Only Li Si remained to actually face trial and the torture.
And the source delves into why they might have chosen suicide, right? Something about dignity? Yes. It ties into the idea of honor for high-ranking officials. Their recorded last words were something like, generals and prime ministers should not be subjected to humiliation.
So facing imprisonment and interrogation was seen as beneath their station, an unbearable disgrace.
Exactly. It's linked to that older aristocratic idea, transformed maybe, that punishment does not apply to the noble. Dying was preferable to that kind of degradation. It was a powerful cultural idea then.
But the source notes this idea changed over time.
It did. As officials started rising through the examination system, often from humbler backgrounds, this specific code of honor weakened. They'd often endured a lot to get where they were.
So they were maybe more willing to endure hardship, even public punishment.
Perhaps. The source gives the example of Ming Dynasty officials who sometimes saw public beatings as almost a badge of honor, showing their commitment despite imperial displeasure, a real shift in values.
And then there's that pointed comment about Li Si not committing suicide, calling it a weak sense of face, linking it back to his earlier break with his teacher Sunzi. That's quite the interpretation.
It is. It adds another layer to Li Si's choices. So Li Si endures. What happens next?
It's grim. He and his son Li Yu. You were accused of rebellion, the whole family, the whole clan arrested, and Zhao Gao personally oversees Li Si's trial.
And the source emphasizes the torture was extreme. More than 1,000 times is one account, all to force a confession.
Which just leaves you with these huge, haunting questions. Why? Why did Li Si endure that? What could he possibly gain? And why was the second emperor's reaction so utterly vicious? It's just dark.
It really is. And this whole sequence, it just lays bare the brutality of Qin power dynamics. We've seen Li Si's failed warning, the emperor's blind spot for Zhao Gao, the clash of status, Li Si's tactical errors, Zhao Gao's ruthlessness, the emperor's naked power plays, and Li Si's horrific end.
Yeah, definitely some aha moments in this dive.
Yeah.
The idea that Li Si's own memo might have been turned against him by Zhao Gao, that's a twist.
Uh-huh.
And the second emperor just openly stating his self-serving view of rule. It's chillingly honest in a way. Plus, thinking about how ideas of honor and suicide changed over time, that adds real perspective.
And for you listening, think about these themes. Power, trust, betrayal, speaking truth to power. These aren't just ancient history problems, are they?
No, definitely not.
How do these dynamics play out today in different contexts? What does this story tell us about the risks, maybe sometimes the necessity, of challenging authority?
And that final point the source leaves us with. Lie seed enduring that torture. Why? Was it defiance? Desperate hope? Something else?
It's profoundly unsettling. What makes someone endure the unimaginable? What are the ultimate consequences of that kind of persistence against overwhelming force? It's just one piece of the Qin puzzle, and you feel like digging deeper into those final years could reveal even more. When we talk about history, it's usually the emperors, the big names, right? They get all the attention.
That's true. They're the ones on the throne.
We're diving into the Qin Dynasty, but focusing on 6 people who weren't emperors.
Exactly. Yet these individuals had this huge impact. They were kind of the unseen hands, architects behind the scenes shaping Qin's destiny. We've got Buwei, Lao Ai, Bai Qi, Jing Ke, Li Si, and Zhao Gao. Their stories are all tangled up together, really.
And looking at them helps us see what actually built up the Qin, and maybe what helped it fall apart too.
Precisely. It's about understanding how people not in that top spot can completely change the game, historically speaking.
All right, let's jump in. Buwei first. Incredibly ambitious, a merchant who basically bought his way into power.
Oh, absolutely. It's an amazing story. He started as a merchant, saw this minor prince, Yuan, who seems like a long shot.
And he just backed him.
He did more than back him. He strategically invested his wealth, his connections, everything, to maneuver Yuan into position. It was a massive gamble.
Which paid off, eventually making Yuan King Xuanzang. That takes some serious political skill, not just money.
Definitely. And he didn't stop there. As chancellor, he gathered scholars, commissioned philosophical works like the Luqi Chengqi. He was shaping the ideas of the Qin state, too.
So he went from businessman to political player to, like, an intellectual patron?
Sort of, yeah. He really tried to build this intellectual foundation for Qin. It's quite a leap from his origins.
But things went south for him, didn't they? Something involving the Queen Mother?
Yes, that entanglement became his undoing. It led to chaos, suspicion, and ultimately his downfall. He died in disgrace.
A dramatic end. But the key thing, I guess, is that without his initial moves...
Right. Without Buwei, Ying Zheng, the future first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, might never have even gotten close to the throne. His ambition, even though it eventually destroyed him personally, was crucial in setting the stage.
Wow. Okay, from kingmaker to disgrace. Let's shift gears. Who's Lao Ai? He started out pretty small time.
Very different story. Lao Ai was initially just a court entertainer, basically a pawn in the beginning.
How does an entertainer end up being historically significant?
Well, he was apparently chosen by the Queen Mother Buwei's former associate, mind you, for his, let's say, physical attributes. And things escalated. He wasn't just a secret lover. He fathered children with her.
Seriously? With the Queen Mother?
Yes, and he didn't stop there. He started building his own power base, a private army, and eventually made a bid for the throne itself. He wanted his sons to inherit.
That's audacious. From entertainer to trying to usurp the dynasty.
Extremely. It really shows how vulnerable the king court could be internally. His big mistake, though, was thinking that royal favor meant real legitimacy. Claiming royal blood for his kids crossed a fatal line.
And the reaction?
Swift and brutal. Execution by being pulled apart by chariots. They even tried to wipe his existence from the records.
Oof. So his story really highlights the fragility, maybe. How personal desires could just blow things up.
Exactly. It shows the cracks in the foundation, even as Qin was rising. Now, let's talk about power of a different kind. Bai Qi.
The god of war. Now, he had real power. Military power.
Immense power. Never lost a battle. Think about that. He crushed Han, defeated Wei, terrified Cao. He was the point of the Qin spear.
And the Battle of Changping, that's infamous.
Horrifically so. Orchestrating the burial of, over 450,000 surrendered Zhao soldiers? It's chilling.
It shows the absolute ruthlessness of Qin expansion, win at any cost.
It really does. Bai Qi embodied that military engine, but even he wasn't untouchable.
What happened? He seemed indispensable.
He refused an order. He thought a particular campaign against Zhao after Changping was pointless and strategically wrong at that moment.
The king didn't appreciate that.
Even from his best general.
Even from him. He was accused of insubordination. The same king he'd won so many victories for ordered him to commit suicide. Incredible. So even being the god of war doesn't protect you if you question the ruler.
It's a stark lesson about where ultimate authority lay in Qin. Military success was valued, but absolute obedience to the king was paramount. His story shows the cost of the empire, but also the danger for those who built it.
Okay, we've seen political maneuvering, personal intrigue, military might. Now for Jing Ke. He's different again, right? No titles, no army.
Totally different. Jing Ke had none of the usual levers of power. His impact comes down to one single, incredibly bold action.
The assassination attempt on the king of Qin.
Exactly. Just him, a hidden dagger, and a plan to get close to the most powerful man in the known world.
And he failed. The king survived.
He did fail to kill the king.
Good.
That act of defiance itself carved his name into history, maybe more deeply than some who succeeded in conventional terms.
Why do you think that is? Why does his failure resonate so much?
I think it's about the spirit of resistance. His motivation's loyalty, repaying a debt to the prince who sent him, trying to stop the Qin machine, just making a stand.
Even when the odds were impossible.
Precisely. It became legendary. It shows that defiance isn't always about winning. Sometimes the act itself, the courage it takes, is what endures.
A powerful point. Okay, let's move to Li Si. Now, he was successful, at least for a time. Hugely influential within the Qin system.
Oh, massively. Li Si was a key architect of the unified empire, standardizing writing, weights, measures, currency. These were his initiatives, foundational stuff.
You could argue he helped create the structure of China as we know it, in some ways.
You could. He had the potential to be remembered purely as this great state builder, this visionary legalist thinker.
But there's always a but with these figures, isn't there?
There he is.
Yeah.
His fatal flaw seems to have been compromising his integrity to survive the dangers of the court. Ambition, maybe fear, led him down a dark path.
He allied himself with Zhao Gao.
Yes. That alliance was critical and disastrous. Li Si played a key role in the succession crisis after Qin Shi Huang died. He helped fake the emperor's will.
To install a puppet ruler they could control.
Exactly. They put the weaker son, Hu Hai, on the throne instead of the intended heir. It was a betrayal of everything he'd helped build, really.
And his end.
Deeply ironic. He was eventually executed brutally, the Five Pains execution by the very regime he helped corrupt and sustain.
So the takeaway is, brilliance isn't enough.
Pretty much. Brilliance and accomplishment mean little without a moral compass, especially in the corridors of power. His story is a real cautionary tale.
Which brings us to our final figure, the man Li Si allied with, Zhao Gao.
Ah, Zhao Gao. A palace eunuch. On paper, not someone you'd expect to wield supreme power.
But he did. Broke an empire with whispers. That's quite the description.
And feels accurate. He manipulated the dying first emperor. He fabricated the decree making Hu Hai emperor. He sidelined Li Si when he was no longer useful.
He essentially ran the show through a weak tyrant. How did he maintain control?
Fear and deception. There's the famous story calling a deer a horse.
Right, where he points at a deer, calls it a horse, and sees who contradicts him.
Exactly. It wasn't about deer or horses. It was about demanding loyalty to his lie over reality. If you disagreed, you were marked as an enemy. He taught the court fear.
And the result of all this scheming?
Catastrophe. The Qin Dynasty, built over generations of effort and conquest, collapsed just a few years after the first emperor's death, largely thanks to Zhao Gao's internal destruction.
It's incredible. One person, through manipulation, could bring it all down.
It shows that power isn't just armies or laws. Deception, exploiting weaknesses, controlling information from behind the scenes, that can be just as potent, maybe even more destructive. He died eventually, but way too late for the empire he ruined.
So looking back at all six, Buwei, Lao Ai, Bai Qi, Jing Ke, Li Si, Zhao Gao, none were emperors.
Not one. But you can't understand the Qin's rise, its consolidation, or its incredibly rapid fall without understanding their actions, their ambitions, their flaws.
We had the kingmaker, the internal threat, the conqueror, the resistor, the builder-turned-corrector, and the ultimate internal destroyer.
It's a whole spectrum.
Yeah.
And it really drives home the point that history isn't just made by the people wearing the crown.
It's also shaped by these figures operating just outside the spotlight, for good or ill. Their choices had massive consequences.
Absolutely. It makes you think, doesn't it? How many other unseen hands or almost forgotten names are there in history, people whose choices dramatically shaped the world we live in, but who don't make the headline biographies?
It really does. A lot to consider there. Well, this has been fascinating, and if you're still interested in the glorious Tang Dynasty, you can take a look at my 4-hour video about the Tang Dynasty.
We genuinely love to hear your thoughts on this. Jump into the comments section and let us know what resonated. Which type of wealth are you focusing on?
Yeah, let us know.
And hey, if you found this discussion useful, maybe learned something new, definitely hit that subscribe button. We do these deep dives regularly, exploring valuable ideas.
We appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.